Chapter 572, Limitless Pagoda, Initial Floor Power. Come, follow me, Bai Zemin said as he walked with eyes full of excitement towards the 10-story tall pagoda whose door had now opened wide. I will show you what my pagoda is capable of in its initial stage. Lilith followed him, but even without reaching the inside of the pagoda, a slightly crazy theory struck her to the core. Therefore, after a second or two of consideration, she finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Little scoundrel, don't tell me that the power of your pagoda is to turn zombies into humans." The reason Lilith had previously brought up the idea that maybe the pagoda of Bai Zemin consumed soul stones in exchange for bestowing him the ability to control zombies for a short period of time, and not such a crazy idea as making zombies turn into humans, was because such kind of power in a pagoda in its initial stage was simply unheard of. While Lilith had only been in the demonic army for a mere 10 years or so, she had done a lot of research before joining a faction. Therefore, not only did she have a rough idea of the powers that the pagoda of Lucifer had, but she also had some information regarding the other 7 pagodas of the 7 most powerful leaders among the higher existences. According to what Lilith had heard, and after several years of keeping herself hidden by investigating the real big shots, she discovered with great difficulty that at first the pagoda of the demon lord Lucifer possessed the ability to form a safe area of between 5,000 square meters and 15,000 square meters, where only those whom he allowed could get in. Of course, this kind of safe area was not eternal, and to maintain it Lucifer needed to consume soul stones in large quantities, depending on the enemy that tried to enter and start a massacre. Have such a type of security in the apocalypse was undoubtedly so valuable that there was no way to describe it accurately. However, it was within the parameters of what could be considered acceptable, considering that each of the pagodas were treasures so precious that the number of existences in history that ever possessed one was pitifully low. After all, each pagoda practically represented a power with the potential to become a higher existence power if it had not yet become one. There were also pagodas whose initial ability had been to launch a limitless power attack, whose limit was solely determined by the power and quality of the soul stone the pagoda owner used. Pagodas capable of creating a fertile ground where crops grew at over 100 times the normal speed, and some others. However, if these abilities were compared to the ability to turn zombies into humans, they were in fact too insignificant. On other worlds where zombies did not exist, the pagoda of Bai Zemin might be useless. However, Earth was practically zombie land. The whole world was ruled by billions of zombies. To possess the power to turn them back into humans was simply insane, and precisely for that reason, Lilith did not dare to think on such a possibility. But in fact, she was wrong. No, the power of my pagoda is not to turn zombies into humans. Bai Zemin shook his head and stepped inside the pagoda together with Lilith, who was now at a loss after hearing his words. However, the existence that was currently lying on the ground with the eyes closed seemed to contradict Bai Zemin's words. Lilith felt a mixture of complicated emotions ranging from shock, confusion, and disbelief, to joy, relief, and pride. On the floor, a man approximately 32 years old was breathing heavily. His eyes were closed tightly as if he was having a nightmare, and his face was drenched with beads of sweat. In addition, his clothes were practically in tatters, and his body was releasing a foul odor similar to that of a person who had not showered in months and had been wallowing in the dirt during all that time. If your pagoda can't turn zombies into humans, then what does this mean? Lilith pointed straight ahead with a frown. This man was clearly the zombie from before, as his aura was almost the same, and the clothes he wore were identical. However, there were some noticeable differences, such as more natural skin color, nails that were not claws, normal veins hidden under the skin instead of bulging black veins, a face that was not distorted by madness, etc. Bai Zemin's body trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone brightly at the same time as he clenched his fists so tightly that his bones began to creak and thunder inside the building. Even he, who knew what was going to happen, was incredibly excited. Bai Zemin was so excited that he could probably jump around all day handing out kisses and hugs, just like a little kid at his birthday party. "You're wrong, Lilith," he said in a trembling voice. "I never said my pagoda couldn't turn zombies into humans. What I said was that the power of my pagoda is not to turn zombies into humans." Lilith looked at Bai Zemin, and a glint of annoyance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Curiosity was killing her as well as eagerness, but this little brat was actually tormenting her like this. "It seems that if I don't put this little boy in his place, somehow or else I'll soon be overtaken," Lilith thought with a snort in her heart. The place of the daredevil can only belong to me in this relationship. But just as she was about to burst out in anger and frustration, Bai Zemin took a few steps forward before turning to look her in the face. His face was radiant with a bright smile, and he opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world as he said loudly, "The name of my pagoda is Limitless Pagoda, and the power of the initial floor allows me to reverse the records that were modified to bring those existences that ceased to be what they were back to their roots without suffering negative losses regarding health." The voice of Bai Zemin echoed not only within the first floor of the pagoda, but also resounded loudly in the head of Lilith. She stood frozen as she looked at him as if in a daze, but the more she comprehended what she had just heard, the more her eyes grew in sync with her heartbeat. The power of the pagoda of Bai Zemin was simply insane, to say the least. He even possessed the ability to bring Lilith back to her original race. But the most terrifying thing of all was that, by doing so, he would basically be eliminating the records that made Lilith a demon, and thus also eliminating her belonging to the demon army, thus turning her into a lower existence without having to suffer the consequences of the soul record. Bai Zemin turned around to look at the still fainting human man and said excitedly, "Lilith, with this pagoda, I have the ability to turn those humans who were turned into zombies by the soul record back into humans. But that's not all. Each and every one of them will be powerful warriors of at least level 8. Lilith sucked in a breath of cold air as she realized that what Bai Zemin was saying was true. Since the power of his pagoda was to return the modified records of an existence back to normal without affecting health, then all those humans who were turned into zombies due to their soul and physique unable to withstand the mana in their organisms would now return to being human, but without that defect. Furthermore, since the zombies had been constantly growing, the moment Bai Zemin turned them into humans again, they would retain their levels. How can this be possible?" Lilith muttered with her eyes wide open. Lilith believed that she was already being bold enough to assume that the power of Bai Zemin's pagoda would be crazy enough to turn zombies into humans. The reason why this thought was crazy was because only higher existences with pagodas were capable of achieving this, but even then they needed the acceptance of the other party. However, what Lilith did not expect was that, in reality, Bai Zemin's pagoda power would be as crazy as this. What was even crazier was that he didn't even need the other party's approval, since Lilith had seen with her own eyes as he kicked the zombie into the pagoda. What a pity! Bai Zemin suddenly lowered his arms slowly and sighed. A glint of regret flashed in his night-black eyes as he said to himself, "If I had known this would happen, I would have captured Elder Sang instead of letting Bing Zhu turn him into ice." Unfortunately, there was no magic pill to go back in time. Of course, Bai Zemin was not blaming Shangyu and Bing Zhu at all, since even if she did not turn the blacksmith elder into a pile of ice particles, Bai Zemin himself would have beheaded him to release him from the torment. At the end of the day, the old man was destined to die no matter what. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly, but he soon smacked his cheeks hard and shook his head, shaking off the feeling of regret and sadness. This should be a time to celebrate and not to feel bad. I will live well for those who have not made it and will pay in life for the sins I have committed. Bai Zemin knew that his path was destined to be bumpy. That was why he was getting stronger, to at least soften the blow. Lilith still hadn't come out of her shock so naturally. She didn't understand at all and almost didn't even see the struggle Bai Zemin experienced in front of her for a few brief seconds. She still could not understand how such a crazy pagoda could exist. However, Lilith did understand one thing or two. Since such a pagoda existed, then it was only natural that it would fall into the hands of the one who was destined to shine brighter than anyone else. Moreover, she also understood that Bai Zemin's words were not overrated when he said that his pagoda would be the strongest in the future, leaving behind the demon lord, God, and all others. After storing the pagoda in his spatial storage ring, Bai Zemin put the fainting man on his right shoulder and carried him like a sack of potatoes. Then, since there was nothing more to do here, he and Lilith set off back to the base. On the way, Lilith asked him several questions regarding his pagoda, questions which Bai Zemin answered based on the information he had in hand, since even though the limitless pagoda was his pagoda, it was actually not fully developed yet. It could be said that the limitless pagoda was in its infant stage and needed food to grow strong and healthy. So, how is the energy consumption of the initial floor of your pagoda? To turn an unclassified zombie into a human of the same level, I need to consume 2 unclassified soul stones. For a first-order zombie, the number of first-order soul stones needed is 2 as well. However, for a second-order zombie, the number of second-order soul stones is 3. The same amount is needed for a third-order zombie. For a fourth-order one, I need 4 such soul stones. Crazy. Rascal, crazy is the power of that pagoda you have, even though it's only floor 1, but you dare to complain. Hey, high-order soul stones aren't easy to get, you know. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 573, Beautiful Women in Bikini, Sexy Black and Innocent White. Chapter 573, Beautiful Women in Bikini, Sexy Black and Innocent White. Although Bai Zemin could build an army of soul evolvers if he turned the zombies back into humans, the truth was that he still needed to study many things regarding the power of his limitless pagoda. For example, by turning back into humans, those who had lost the ability to think and reason for themselves would regain those abilities, and therefore, the chances of the reconverted ones following and obeying Bai Zemin's orders were not 100%. After all, the description of the power of his pagoda did not say anywhere that those affected by the power of the limitless pagoda would faithfully obey the pagoda's owner. Therefore, he needed to be careful as the number of unclassified soul stones he had, while high, was not unlimited. Furthermore, both Lilith and Bai Zemin were aware of a cruel reality, and that was that for the pagoda to turn zombies back into humans, it needed at least twice as many soul stones. Therefore, to turn one into a human, 2 zombies had to die, which was not unlike killing 2 potential humans. Being aware of this factor naturally added a bit of remorse to the conscience of Bai Zemin. However, he was not an all-powerful god. The extent of his power could only reach this far, and there wasn't much he could do about it other than trying to obtain as many soul stones as possible from other living beings. Even so, it would be impossible not to kill zombies just because they were potential human allies. Another important factor that Bai Zemin needed to study very carefully was the type of condition in which those reconverted would awaken. Would they retain the memories of everything they had done as zombies? If this was the case, then it was highly probable that 100% of them would go out of their minds, considering what the zombies used to do. Since the power of their limitless pagoda was vastly more extensive than what could be appreciated at first glance, there were many things that needed to be tested and studied first before he could begin to use the power of the pagoda more openly. Only by knowing the range that this treasure could reach would Bai Zemin be able to get the most out of it without making mistakes that he might regret tomorrow. Bai Zemin, remember not to let anyone take your pagoda from you, Lilith warned in a serious voice as she walked beside him, who was running back to the base where all his troops and subordinates were. Bai Zemin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, I also feel some kind of connection with the pagoda, so it is definitely somehow linked to my soul. However, it is true that the connection is too weak compared to my connection to the endless lotus blue flame. Even my connection with annihilation of the falling sky is stronger, even though it is not my true and legitimate soul armament. As for this, Lilith could only apologize with honesty. Sorry, but I don't know too much about pagodas. Everything I know I've practically told you, or am telling you now, therefore the rest we'll have to find out on the way. Bai Zemin smiled gently as he listened to Lilith say, we'll have to find out on the way, and not, you'll have to find out on the way. There was no need to explain or say out loud too much for him to understand what she meant by it. Back to the matter of stealing the pagoda. Lilith said in a serious voice once again, you really can't let it be stolen, because if that happens the other person can break the connection between you and the pagoda such that it will be impossible for you to discover its location. Even though I have no intention of letting anything get stolen from me, let alone such an important treasure, really what a pain in the ass. Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse under his breath as he complained incessantly, doesn't this mean that others can steal from me but I can't steal anything from them? Holy fuck. Lilith forced a smile and said in a bitter voice, well, considering that probably only you on all the earth will have a pagoda unless this world is not what it seems to be, it is as you say. But when you become much more powerful, you can steal the pagodas of the other factions of higher existences too if you want. Oh, that's good. Bai Zemin was so excited by the last half of Lilith's talk that he overlooked the oddity of her first words. He continued zigzagging through the forest trees as he said cheerfully, the power of my faction will skyrocket to the heavens if I manage to acquire another pagoda, while the rival faction will plummet. Ha ha ha, it feels a bit like it's a video game. Yeah, well, the difference being that if you lose there is no restart button, Lilith pointed out. Bai Zemin's words were true. That was precisely why Lilith did not refute his previous comment too much. If a faction stole the pagoda from the leader of another faction, the faction that stole the pagoda would immediately rise above the others, as it would then have two pagodas, instead of one, while all the others would have a single one. The power of pagodas could change the course of war if used well, so they could not be underestimated at all. A well-cultivated pagoda was more than enough to protect the principal castle of a faction for hours and even days without falling. /////. After returning to the base, the first thing Bai Zemin naturally did was to make it known that he was already completely healed, and there was no need to worry. While he kept a close eye on the man who had just become human again, Wu Yijin took it upon herself to report what had happened during the approximately 72 hours in which Bai Zemin had been in a deep sleep as his soul healed. Hearing that the number of soul evolvers continued to grow day by day, Bai Zemin was naturally happy. Another thing that made him happy was that it seemed that the investment of around 300,000 unclassified soul stones was not a waste, as his troops became a lot stronger, so much so that they now had a new array up their sleeves, which allowed them to cover an area of several thousand kilometers in length and breadth to wipe out the troubles. Of course, to accomplish such a thing, it was necessary for Kang Lan to be present along with several users with elemental wind-like skills. So we managed to end all the disturbances, only suffering 2 deaths and just over 30 slightly injured. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by this result. Honestly, it's a far smaller number than I expected. When Bai Zemin fell into a deep sleep after arriving from the bridge battle, he had told Shangyuan Bingzu that 5 days from that time on would be the limit, and after that time the base would move in its entirety to the south. At that time, Bai Zemin naturally expected that there would be disagreements and thus casualties, but little did he expect that everything would go so well. The idea of using Kang Lan's skill along with several weak wind-type skills with low mana consumption was brought up by Chen He. He said he came up with it after fighting a 2-headed mutated snake with gas and fire skills. Wu Yijin revealed with a bright smile. She definitely enjoyed being together with Bai Zemin, even though she didn't understand the reason why he was so focused on guarding the man in the bed. They were all confused and dazed to see Bai Zemin carrying a man whose physical condition was not the best, but since he didn't say much about it, no one asked anything either, as he must have his reasons. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye 24 hours passed, with about 1 more day to go before the big move to the south began to take place, as the high command of the base had announced. The streets were especially noisy lately, as the survivors were trying to do some last-minute cleaning. Trading became frenetic, as those who wanted to get rid of belongings that would be nothing more than burdens during the moving began to flood the main areas of the base. Although a few altercations occurred throughout the process, it was nothing too big to draw the attention of the upper echelons, nothing that the lesser troop leaders couldn't handle. Chen He was especially focused on training the military troops alongside Fu Qigang. In fact, the handsome archer did not even look for Shangyuan Bingzu during the past few days, and according to rumors the two had had a loud argument. However, those who had more information about it naturally knew that he and Shangyuan Bingzu had not quarreled at all. It was Chen He who seemed to be purposely keeping his distance for some reason, a reason which those belonging to the nucleus around Bai Zemin somehow imagined. Shangyuan Bingzu also did not comment on the matter, nor did she go to talk with him to ask his motives. She was too busy fulfilling her role as a level 1 noble of the Transcendent faction, and together with several groups composed of people with some level of administration ability, she took care of the entire main process: preparation of vehicles, refrigeration for perishable food, loading of weaponry, loading of especially warm clothing such as wool and heavy blankets, loading of bladed weapons and armors, loading of forging materials, loading of beast bodies, and a lot more. The amount of work in Shangyuan Bingzu's hands was too much for her to divert her gaze elsewhere for any other matter. Besides, since this was such an important task, she could not afford to make a single mistake. On the other hand, while everyone was terribly busy preparing to leave to the south, in the backyard of the villa where Bai Zemin was staying, a party was being orchestrated. Taking full advantage of the temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, 2 adult beauties, 4 small beauties, and a single animal fully enjoyed the pool of over 300 square meters. Lilith, in her human appearance of Lily, wore a swimsuit which the words sexy and seductive did not do justice to it at all. Her skin was as white and shiny as the most precious ivory in the world, and every inch of her body seemed to be covered in layers of diamonds, as when the sunlight touched her she shone as if she had her own sun. The deep black two-piece swimsuit was so skimpy that even though there were no men in the area, the women stared at her in a daze. The top was two large black roses with deep red edges, but despite being considerably oversized, it was still small to contain her two beautiful babies, while the bottom back could barely be considered a piece of fabric that constantly disappeared between her puffy big cheeks that begged to be nibbled on like marshmallows. She simply relaxed on a lounger with one leg fully extended and the other slightly flexed with her knee pointing skyward. A pleased smile embellished her face, which despite being normal actually looked incredibly beautiful, as she wore sunglasses to enjoy the pleasant weather. Wu Yijin looked at her enviously and bit her lower lip slightly. She was wearing a pure white two-piece bikini, which not only accentuated her curves that did not lose at all to Lilith's, but also added a natural layer of innocence that perfectly complemented her baby face. In addition, her long, lustrous night black hair created a wonderful contrast between the bikini and her skin, acting as the perfect highlighter. Although Wu Yijin looked stunningly beautiful, she felt that she lacked charm when compared to the woman sitting on the lounger next to her. While Wu Yijin's face was more beautiful than the human form, with Lilith's charm suppressed to the maximum of the maximum possible, if it came to attitude as a woman and maturity, Wu Yijin felt that she lacked a lot in comparison. Previously, everyone believed that the close relationship between Bai Zemin and Lily had broken down as they did not hang out together as often as in the past. However, Wu Yijin discovered the day before that this was not even close to the truth. Just when Wu Yijin was taking a little break from government and administration thanks to Shangyu and Bingzhu, and hoped to spend as much time as possible alone with Bai Zemin in order for the two of them to get to know each other better. This woman Lily appeared and did not move from the room as if she wanted to control what they were talking about. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 574, Lilith and Wu Yijin. Chapter 574, Lilith and Wu Yijin. The sounds of giggles and voices of 4 little angels having fun together echoed against each other to give birth to a beautiful symphony similar to the singing of a seraphim in the backyard of the villa, where Bai Zemin and those closest to him resided. Wen Yan, Wen Yun, Luo Ning, and Xiang Feng were all enjoying the pool in swimsuits of all sorts of models, while the Wen sisters were wearing 2 pretty pink bikinis that made it even more difficult to identify which one was which. Luo Ning was wearing a sky blue one-piece suit, and Xiang Feng had opted for an extremely pretty sunshine yellow trikini. Wen Yan, run, the shark is right behind you, Xiang Feng shouted in a frightened but also amused voice. Wen Yan, who was wearing 2 pigtails on both sides of her head in contrast to her twin sister, Wen Yun, who had opted for a single ponytail, looked back over her shoulder only to see Luo Ning swimming at full speed towards her while glaring at her with predatory eyes. Ah, the girl screamed, and amidst giggles filled with anxiety, but also fun, began to kick with all her might in an attempt to get away from the shark Luo Ning. However, even though Luo Ning was trying her best not to use her stats as a soul evolver, she did not have perfect control over her body, so no matter how much Wen Yan swam, the distance between her and the Luo Ning shark only closed further and further. The face of Wen Yan was filled with panic, and she no longer dared to look back. Beads of sweat mingled with the drops of water that splashed on her face constantly as she swung her arms fiercely trying to flee. Yun, Xiang Feng, help! The girl screamed for help as she felt one of the Luo Ning shark's hands gently brush one of her legs, which immediately caused the frightened Wen Yan's swimming speed to shoot up by a small margin. Xiang Feng did not even turn around to look at Wen Yan and swam in the opposite direction for her life, while occasionally looking back and laughing loudly, casually throwing out small waves of water that did not hit anyone as they died before reaching their target. However, Wen Yun did stop her getaway to respond to her twin's call for help. Evil shark, let my sister go. She grabbed the inflatable duck floating at the edge of the pool and without hesitation threw it at the evil shark Luo Ning. The yellow duck, over 5 feet long, successfully hit Luo Ning's head, but she did not ignore her shark-like job and continued her hunt, but not before giving Wen Yun a fierce look, as if warning her that she would be the next one. No, Wen Yan cried out through tears and laughter when she felt one of the shark's hands behind her catching one of her legs. However, just as her life was in danger, the last member that had been hiding in the deep end of the large pool made its appearance. Swoosh! A small pink dolphin swam swiftly like a small submarine, passed under the body of the shark Luo, and under the victim, Wen Yan, overtaking both beings in the blink of an eye before ascending slightly in a way that its dorsal fin emerged on the surface. Zio Zio! Wen Yan cried out in ecstasy when she saw the tiny pink fin appear before her eyes, and as if this was her last hope for survival, she extended both hands forward, clinging tightly to the small fin that was barely big enough for her two little hands. Feeling the girl's hands, Zio Zio let out a strange high-pitched sound, and her speed immediately increased a notch, putting some distance between them and the Luo shark that had narrowly missed her prey. But the Luo shark did not give up, and with new vigor began to chase after the little pink dolphin that was walking away with her food clinging to its back. Lilith couldn't help but chuckle as she heard the voices of the four girls, and her cold heart felt a little warm. "Children really are wonderful, don't you think?" she said out of nowhere. Eh? Wu Yijin jumped in surprise as she had been secretly looking at Lily while comparing herself to her, discovering to her remorse that she had actually lost confidence in her feminine appeal when it came to Lily. Lilith seemed not to notice that Wu Yijin had been watching her all this time and said with a refreshing smile, "Those four girls, despite being somewhat different, don't really quarrel with each other, and in such a short time they became good friends. Luo Ning, for example, she's a level 25 soul evolver, and despite her age, her position is important within the faction. On the other hand, Xiang Feng goes to school to study and helps her mother with cleaning chores when she feels bored. Meanwhile, the Wen twins have only just arrived and are distrustful of everyone as a result of the cruel past they had to live through. Even so, they both became very good friends with Luo Ning and Xiang Feng despite being more mature than both of them in some aspects. If the four girls were adults or even teenagers, do you think they could have become so close and formed such warm relationships with each other?" Lilith asked with a faint smile, still not looking at Wu Yijin and enjoying the sunshine. "That's—" Wu Yijin looked towards the pool, and as she watched the four girls having fun with little Zio Zio, she couldn't help but think that what Lily said made a certain amount of sense. However, she was also thinking something different. I think the four of them could have been friends independently," Wu Yijin said firmly as she continued to look at the four girls. "Oh," Lilith turned her face slightly to look at her and said with some curiosity, "Would you mind giving me your reason why you think so?" "Over the last 2.5 months, I learned many things. While I was not a naive child before, I never believed that mankind could become so cruel when the laws of society fell out of existence. Adults especially, they are the worst of all. Those with power abuse the weak. The one in a good position never looks to see how every step they take actually crushes the bones of all those who sacrifice to build that path." Wu Yijin paused and this time turned to look at Lily with serious eyes. She looked at her silently for a second or two before culminating. "But I believe that destiny always has something in store for us. I believe that the fact that we met has a purpose, and I believe that every relationship is connected by a spiritual thread beyond what we humans can control. So, no matter how hard we try, that thread will definitely not break if it is destined not to break. I believe that every relationship meant to be will one day find a way to be." Lilith blinked in surprise and stared at Wu Yijin silently for several seconds. How could she not realize that Wu Yijin was not talking about the four girls, but something else? Perhaps realizing that she was discovered, or to cover up not knowing that she had already been discovered, Wu Yijin blushed slightly and looked away as she said, "Then, the four little girls would definitely have gotten together and been good friends just like now." "Heh." Lilith chuckled sweetly and rested her head on the lounger again as she looked up at the sky. In a calm and peaceful voice she said, "Sis Yijin, do you mind if we become friends? Ah, I hope you don't mind me calling you sis. It's just that since I'm older than you, I unconsciously did it without realizing it." "What, do you want to be my friend?" Wu Yijin almost jumped out of her lounger and turned to look at Lily in shock. She was not bothered by Lily calling her sis, since although Wu Yijin's status was higher within the Transcendent faction when compared to Lily's status, this was officially the case, but no one really knew which of the two was more important in Bai Zemin's heart. Therefore, since Lily was indeed older than her, Wu Yijin did not see this as something bizarre. Instead, what Wu Yijin felt was surprise. After all, it could be said that this was the first time she and Lily had any kind of real interaction. In the past, the two women simply exchanged brief greetings whenever they crossed paths, but nothing too far from normal to express basic politeness. Therefore, Lily's sudden request for friendship came as unexpectedly as a downpour on a sunny day which had been announced as a day with 0% chance of rain. Lilith still did not look at her, and under her sunglasses closed her eyes as her face looked up at the sky. Her voice was as soft as the spring breeze as she said almost in a whisper, "Yep, I like you, Sis Yijin. So, if it doesn't bother you, and if it doesn't inconvenience you, I'd like to be your friend." While Wu Yijin was extremely naive, and even her speech about relationships seemed somewhat laughable from the point of view of Lilith, it was precisely that purity and innocence that Lilith cherished so much, since this kind of person would prefer death rather than stabbing the backs of those close to them. The previous words that Wu Yijin had said sounded quite ridiculous to the ears of someone like Lilith, and to her, it was as laughable as someone hoping for salvation from the famous God of the Bible. However, Lilith did not mock Wu Yijin's thoughts at all, as both women had led completely different lives until now. Lilith only wondered if Wu Yijin's thoughts and soul would continue being so pure once the world became worse than it already was, and when she witnessed acts she never imagined to see. This, Wu Yijin didn't quite know what kind of answer she should give. Imagine one day you're walking down the street and someone you don't know stops you to ask you for friendship. You would probably also find yourself so confused that you would look around to see if it was some kind of joke. This was precisely Wu Yijin's current feeling. However, Lilith took Wu Yijin's silence as a rejection, so she forced a smile and said calmly, "Don't worry if you don't want to. Forget what I said and let's continue as if nothing." Her voice contained a tinge of bitterness that Wu Yijin did not manage to understand. Even then, she quickly shook her head and said hurriedly, "And no. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that you took me unaware. That's all." Wu Yijin paused before continuing somewhat hesitantly, If you want to be my friend, then we can get to know each other and see how it goes. At the end of the day, friendships are formed when two people get to know each other better and not just by saying, "I really like you, Sis Yijin." Lilith smiled slightly and sighed. In the normal world, it was already hard to find a person who values the word friendship for being more than just a word, let alone in the apocalypse. "You really are a nice girl." Wu Yijin didn't know what to say about it, so she simply remained silent. But Lilith didn't expect a response from her, as she soon continued speaking. "I like you more than that insecure Princess Shangyuan Bingzu." "You, how dare you?" Wu Yijin immediately jumped out of her lounger like a cat whose tail was stepped on and looked at Lily with eyes full of anger. "Just a moment ago you request my friendship, but the first thing you do is talk bad about my best friend behind her back. You dare to say those words right to her face." Wu Yijin would definitely not tolerate badmouthing her best friend, who was even more precious than a blood sister to her. Lilith was impassive and didn't even open her eyes at Wu Yijin's outburst. Instead, she kept her eyes softly closed and said unhurriedly, "But I'm not telling lies, you know. Unlike you and me who are honest with our feelings, she not only lies to others but also lies to herself because of her insecurity." Wu Yijin's expression froze and her pupils trembled slightly as she looked at the woman in front of her in shock. Lilith slowly opened her eyes and took off her sunglasses, looking Wu Yijin straight in the eyes with a weird sparkle in her gaze, and smiled slightly as she said in a low voice, "Don't you think I'm right, Sis Yijin? Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up." 3. Chapter 575, Liao Su and Immune Blood. Chapter 575, Liao Su and Immune Blood. Bai Zemin approached the window of his room that overlooked the backyard of the villa, and opened the curtain very slightly to look outside with only one eye. His gaze naturally lingered more on the body of the two gorgeous women who had bodies capable of putting to shame the most acclaimed supermodels in the whole world. Especially Lilith's. The body of the little succubus was so beautiful and tempting that even angels would fall, and saints would degrade for the sake of giving her an extra look. If the body of Lilith was this beautiful and seductive in her fake human form, and with her charm suppressed to the maximum possible, then Bai Zemin couldn't even imagine how beautiful she would be in her real form without holding back her beauty at all. This was the first time he had seen Lilith showing so much skin. The only time it was barely even close to this level was when she seduced him wearing that sexy purple baby doll which Bai Zemin could still remember clearly even with his eyes open. And yet, back then Lilith showed practically not even half as much skin as she did this time. In fact, Bai Zemin felt incredibly possessive when he looked at Lilith. He sensed something was wrong when the mere thought of imagining another man looking at her skin caused his blood to boil like a volcano threatening to erupt. Even though Lilith was not his girlfriend, even though he and she were just testing the waters to see where they would reach in the future. Bai Zemin really didn't feel able to control himself if a man were to see her right now wearing that sexy bikini. This scared Bai Zemin very much, as that feeling was practically uncontrollable, like a torrent of fire that would simply burst out into the heavens if anyone dared to touch the switch. He feared for what would happen when the effect of the skill Stone Heart vanished, as this skill kept the mind of Bai Zemin considerably cool on most occasions. Didn't that mean that he would turn into a wild beast, unable to control his emotions, if Stone Heart disappeared? Bai Zemin shook his head and turned his attention to the four little girls playing with the little pink dolphin in a half-successful, half-failed attempt to direct his thoughts elsewhere as well. A few minutes later, he sighed softly and closed the curtain once again. Bai Zemin turned his focus to the bed, and without a word leaned his back against the opposite wall. "Soon," he murmured softly, his eyes flashing with irrepressible excitement. Bai Zemin could feel how the breathing of the first subject that had been reconverted into a human by his limitless pagoda had completely stabilized, and even the frown on the face of the man had disappeared without a trace. Almost 24 hours had passed, and Bai Zemin believed that the man would wake up when the full day cycle was successfully completed. As for the reason behind his train of thought, it was because, when he consumed the lightning fruit back then, he also experienced symptoms extremely similar to what the reconvert had experienced during the past 20-plus hours. Bai Zemin was not mistaken when an hour later, and while he was resting his back against the wall, a small, almost inaudible but extremely clear growl in the middle of the silent room caused him to open his eyes abruptly. Bai Zemin took advantage of the wall behind him to propel himself slightly forward and quickly approached the bed with his eyes fixed on the man's face. The man opened his eyes very slowly, but before he could fully open them, the light from outside slammed him straight in the face, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes again. This confused Bai Zemin, as the curtains mitigated quite a bit of the outside light. However, after some thought, he managed to draw a conclusion that may or may not be wrong. With the man having been a zombie for a period of time within the 2.5 months from the moment the apocalypse began, his eyes were open at all times, and his consciousness dulled. Therefore, maybe a little more time was needed for his pupils to adjust to the light. "How do you feel?" Bai Zemin tried with a question first. "I feel as if a truck ran over me once and then backed up to run over me again just in case," the man replied in a hoarse, raspy voice. Bai Zemin walked over to the bedside table and filled a glass with water before extending it toward the man on the bed. "Here, drink this." The man struggled to open his eyes, and Bai Zemin noticed how his pupils slowly returned to normal, which, despite being painful, allowed him to see the world for the first time in a long time. The man took the glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Then, like a thirsty beast, he didn't even wait for Bai Zemin to say anything before pouring himself another glass and drinking it all once more, this time more carefully than the first. Bai Zemin watched carefully every movement of the man, trying to see if there was any problem. So far, except for the excessive thirst, everything seemed normal. After drinking more than half of the contents of the glass pitcher that was previously filled with water, the reconverted man finally set the glass down on the nightstand next to the bed and looked at Bai Zemin. "I'm sorry for my disrespect, but I really felt that I would die if I didn't drink water soon," he apologized. This time his voice was lighter than before, despite not being the most beautiful melody to listen to. "Don't worry about it." Bai Zemin extended his arm and moved a chair to sit beside the bed. He smiled slightly and introduced himself. "My name is Bai Zemin. I am the leader of this human camp. May I know what your name is?" "Human camp?" the man muttered, as if in a daze before a wave of memories hit him. He clutched his head and squeezed his skull tightly while grunting as if a great pain overwhelmed him. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes but did nothing more than watch. While he didn't believe that his pagoda had failed, he was prepared to crush the man's skull with a single punch if he noticed or perceived that something was wrong. His safety had total priority at all times, more so at times like this, where he could only experiment one step at a time. Now I remember everything vividly." The reconverted man's words caused a slight frown to inadvertently appear on Bai Zemin's face, fearing the worst. However, his worries were uncalled for, and that was proven in the next instant. A strange window appeared in my eyes, showing strange numbers and letters. After that, I simply found myself running for my life. The man began to talk about his life after the soul record arrived on Earth and the apocalypse broke out. He had managed to survive by sheer luck, as he did not have the courage to fight against the terrifying zombies, let alone the monstrous beasts that had become tremendously faster and stronger compared to the past. However, luck could only help a person up to a certain point, and once the strike of luck ran out, we could only rely on ourselves if we had no one to rely on. Unfortunately, the man in front of Bai Zemin only had himself after losing his wife and daughter, who were both turned into zombies the first moment the world changed. In an oversight, the man was scratched by a zombie when he was forced to look for food by the leader of the small group of survivors he was part of at the time. From here on, everything is white for me. The man looked to the opposite wall with a blank stare as he muttered, "What happened? Wasn't I supposed to turn into a zombie just like everyone else?" Bai Zemin let out a sigh of relief in his heart as one of the giant stones weighing on his chest finally lifted. As long as the memories of the life that the reconverts had led when they were still zombies had been erased or sealed away, then everything would be much easier for Bai Zemin. Otherwise, even if his limitless pagoda possessed the capacity to reconvert zombies into humans, most of them would probably lose their minds after learning that they ate other humans among whom their relatives could be found. In fact, until a day ago you were a zombie. Bai Zemin decided to be honest since lying would be pointless. After all, if he started reconverting zombies into humans, the news would sooner or later get out, and if he lied now everything could fall apart as a consequence. The man looked at Bai Zemin without much surprise and said in a weak voice, "It was you. I mean the person who saved my life and gave me back my humanity." "It was me," Bai Zemin naturally nodded. "I see." The man looked at his hands and murmured, "Thank you." "Don't worry about it," Bai Zemin said casually. He decided that it was enough of answering questions since it was now his turn. "Can you tell me your name?" "Liao Su." "Do you know how to call your status window?" "I do." "Would you mind sharing your stats with me? Oh, in case there is any abnormal status condition that wasn't there when you stopped being human, I'd also like you to tell me." "Human race level 12. Strength 17, agility 6, health 10, stamina 30, mana 2, magic 5. No abnormal effects in sight." "Do you have any status points available?" "No, I don't have any. They all seem to have been used even though I don't remember using any. In fact, I don't even remember ever leveling up in my life. I must have killed a lot of humans, didn't I?" "That's not necessarily the case. Zombies also have to fight wild beasts and other creatures which you will learn about later, so you don't have to think too much about it. But even if some humans lost their lives with your body being the weapon, I don't think it's wise to consider that it was you when you weren't even sentient and basically no different than a mindless robot." Bai Zemin asked several questions, and Liao Su answered in all honesty to show his gratitude. Thanks to this, Bai Zemin managed to learn many points. First, the stats of the reconverted were quite normal as a whole except for the stamina stat, which was clearly above average for someone at Liao Su's level. Bai Zemin judged that this was related to the infinite stamina of the zombies, as was the relationship between Liao Su's low agility for someone of his level with the slowness of the zombies. Second, the Soul Record was probably in charge of distributing the zombies' status points, since they were incapable due to the loss of consciousness and intelligence. This was probably the reason why the zombies, in contrast to the beasts, did not receive any boost when passing from an order to the other, since they did receive their 2 status points for each level up. Third and last, it seems that the reconverted were much calmer, and their minds clearer than that of a normal human. Otherwise, Bai Zemin doubted that anyone could stay so calm without requiring at least a few days of rest to adapt to the truth that Liao Su was forced to face all at once. Bai Zemin lowered his head as he processed all the information he had just obtained. Even if Liao Su finally decided to leave the base and not join his faction, the information he had just acquired was definitely worth more than 2 unclassified soul stones, as even Lilith did not know too much in these matters since she did not own a pagoda. Just at that moment, Liao Su's voice interrupted Bai Zemin's train of thoughts. "By the way, I also have a passive skill." Bai Zemin raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Liao Su looked at him without blinking and said honestly, "This is the first time I look into my status window carefully. After all, in the past I was nothing but a level 0 human, so I had no reason to open my status window to check something that would never change. That's why I didn't notice the skill when you asked me about it earlier." However, Bai Zemin's surprise didn't come from the fact that Liao Su hadn't noticed that skill, but from the skill itself. Unclassified zombies were mostly beings no different from beasts in the mental aspect, and the only exception was some oddities that Bai Zemin had fortunately never met. Therefore, it was common sense to assume that they should not be able to pick up a skill scroll from the ground and learn it. In fact, Bai Zemin had spent hours watching groups of zombies fighting and killing mutant beasts to see if anything fell from the battle, but no matter how many groups he tracked from afar nor how many battles he witnessed, no zombie or unintelligent beast managed to obtain any spoils of war. Could it be that the soul record engraved this skill in Liao Su's soul? Or maybe it was related to his limitless pagoda. Bai Zemin had a strong premonition about this skill, and his premonition strangely came true on most occasions. Therefore, he quickly pursued the matter. Tell me about this skill of yours. This, Liao Su blushed faintly and said softly, the name of my skill is Immune Blood, but I don't know how to see what it does. Immune Blood. Bai Zemin's heart began to thump against his chest like crazy when he heard the name of the skill. Bai Zemin stared at him in a daze for a moment before understanding the situation. He quickly explained, just focus on the skill and you will naturally see. Okay, Liao Su nodded and quickly did as Bai Zemin instructed. A few seconds later, the records of the passive skill Immune Blood flashed in his retina. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 576, Sadness Coming from the Depths of the Soul. Chapter 576, Sadness Coming from the Depths of the Soul. Liao Su took a moment to carefully read the minor records that were part of an even larger record which acquired the name Immune Blood, thus translating into a passive skill. Bai Zemin's heart was not at ease while he waited to hear the description of the skill, as he somehow had a good feeling about it. However, this was the first time Liao Su had surfed so deep into his soul, which was why it was natural for him to require a little more time. Therefore, despite his anxiety, Bai Zemin waited patiently like an adult instead of rushing things like a teenager. "All right, I've got it now," Liao Su said after about a minute of silence. He looked at Bai Zemin and asked calmly, "Would you like me to tell you what this skill does?" "Please," Bai Zemin nodded earnestly. "The name of the skill is Immune Blood, and it is a first-order level 5 passive skill. According to the description of the skill Immune Blood, my organism generates stem cells 200% more than any human, evolved or not, and these stem cells support my immune system in such a way that my entire system became immune to uncontrolled mana infection. Any zombie below level 15 will no longer be able to affect me regardless of whether it's from a scratch or a bite, and only those above level 15 represent a real danger." Liao Su's voice was flat and without much emotion, even though he clearly understood what this meant. If it was in the past, he might have perhaps gotten so excited that he would be jumping on one foot. But now, Liao Su no longer felt that way. In fact, he was neither sad nor happy about being human again. Bai Zemin could not help but overlook the demeanor of the man, who had just been recently reconverted into a human by the power of his limitless pagoda. His heart skipped fiercely, and the speed at which it pounded against his chest increased tremendously, along with the blood flow that made his face turn red with excitement. Bang! Bai Zemin stood up abruptly, causing the chair he was sitting on to fall down on its back due to the blow, but he couldn't care less at this moment. He clenched his fists so tightly that small explosions began to thunder inside the room as proof of how terrifying his strength was at this stage of evolution. He had to clench his teeth so hard that his gums almost started to bleed due to the strength he was putting on his jaw, but he had no choice but to do this to avoid opening his mouth and roaring towards the sky. To say that Bai Zemin was excited was an understatement. He was happy, so happy that for an instant he forgot all the bad things that were happening in the world as he stood there doing nothing. With the skill Immune Blood of Liao Su being a skill that modified the blood of the organism, Bai Zemin could now see a much brighter future for mankind that had been plunged into chaos and darkness ever since the apocalypse broke out. Vaccine. This was the first word that came to Bai Zemin's mind when he heard that Liao Su's organism possessed blood capable of fighting the impure mana that had become the bane of humans when facing zombies. With a vaccine, zombies would no longer be the most terrifying race on Earth in the eyes of mankind, and would become just another opponent to face and defeat. The whole body of Bai Zemin trembled uncontrollably as a surge of pride filled his heart. This was all being made possible by his own ability. If it wasn't for him being this capable, the soul record would never have given him the limitless pagoda, and without the limitless pagoda, Liao Su would not have been reconverted from a zombie to a human, which would completely leave out the possibility of creating a vaccine. Moreover, when the word vaccine hit Bai Zemin's brain, he finally remembered that flash of inspiration he had had during the four-race war at the top of the bridge but had missed it. And if Bai Zemin's thoughts were correct, and he managed to carry out his ideas, then the odds of success in formulating an antibody would shoot through the roof in a heartbeat. Liao Su was a little surprised to see that the young man in front of him had enough strength to cause small outbursts just by the mere clenching of his fists. For the first time, he realized that a human being could become so powerful. You are very strong, aren't you?" Liao Su's question caught Bai Zemin off guard, but undoubtedly served to bring him out of his inner world. He took a deep breath before picking up the chair he had knocked over earlier and sat down. "I'm sorry for my behavior just now, but your passive skill is too important to mankind," Bai Zemin said in a deep voice. "As for your question, I am strong." He nodded with honesty and not arrogance. Sometimes honesty could be seen as arrogance. However, in Bai Zemin's eyes, honesty was honesty and arrogance was arrogance. It depended on the listener how they interpreted the reality before them. In this case, he was simply being sincere instead of pretending false humility. Liao Su looked at Bai Zemin dumbfounded before smiling bitterly as he realized something. "I hadn't noticed it before, but now that you mention it, indeed, my skill seems to be a treasure." The reconverted man's voice was tinged with a hint of sadness that seemed to come from deep within his heart and from the deepest part of his soul. It was a pain so deep, that all the pains Bai Zemin had experienced so far seemed to pale in comparison. Bai Zemin did not understand why this was this way. In contrast to Liao Su, he had been fighting to the point of exhaustion and insanity for all this time. The number of times he had been badly wounded and was on the verge of death was not small, but all his pains were incomparable to the pain that a man whose consciousness had been shut down for most of this time. What kind of sense was this? "Is something wrong?" Bai Zemin asked with a slight frown after a moment of silence. Liao Su was currently an invaluable asset in his eyes. He didn't know if all future reconverts would awaken with the skill immune blood once they went through the process of returning their records to their original state. Therefore, Liao Su's mental health was of utmost importance right now, at least until Bai Zemin could check whether the immune blood skill was a natural ability of all reconverts or not. Liao Su sighed and looked at the blue sky that looked dimmer through the curtain. His voice was light but at the same time heavy, sad but at the same time indifferent as he slowly said, "I know I'm nobody and probably don't have the qualifications to say your name, but let me call you Bai Zemin for now. You know, Bai Zemin, before I turned into a zombie, I tried to take my own life several times. The world had become a living hell, my family had left my side forever. I occasionally suffered from the abuse of the leaders of the small group I joined. My life was so miserable that every night before I went to sleep I wondered why I was still breathing. A coward like me, at the end of the day, was doing nothing more than consuming resources that would surely help a more worthy human survive. However, it turned out that I was more of a coward than I thought I was. Even after losing my loved ones, I still couldn't find the courage to end my nightmare. But you know what? Now that I have the strength to fight, my mind feels very calm. I'm no longer afraid of anything or anyone, not even my own death." Bai Zemin listened and watched Liao Su's expression in silence. It wasn't even necessary for the man to finish speaking. Bai Zemin understood what he was going to say, and for that reason, he couldn't help but sigh as he rested his back on the back of the chair and closed his eyes. Liao Su continued without missing a beat, "Can I ask you something personal?" "Go ahead." "Do you have a family, alive, I mean?" Bai Zemin did not answer right away and instead gently opened his eyes to look at the white ceiling above his head. After a few seconds, he responded, "To be honest, I don't know if my family is alive or not. Just a few days ago, I finished slaughtering 20 million zombies and thousands of beasts to open the road to the Yanking district. My faction will set off first light tomorrow morning. Until I get home, I can only pray for their safety." "I see," Liao Su nodded and said in an honest voice, "I hope they are alive. Because I don't wish you or anyone else the feeling of emptiness that comes when you lose everything." Liao Su smiled bitterly as two crystalline tears slid soundlessly down his face. "My wife and I met in high school. She was a wonderful woman, funny, beautiful, kind. Too good for someone like me who had nothing. She even gave me a beautiful princess who brightened my life and brought even more warmth to my heart. For me, my wife and my little 7-year-old daughter represented the energy that drove me to walk in the air that gave me life. But now that they are gone, I have nothing to drive me, and every time I try to breathe, I feel like I'm suffocating as if I'm short of air." Liao Su sighed again and used his hands to clean the tears from his face. But to no avail, as like a dam that had broken, more and more continued to fall from his eyes without making a sound. Therefore, he simply let them fall and continued speaking in a level voice, as if the tears streaming down his face were nothing more than an optical illusion. "Before I didn't have the courage to end my life, but now I do. In fact, to be honest with you, the only reason I didn't kill myself as soon as I woke up was solely to say thank you to my benefactor, as I'm sure becoming human again didn't come cheap." Bai Zemin gently opened his eyes and looked at Liao Su with a complicated look. If Liao Su had told him that he was thinking of ending his life before listening to the deepest feelings in his heart, and if not for the fact that Bai Zemin could feel his sadness to the point where his own soul ached, then Bai Zemin would definitely not hesitate to knock him unconscious and do whatever it took to keep him alive until his blood was studied. After all, this was a matter that concerned all of mankind. However, now that things were as they were, Bai Zemin felt it would be too selfish of him to keep a man who had lost everything alive. Yes, Bai Zemin was a leader who aspired to rule the human race, but at the end of the day, he was also a man just like Liao Su, and by putting himself in his place, Bai Zemin felt that he did not have the qualifications nor the right to stop the life of this man who was nothing more than an empty shell at this point. Bai Zemin was cruel and ruthless many times. He would not even hesitate to wipe out millions just for the sake of accomplishing his goals. However, at least to this day, Bai Zemin believed that there were not those who were 100% innocent among the blood that stained his hands. He did not believe himself to be a righteous existence, but at the very least, Bai Zemin was proud to be able to understand a little of the feelings and reasons of others. Putting himself in the place of the man in front of him, Bai Zemin was not sure he would be capable of continuing his life despite all the things that still needed his own care. Losing his wife and his little daughter at the same time, Bai Zemin did not even want to imagine himself in that situation, as a single second was enough to cause abysmal pain. Liao Su looked at Bai Zemin with pain-filled eyes and smiled bitterly as he said between saddened laughter and suppressed crying, "But now that I hear you, I feel that ending my life just like that would be wrong as well. After all, if my blood can help create a vaccine to fight zombies, maybe many families that were destroyed like mine will have hope of finding each other again." It was a very, very complicated situation. A situation that on one hand involved the future of a race and the suffering of the soul of a man who had been cruelly punished even though he was not guilty of anything. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 577. When you lose everything, there is no happy ending. Chapter 577. When you lose everything, there is no happy ending. Both Bai Zemin and Liao Su stayed in silence for a long, long time. So long that neither man realized when, but the clear laughter and beautiful voices coming from the backyard of the villa that could previously be heard from the upper floor stopped singing. However, the two men were fighting against themselves, and both knew it even though neither of them said anything. Liao Su was fighting against his desire of bestowing himself eternal rest, and embarking on what he believed and hoped would be the path to be reunited with his family. Liao Su dreamed even with his eyes open, wishing that at the moment of his departure, his beloved little princess and his queen would be waiting for him on the other side of the road in order for the three of them to travel together hand in hand. On the other hand, Bai Zemin was fighting against logic and trying to allow his emotions to overcome his reason. Brain and reason were screaming at Bai Zemin that he could not allow Liao Su to die until he confirmed that all the reconverts possessed the skill immune blood from which the greatest hope of mankind could be born. Meanwhile, he was trying to suppress those shouts for comprehension to take over. Liao Su knew that his life was necessary and that a human leader like Bai Zemin, who had saved him despite owing him nothing, needed him. Bai Zemin understood a part of the pain Liao Su was going through as he tried to put himself in his place. One was a man about to enter what before the apocalypse would be considered middle age, while the other was just a young man not even old enough to graduate from college. However, they both possessed the same level of maturity, enough maturity that helped there to be a certain level of tactical understanding between the two despite not saying a single word for over 2 hours. Gradually, the hot afternoon temperature began to drop, and slowly that hot breeze began to turn into a cold wind. At the same time, the The sun that burned brightly over the clear sky began to waver, and its height began to descend, as the stars slowly began to make their presence felt high in the sky dome. The sound of soft knocking on the other side of the door was like the alarm clock that brought the two men out of the dream world, followed immediately after by a clear voice tinged with a shade of respect. "My lord, Miss Wu Yijin is looking for you. She said it's about tomorrow's mobilization." The person on the other side of the door was Qin Ming, Bai Zemin's housekeeper. Her status, despite being a mere housekeeper, was so high that even the soul evolvers greeted her with smiles on their faces and did not dare to disrespect her casually. After all, she was not just any housekeeper. She was the housekeeper of the highest leader of the entire transcendent faction. Qin Ming was not only loyal to the death to Bai Zemin, but was so grateful to him that she even vowed to dedicate the rest of her life for his sake. No matter what he wanted, she would give it to him or arrange it for him. Qin Ming, who had lived a life in hell when she fell into Lei Su's hands at the beginning of the apocalypse, now lived her life on the ninth cloud thanks to the respect and human dignity that Bai Zemin gave her. Since even the most noble and honorable person in the entire faction respected her, what qualifications did the others have to disrespect her? Qin Ming stood silently next to the door, and even though she did not receive any response from Bai Zemin, she waited patiently without knocking again to avoid being intrusive. Bai Zemin turned to look at Liao Su, and after several seconds of hesitation during which his eyes looked erratic, he finally sighed and swung his right hand. Swoosh! Liao Su's eyes widened slightly in surprise when he saw a 9 pistol and a golden bullet appear in Bai Zemin's hand, as if by magic. Bai Zemin said nothing and stretched his body, putting the firearm and the bullet together on the small bedside table. Then, he looked at Liao Su and nodded before turning around to leave silently. Liao Su followed the back of Bai Zemin until he saw when he opened the door, and a beautiful mature woman bowed in respect before it was again closed by him. Immediately after, the sound of footsteps moving farther and farther away could be heard by his evolution-sharpened senses until finally everything that remained was silence. Now alone, the man who had lost everything including the will to continue living, leaned slightly to his right and without a word took the 9 pistol and the bullet. It did not take a genius to put a bullet in the magazine of a simple pistol, and yet Liao Su simply stared at the bullet without moving an inch for a long time. In the end, Liao Su smiled bitterly and shook his head as he whispered, looking into the distant sunset, "Luyang Shui, excuse me, but I think it's wrong to leave just like that after all, and I'm sure you would feel the same way. But don't worry, when my work here is done, I will personally come to meet you. Then, nothing and no one will ever separate us again. I promise." After saying those words, the man laid the gun and the bullet on the bed before lying on his back. He covered his eyes with the back of his right forearm before tears began to fall down his face, falling with small sounds onto the white sheets on which dark spots slowly began to appear and merge to form a larger one. Who said big men didn't cry? Of course, big men cried too. It was just that when they needed to cry, they did it from the bottom of their soul, and only because the pain they felt was heartbreaking enough to overwhelm everything else. /////. Bai Zemin did not know what kind of choice Liao Su would choose, however. He had made his own. It was not his place to take the life of an innocent man, and neither would he allow someone within his scale of power to do it. But it was also not his place to prevent a person who had suffered so much as a direct consequence of all that was happening from taking his own life. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin was just a powerful human, but he was far from being God. No, even God did not have the qualifications to stop Liao Su from taking his own life, and if there was any existence that thought that way, it would be immediately labeled by Bai Zemin as an arrogant bastard who had lived too long confined in a cave. Now, everything would be left in the hands of the first reconverted human. Bai Zemin only hoped that Liao Su would find his own answer, one that he would not regret even after death, in order that whatever afterlife there was, if there was one, would be his resting place and not one of remorse. "Miss Wu Yijin and Miss Lily are in the living room," Qin Ming reported with a faint smile. At first, she felt somewhat apprehensive of Bai Zemin, as the difference in status between the two was colossal, and a single mistake on her part could cost her more than dearly. The heartlessness of the world, Qin Ming had experienced it firsthand. However, after getting to know more about the kind of person Bai Zemin was, Qin Ming stopped being so stiff and simply acted with the respect that was necessary, as when an employee was talking to their boss. "Thank you for everything as always, Qin Ming," Bai Zemin nodded. "You're welcome." she replied before excusing herself to prepare some snacks. Bai Zemin watched her go and couldn't help but shook his head. He had told her many times that her duty as housekeeper was mainly to make sure the other maids did their part of the job well, but Qin Ming always got down to business when it came to preparing his food or anything that involved him. When Bai Zemin arrived at the first floor, he didn't dawdle and immediately made his way to the living room, where upon arrival he was met with the sight of two beautiful women chatting quietly. To Bai Zemin's relief and disappointment, both Lilith and Wu Yijin had already changed out of their swimwear and were currently wearing warmer clothes, obviously prepared for the arrival of the cold night. "The girls?" Bai Zemin asked curiously as he looked around in search of the four little angels but was unable to find them anywhere. "Xiang Feng was taken by her mother for a last-minute walk since we will be leaving tomorrow. Luo Ning went to train her sword skill as she wanted to see if she could improve her own melee experience to diversify her attacks more with her shadow cats. Finally, Wen Yun and Wen Yan decided to follow Luo Ning for a walk around the military training ground." Lilith in her human form answered Bai Zemin's question with a faint smile. Then Wu Yijin blinked and while looking at Bai Zemin's face said in confusion, "By the way, did something happen?" "Excuse me," Bai Zemin looked at her blankly. "Oh, it's just that I notice you happy but at the same time sad." Wu Yijin blushed slightly and pointed out in a low voice, "I noticed it before, but when your emotions are messed up you tend to rub your thumb with your index finger." Bai Zemin lowered his head stiffly, and his expression froze as he saw that indeed, just as Wu Yijin had just said, he was currently rubbing his right thumb with the index finger of the same hand. The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched slightly for an instant, and as she looked at Wu Yijin she couldn't help but stare at her in a new light. She, who was basically the existence that had been together with Bai Zemin for the longest amount of time since the apocalypse began, had not noticed this small detail about him. But Wu Yijin had, even though the time she and Bai Zemin had spent together was probably not even 1/4 of the time he had been with Lilith. Regardless of whether this had been a result of Wu Yijin's natural observational abilities being especially high or whether it was a result of her feelings for him, it was amazing that something so insignificant and small had not slipped her attention, and that she had even managed to interpret the moment, as well as the reason why Bai Zemin was subconsciously making that move. "Sis Yijin, this big sister really admits defeat this time. I take my hat off to you." Lilith smiled bitterly and sighed softly. "Haha." Wu Yijin chuckled somewhat awkwardly, and still blushing secretly looked at Bai Zemin hoping not to look weird in his eyes. "Indeed, something is going on." Bai Zemin sighed but shook his head as he said, "It remains to be seen the outcome of everything. Let's hope, we can only hope." He did not say, "Let's hope for the best," as even Bai Zemin himself was not sure what was the best. Regardless of whether Liao Su chose life or death, probably neither choice would make him happy, but from the standpoint of mankind, it would naturally be best if he decided on life. Although he was curious about the close appearance between the two women, he temporarily decided to put the matter aside. "Instead, tell me about the preparations." He looked at Wu Yijin and changed the subject to one that had the ability to interfere with, "Is everything finished? We will leave tomorrow morning, there can be no slip-ups." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 578 Couple. Chapter 578 Couple. While Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin were talking about important matters regarding the big mobilization of the base that would be taking place tomorrow, two maidens led by Qin Ming herself arrived in the living room and soundlessly arranged different dishes with sweet cakes, savory desserts, cookies, miniature pancakes, etc. After pouring 3 cups of tea. The women simply stepped aside and stood silently like statues waiting for any kind of order to be carried out as quickly as possible. Instead of always getting new maids, Bai Zemin kept those women who worked for him from the beginning, and when his villa changed, he simply resettled them with him. However, it was not as if Bai Zemin wanted to have countless villas throughout China. In the early stages of forming a faction, it was best to keep each part of his power together rather than split into different camps. These maids not only enjoyed a great life, which many women were envious of, but they also enjoyed another privilege which in this world was incredibly valuable and crucial for survival: information. Such as now, for example. These women were able to listen to the highest existence, and one of the most important people for the proper functioning and growth of the faction, chat about topics that usually no one would have the qualifications to listen to. Of course, the reason why these women were able to stay was because each and every one of them had been tested by the skill of the treasure called Inner Heart Mirror that Bai Zemin had obtained earlier. Each and every one of the people closest to Bai Zemin, who were one order below him, had been tested by the power of the mirror among which his maidens naturally were. Knowing that none of them had evil thoughts towards him, Bai Zemin allowed them to stay. According to Wu Yijun, there were some minor problems during the whole preparation process, as apparently more than 20 large vehicles that were crucial for transporting food and mutant beast corpses had damaged their engines. Although this was something that Bai Zemin and everyone else expected to happen sooner or later due to the modifications and the massive weight the engines were now carrying, it happened sooner than they estimated. It was clear that it was necessary to start using other means of transportation, as the vehicles would probably no longer be serviceable within 1–2 years at most. Fortunately, Shang Yuan Bingzhu was fast and wise. Since it was impossible to set out to scour the district now in search of large cargo vehicles due to lack of time, she decided to sacrifice some military trucks that were meant to carry survivors to move cargo. And what will happen to the survivors who need the trucks? Bai Zemin asked curiously as he sipped a sip of tea and looked at Wu Yijun waiting for her response. Wu Yijun replied easily, "Don't worry about that. Bingzhu and Lu Xiaoyao mobilized several teams and got a large number of vans and cars. Although fuel consumption will increase by about 20–30%, it is the only way we can manage to move this fast." Bai Zemin gently tapped his index finger on the small glass table in front of him, as he thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. In fact, the movement was being rushed, so it was only natural that some things would go wrong, and if something went wrong, it was most likely that something would be lost on the way to the solution. Fuel was a precious treasure, but there was no other option unless Bai Zemin was willing to delay everything, something he definitely would not do as he wanted to move south as soon as possible. "It's fine. It's no big deal," he said calmly. "We can move those vehicles to the center part of the formation, so even if they aren't properly modified to survive in the apocalypse, it should be fine." Bai Zemin and Wu Yijun discussed some more matters, where she updated him on what happened during the time he was out of combat. It was truly a fortune for him to have talents he could rely on, such as Shang Yuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijun. It was these two women who practically kept everything in order and in proper motion, as well as his reliable troops that prevented major problems from arising due to his absence. After all, Bai Zemin had disappeared from the line of sight of everyone for about a week, counting the time that the war over the bridge lasted. "By the way, Wu Yijun, there is something important I would like to talk with you about," Bai Zemin said out of the blue shortly after everything became clear to him. "Yes," Wu Yijun looked at him somewhat nervously. Bai Zemin's expression was serious, and after hesitating for a moment he said slowly while looking into her eyes, "As you well know, tomorrow we will be arriving in Champing District, and it won't take us any time at all to establish a firm base considering our current strength. You know what that means, don't you?" Wu Yijun was a very intelligent woman, and her mind was quick. How could she not know what Bai Zemin was implying with his words? She hesitated for a moment before her expression became a bit complicated as she said quietly, I naturally understand. If my father is still alive, with his power in Champing District, it is highly probable that he has already established a large camp somewhere in the district." The father of Wu Yijun was the supreme mayor of the entire Champing District. His status was countless times higher than that of the previous mayor of the Baekwon subdistrict, in which Bai Zemin's camp was currently located. With his political power, the number of armed forces her father would have on hand should be more than enough to raise a large base. And if he joined hands with the army, the firepower of that base should be at least 5 or 6 times greater than the pitiful firepower that the faction of Bai Zemin possessed. Bai Zemin put down his teacup on the table and stared at Wu Yijun. He sighed and said in a kind voice, "I promise I will be as kind as possible. I will do everything, absolutely everything within my power to make your father surrender and surrender the power of his forces. Of course, considering our friendship, it goes without saying that I won't let him or anyone else close to you live a miserable life. That's a fact. However, I really see no possibility of a friendly reunion between the two sides." Wu Yijun's shoulders slumped slightly. She also could not help but sigh as she recognized that Bai Zemin's words were very mature and realistic. It was simply a dream to think that someone who had been in power for so long would surrender his forces just like that, just because a young man her daughter's age who came literally out of nowhere was telling him to. "How about you two pretend to be a couple?" The voice of someone who had been enjoying a delicious apple pie broke the silence, attracting everyone's attention. Bai Zemin, and Wu Yijin froze before he looked at Lilith with weird eyes, while Wu Yijin blushed furiously. What? Lilith shrugged her shoulders as she licked the spoon with her nimble little tongue. She looked at Wu Yijin and said calmly, I'm sure you thought about this too, sis Yijin, didn't you? Bai Zemin couldn't help but have lewd thoughts as his gaze latched onto Lilith's pink little tongue. And the crazy thing was that this woman clearly knew what was going through his mind, as even while she was talking to Wu Yijin, she smiled tantalizingly in his direction, and swirled her tongue as if it were a flexible snake. However, soon his attention was redirected elsewhere when Wu Yijin did not deny the words of Lilith, and instead said tenderly, Actually, I thought of that too. What? Bai Zemin looked at her dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? Why would you come up with such a nonsensical idea like that? If he had a daughter in the future and someday showed up at his house telling him that her boyfriend wanted to take all his stuff, he'd probably have to give her a good spanking and cut the little bastard's head off. That's not how this works, Bai Zemin. Lilith shook her head and pointed with a smile. If you prove to sis Yijin's father that you possess enough power to threaten him, but then turn out to be that you are his daughter's fiancé, then he won't feel extremely reluctant to hand everything over to you since it will all stay in the family after all, won't it? That's right, Wu Yijin nodded. She looked at Bai Zemin and smiled bitterly. I thought about this option before but decided to put it aside when I began to realize how important this whole matter was to Bai Zemin. The last thing I wish to do is to inconvenience him after all. Bai Zemin, who had been hurt in the past by love, naturally would not take lightly anything that related romance. Wu Yijin, who realized this, decided to completely forget about her earlier idea to avoid his displeasure. However, this is the best idea I've come up with so far. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of something else. Wu Yijin apologized in embarrassment. She had been thinking very seriously about this matter, especially in the last few days when the day of truth was finally in sight. However, it was not easy to find a middle ground in which her family and Bai Zemin could get along. After all, Bai Zemin aspired to rule everything by force, and this was completely opposite to the rules of the entire Wu family. Bai Zemin shook his head and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry as he said, At least for now, let's put this bizarre idea aside. Let me share with you the idea that I came up by myself. Although he had been involved with politics recently as it was impossible to avoid it because Bai Zemin aspired to build a great dynasty, there were still many things that Bai Zemin could not get used to. One of them was arranged relationships. From the point of view of someone like him who had been raised in a normal family, relationships should be decided by oneself rather than for benefits. If he ever in the future started a relationship with Wu Yijin, it should be because they both felt it, and not to avoid a battle. If the worst came to the worst, Bai Zemin would completely crush the forces of the father of Wu Yijin, no matter how many warriors he had to kill. He just had to let the man and his family live out of respect and consideration for Wu Yijin, but the rest was none of his business. Of course, if possible, Bai Zemin wanted to avoid as many casualties as possible. After all, the power of mankind would fall further and further for every brave warrior killed. Bai Zemin told Wu Yijin and Lilith about his idea, but when both women heard it, their expressions became quite interesting. Lilith and Wu Yijin looked at each other once Bai Zemin finished explaining everything before turning their heads to stare at him. It's really going to be fun to watch this. It really will be. Now I even can't wait for it. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times as he watched the two women in front of him smiling excitedly, just like little children waiting for their Christmas presents. Had he become some kind of attraction? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 579, The Aura of a Real King. Chapter 579, The Aura of a Real King. The sun was rising just above the horizon, and little by little the darkness that had been queen for several hours began to recede peacefully, without trying to fight for its rule over the skies against the light that slowly but surely began to take over the realm where the stars resided. The cold night wind slowly began to turn slightly warmer, and the sea breeze from a few hundred miles distant brought with it the pure and natural essence of the salty waters. With the winds blowing mainly from the south, the trees ranging from tens of meters for the smallest to a few hundred meters for the tallest swayed in sync, forming a particularly beautiful swaying motion, along with the whistling sound the wind made as it cut through the thick leaves. The clock had not even struck 6 a.m. yet, 10 minutes to go, when the entire camp, with the largest human population still alive in Yanking District, started to become hectic, and the streets that, until a few minutes ago, were mostly uninhabited became gathering points as the survivors started to come out of their homes. Some of them carried small backpacks, others carried larger bags, a few opted for some suitcases, and a minority simply had themselves. However, the truth was that all of them knew what they had to do and what they were not allowed to do. After seeing with their own eyes how the troublemakers were punished with death, no one dared to cause trouble, and even those who watched from inside their homes with resentment said nothing. The families of survivors who knew among themselves nodded to each other as they left their homes, and as if by prior agreement began to walk in a southerly direction. Everyone, regardless of their location, walked to the south in silence. An older woman in her mid-50s, but looking especially energetic, held the hand of her 15-year-old son with one hand, and with the other clutched tightly to a plastic bag that contained several types of foodstuffs such as rice and canned sardines. "Aunt May, you really won't come with us?" the woman asked with sadness in her voice as she looked at the woman around 60 who was waiting for them outside the house with a free smile. The woman named Aunt May shook her head and reached out her hand full of wrinkles like dry tree bark to tousle the hair of the teenager, who with a grumpy expression let her do as she pleased. "Gaoli, my life has improved a lot during the last week thanks to the new government. I'm sure the leaders will not treat you poorly when you all arrive to the south," Aunt May said, looking at the young boy's mother. "But I'm already 62 this year. My husband died fighting the zombies, and I haven't heard from my son since it all started. I have no reason to continue living, and so far I've done nothing but go with the flow by staying here. Instead of taking up a precious seat, I'd rather let someone else take it." Although there were many vehicles available, the number of survivors in the faction currently exceeded 30,000, so it was not certain that all of them could have a place to travel, and those who had to walk would be more prone to die. After all, while armed troops and soul evolvers would be protecting the perimeter with gun-mounted vehicles and heavy weaponry, problems and slips could occur at any time considering the situation the world was in. Gaoli looked at Aunt May sadly but insisted no more and instead sighed. Aunt May was a kind person but also terribly stubborn like a mule, and since she had already made her decision, it didn't matter if it was Gaoli or even the king of Yanking himself. No one would get her to take a step back. Go and take good care of this little gallant you have here." Aunt May laughed, showing the inside of her mouth devoid of almost any teeth. The young man felt annoyed at the sight of the old woman's ugly smile, and her compliment was not taken kindly. But little did he know that when his mind matured enough, he would be sad that he didn't appreciate that brief moment and those words brimming with affection. Sometimes, age was crucial in realizing things that were often more important than we thought they really were. Gaoli said no more, and after bowing to Aunt May, she took her son, joining the rest of the survivors to form a long line along and through the streets similar to a giant dragon that kept growing. Scenes like the one above were the most poignant and sad, but they were not the most normal. The most normal ones were those in which the survivors who did not wish to leave their homes and belongings watched resentfully from inside their houses as everyone left in orderly silence. These survivors, who had already settled in the Bakwin camp long before Bai Zemin arrived to take over, had forgotten the cruelty and ferocity of the mutant beasts, as well as the terror of the zombies. Therefore, in the midst of anger and oblivion, they believed that they would probably be fine. With all the surrounding threats having been eliminated, there should be no problems. It was what everyone thought, and a big part of the reason they weren't leaving. Those survivors who lived near the south gate of the base had to walk, while those who lived in the vicinity of the north, east, and west gates were led by several groups of survivors hired in advance to serve as guides to key points, where several buses could carry over 100 survivors per trip. With certain roads in the base enclosed by red ribbons as a signal and warning for survivors to leave them clear, the buses were constantly going back and forth, carrying survivors to the south gate without stopping. // 4 hours later. South gate of the base. Standing on top of the south wall, which had been reinforced with wood and was now over 10 meters high, a small group of people watched the scene below with different expressions on their faces. Each and every one of them was a soul evolver, powerful ones at that. The lowest level among those standing there was 25, and that person was already a first-order existence that had been broken 2 days ago, while those in the higher levels were in the midst of their quests to break the barrier that divided the First Order from the Second Order. Standing precisely in the middle of everyone and slightly ahead, Bai Zemin gently caressed the delicate body of the little pink dolphin in his embrace as he watched the large crowd of people gathering hundreds of meters away. There were so many people that his vision was practically covered by a sea of human heads. He was wearing a rank 1 leather armor of deep blue to black color with over 700 defense points, armor which previously belonged to one of the generals of the Usra army, and that he had appropriated to use until he settled in his new base to be able to forge a better one by himself. Shangyuan Bingzu had already handed him back his cloak days ago, so, with steel chains acting as a link between the cloak and the shoulder pads, the wind did its job to make it sway, constantly creating flapping sounds. Seeing the armed soldiers and police officers standing at different strategic points in charge of maintaining the order, while more than 500 people were in charge of organizing the survivors to board the vehicles and leave their luggage at the indicated points in an orderly manner, Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a strange light, and no one knew what he was thinking. Several minutes later, a very pretty girl who would surely become a beauty when she grew up approached him, and with her small hand pulled his cloak to get his attention. Bai Zemin looked down slightly, and his gaze met the big black eyes of Luo Ning, who was wearing night-black leather armor to match her long hair, and a sword with a saw-like blade attached to her waist. "Big brother Bai, have you already become king?" the girl asked in an innocent voice, and attracting laughter from those standing slightly behind. Bai Zemin chuckled, and while looking forward again replied in a mocking voice, "No, little Ning. Big brother is nothing but a bandit with no land for now." "Oh?" Luo Ning's voice was muffled and clearly disappointed, as she really wanted to be a real princess. She looked at Bai Zemin silently before saying in confusion, "But Big Brother Bai really looks like a real king." "Is that so?" Bai Zemin looked at her with a smile, but didn't pay too much attention to her words. Just then, someone else stepped forward and added, "Indeed, leader. It's been a few days since I last saw you, but when I saw you again this morning, I was very surprised to find that your whole being seemed to change remarkably." "Xiao Ming, what do you mean?" Bai Zemin turned and looked at one of the people most loyal to him and the last soul evolver to break into the First Order recently. Xiao Ming scratched his head and searched for the right words as he said, "I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're stronger, but it doesn't feel like that either. It's a weird feeling that looking at you makes me want to worship you." Bai Zemin didn't know what to say. Xiao Ming had always admired him, so from the point of view of Bai Zemin, nothing had really changed. However, Xiao Ming saying it was a thing, but Shangyuan Bingzu also agreeing was different. He took a step forward and looked at Bai Zemin from the toe of his boots to the tip of his disheveled hair before slowly saying, "Indeed, I felt that something in you had changed over the course of the war on the bridge, but at the time I couldn't be sure because of the situation, and then you fell into a deep sleep to heal your soul, so that feeling just disappeared. But now that I see you again, you really look different. No, rather, the feeling your body emits is different." Bai Zemin frowned slightly and looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, faintly waiting for her to continue. As Xiao Ming said, "It's weird," she said as her gaze wandered over the body of Bai Zemin. "Before, you gave the feeling of someone wild and dangerous, just like a bloodthirsty beast. But now, the feeling, or rather the aura emanating from your body, feels way softer and more delicate than before, but at the same time exudes hidden danger that subconsciously evokes respect for you." Chen He looked Bai Zemin in the face and said in a firm voice, "Basically, if before you were like an unsheathed sword constantly releasing its energy, now you feel more like a sheathed sword, waiting for the moment to cut its enemy in two." Everyone looked at Chen He with surprise. He had been very quiet lately, but now that they looked at him more carefully, it seemed that not only had he grown in strength, but that immature air that surrounded him before had practically disappeared completely, increasing his natural masculine charm tremendously. Bai Zemin rubbed his chin, and taking in all the words he had just been told naturally came to a conclusion. Lonely Wolf Aura, the skill he had obtained during his battle to the death against the beast leader on the bridge. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 580, Meeting Xian Meyer again. Chapter 580, Meeting Xian Meyer again. The skill Lonely Wolf Aura was a skill that, although it depended on Bai Zemin's magic stat, in contrast to all his other skills, it did not depend on magic power at all. It depended entirely on the killing intent he had. The stronger the killing intent of Bai Zemin was, the greater the effects the skill Lonely Wolf aura would show, and in retrospect, those within the range of the skill would suffer stronger consequences. Previously, Bai Zemin was literally a beast in human skin, as even when he smiled kindly, the people around him could sense mortal danger not as a result of looking at him, but by being near him. This was because the number of lives Bai Zemin had taken with his own hands in such a short time was simply too huge. Bai Zemin had slaughtered evolved beasts, goblins, humans, usuras, zombies, mutant plants, sea creatures. He had definitely slaughtered over 1 billion living beings, and all of this had happened in less than 3 months. Just like when a baby starts walking for the first time and tripping was inevitable, Bai Zemin was not able to control his own aura as this aura of killing intent had been acquired too fast. Therefore, without him realizing it, a hint of his killing intent would always seep out of his body, which resulted in him looking like a bloodthirsty, unsheathed sword. But with the skill Lonely Wolf aura acting as a sheath, all of the killing intent of Bai Zemin was perfectly sealed and waiting for the opportune moment when he decided to release it. With all that ferocity and savagery perfectly hidden, all Shangyuan Bingzu and the others saw was a young man whose charisma managed to win the hearts of tens of thousands, and for whom many of his subordinates would not hesitate to lay down their lives, an existence whose aura was that of a worthy king whom everyone was willing to follow. The change was so great that even Luo Ning, who was only a little girl of 9 years old, noticed it. However, those who had not been fortunate enough to meet Bai Zemin during his first steps and watch him grow as he stumbled and stood on scraped knees, ignoring the pain, would never be able to appreciate such a change or understand how amazing this transformation was. ////. Approximately 3 hours later, about 33,000 survivors boarded the vehicles that had been prepared in advance. However, there were approximately 700 survivors who were unlucky because the space inside the trucks, buses, cars, and vans was not enough for them to get in. Fortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu had thought of a perfect countermeasure for this. The night before, she had created several sizable ice wagons, and after connecting those wagons with chains and attaching them to the war tanks whose draft power was the strongest as well as the IFVs, all the survivors finally boarded properly. "You really did a wonderful job, Bingzu." Walking with his greatsword sheathed behind his back and leading at the front of the huge caravan that was moving in a southerly direction at just over 40 kilometers per hour, Bai Zemin praised the woman walking beside him on his right side. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded indifferently and said slowly, "If those people had not been able to get into a vehicle, they would have had to walk hundreds of kilometers, which would delay us horribly. Neither you, nor I, nor anyone else wants to waste so much time. That's why I spent all my mana last night to create those wagons." "I see, that way you could recharge all your mana overnight while you sleep." Bai Zemin chuckled and praised her again. "Really cool." The group continued to advance in defensive formation, occasionally meeting the obstruction of some mutant beast that had casually left the forest. However, the power of the current Transcendent faction had literally transcended compared to its power half a month ago. With around 1,500 soul evolvers capable of keeping up with the motorized fleet over long distances, the weaker areas of the perimeter were sealed off by them, while the gun-mounted vehicles and IFVs did the rest. No creature managed to cause any trouble or raise too much chaos, far less sneak through the ranks and kill any survivors. Along the way, the biggest inconvenience the Transcendent faction experienced was a blockade from a huge lizard that was over 5 meters tall and at least 15 meters long. However, even though the creature was a respectable first-order existence, Chenhe tore it into thousands of pieces when its body exploded after a powerful explosive arrow empowered by magic fire. With the roads created by Bai Zemin beforehand and no obstacles that could be called really troublesome blocking the way, the large caravan composed of more than 2,000 vehicles took about 5 hours to reach the bridge. During that time, neither Bai Zemin nor any core member had to step forward, except for Chenhe, who volunteered to end the life of the giant mutant lizard. But when they arrived at the bridge, an incredible scene awaited them. "My God! What is that? Beast!" The survivors inside the vehicles were frightened, and their faces turned tremendously pale as they saw that inside the waters were around 5,000 sea beasts, among which were some whose sizes could simply be considered colossal. Fortunately, Wu Yijin had already thought that something like this could happen, so she had prepared soldiers with machine guns or low-level soul evolvers to fix any problems before they woke up. Silence. Quiet. Everyone stay in your seats orderly. The soldiers and low-level soul evolvers inside the vehicles roared at the top of their lungs, silencing the panicked survivors before the other survivors caught on and became too big a problem to be handled with a soft hand. At that moment, Shangyuan Bingzu's voice rang out from the soldiers' military radios or vehicle radios. Everyone, keep calm and maintain order. The creatures in front of us are allies and therefore there is no need to fear. I repeat, keep order. The creatures in front of us are allies. Any troublemakers will be taken down from the vehicles by force. The words of Shangyuan Bingzu were like a cascade of icy water, falling on the heads of the survivors in the middle of winter, and that little flame of chaos that threatened to awaken died even faster than the speed at which it was born. However, the survivors were stunned and confused to hear that the beasts in front of them were not only not enemies but actually allies. Was the owner of that voice joking? No, but judging by the respectful expression of all the soldiers and soul evolvers, it seemed unlikely that the owner of that voice was a lunatic, and instead appeared to be someone of incredibly high status within the government. But sea beasts allied with humans. The survivors looked at each other, and amidst the fear they could all see in the eyes of those around them, there was also a spark of puzzlement and confusion. In fact, even the soldiers and soul evolvers were confused and perplexed about the situation. Had it not been for the fact that they had been warned beforehand, the war tanks and assault machinery would have begun firing long ago. Since the more powerful ones were clearing the way, there were no military vehicles at the front of the formation, and instead, they were moved to the sides and rear. This meant that those traveling in the front buses and sitting in the front seats had a bit of a view on what was going on. Look, those people are walking towards the sea. Are they really our allies? The survivors at the front began to whisper under their breath as they pointed their fingers towards Bai Zemin's party that out of nowhere had started moving in the direction of the bridge. Bai Zemin stopped 50 meters away from the bridge and looked behind him over his shoulder. You all wait here. Everyone nodded without asking questions. However, Shangyuan Bingzu stepped forward and asked to go with him. After thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zemin decided that it was okay to let her go with him since she and the 7th Princess of the East Sea already knew each other anyway. Besides, Shangyuan Bingzu was smart and could help negotiate some terms he would like to bring up next. Under the watchful and anxious eyes of everyone, Bai Zemin approached the bridge next to Shangyuan Bingzu. When they reached the shore, he stopped and patted Zio Zio's little head while saying softly, Zio Zio, is the mermaid princess here? Poo-poo, Zio Zio nodded as she looked up to meet his eyes. Bai Zemin chuckled, and that little rock weighing on his heart finally subsided completely. After all, even he couldn't be sure that all those sea beasts in sight were allies since, as the 7th Princess had told him, things in the sea were complicated as much if not more than on the surface because there were so many separate sides. Could you ask her to come? He requested softly. Poo-poo, Zio Zio nodded again before her eyes released a strange pink glow. The pink glow released a spiritual wave invisible to the naked eye but which was felt by all. The spiritual wave passed through the sea with ease, and as if there were no obstruction it continued to move further and deeper into the sea waters. Seconds passed and turned into minutes. Before Bai Zemin realized it, 5 minutes had passed but there was still no trace of the mermaid princess. He and Shangyuan Bingzu exchanged glances but neither said anything. Instead, they continued to wait patiently. Standing among the soul evolvers who were standing next to Bai Zemin previously, Nangongyu was a bit bored after 10 minutes passed, so he took out a box of cigarettes from his pants pocket and lit one. Man, that giant jellyfish really looks dangerous, he pointed out as he exhaled the smoke from his lungs. His eyes held a hint of fear as he said aloud, those lightning flashes that occasionally appear and disappear look especially painful. The giant jellyfish he was talking about was one of the largest beasts within the sea. A terrifying beast over 30 meters tall, and with hundreds of tentacles that occasionally swayed in the distance and raised waves several hundred meters high. On its almost completely transparent body, lightning flashes could be seen which generated low booms every time they appeared or disappeared. Suddenly, Nangongyu noticed that the sea was moving strangely, so he quickly looked towards that spot. A wave of about 200 meters rose without warning, and as if it was a magic wave charged towards the bridge at full speed. However, what caught everyone's attention was something else. My God! Nangongyu shouted loudly and didn't even care about the precious cigarette that flew out of his mouth along with a liter of saliva. He pointed to the top of the wave and roared, "It really is a mermaid. Holy shit, a real mermaid, I tell you." Despite all that had happened and was happening in the world, mermaids were legendary creatures even before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Therefore, it was not only Nangong Yi who was surprised, but everyone else also watched dumbfounded as the beautiful mermaid princess approached the bridge with an elegant smile on her face. The appearance of a mermaid was equally, if not more surprising than when the goblins appeared for the first time. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 581, Queen of the Seas and King of the Earth. Chapter 581, Queen of the Seas and King of the Earth. The arrival of the mermaid princess shocked everyone to the marrow of their bones, and even the top-ranking soul evolvers who had been informed about the fact that Bai Zemin seemed to have formed some sort of alliance with an important existence of marine life expected that such existence to be a legendary mermaid. Therefore, everyone was dumbfounded. Xian Mayer not only had smooth and shiny skin, but her seductive body accompanied by her face, whose beauty did not lose to Wu Yijin-level beauties, made her a very gorgeous beauty. Even those small scales that were occasionally visible on her skin only added layers of mysterious and exotic, but not at all unpleasant charm. Therefore, coupled with the mysticism of mermaids, it was no wonder that her appearance stunned everyone. "Human leader, I see that your people are really big." Xian Mayer still kept some distance from the edge of the bridge, so when she reached 300 meters she stopped and carefully observed the large number of humans forming metal ranks reaching as far as the eye could not reach. Although the 300-meter distance between her and Bai Zemin could be closed with a strong stomp from him, and she knew it, Xian Mayer was a creature of the seas, and being too close to land would only weaken her power tremendously. Not to mention that she was still a little afraid of the power that Bai Zemin had exhibited during the War of the Four Races on the bridge back then. Of course, Bai Zemin understood the reasons of the mermaid princess, and in fact, if he was in her position, he probably wouldn't even get as close as she was doing now. After all, in this world, one could not even trust one's own race, though it was normal to think that trusting other races was even crazier. However, sometimes those we didn't know the most were often more trustworthy than those we did. You just had to find out. "Shit," Nangong shouted again with wide eyes and said in shock, "She can even speak Mandarin." Bang! Without warning, Nangong received a heavy blow on the head that sent him staggering several steps forward, and when he looked back, he saw Zhang De staring at him. "Surnamed Nangong, can you calm down? You are putting all of mankind to shame." Nangong links inside and covered her face as if she was embarrassed as she muttered, "Even Xiao Ming doesn't behave like this. Big brother, you really." In the distance, Xian Mayer observed the weird human interaction with a raised eyebrow and couldn't help but remark, "You humans sure are funny, aren't you?" The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth contracted several times as the urge of wanting to turn around to give Nangong a good beating was born and growing inside him, barely restraining himself against it reluctantly. Shangyuan Bingzu was not much different in this regard, as she was the one in charge of warning everyone what was going to happen. If she had known that the key factor lay in the word mermaid, she would have added it to the information. "Anyway, mermaid princess, I see your army has grown a lot over the course of a week." Bai Zemin wisely avoided the embarrassing matter from before and instead looked carefully at the several thousand sea beasts within the waters, stopping mainly at the three most conspicuous ones. Apart from the giant jellyfish, there was also a turtle over 20 meters tall whose shell was as big as the dome that covered the largest space telescope in China, and the tough scales covering its body looked tough enough to ignore any kind of piercing bullet with ease. This kind of defense-type creature would be a big problem to deal with, as even the power of war tanks would be ineffective against it. Finally, there was also a swordfish at least 15 meters long and 4 or 5 meters tall that seemed to have some skill in controlling flames, as even while inside the water it managed to keep the fire surrounding its main weapon from causing problems when it touched the sea. A type attack creature at its maximum. All three were powerful second-order creatures, and if one added the shark from before to the three of them, it could easily be deduced that Xian Mayer currently had 4 second-order existences under her command. No, there was also Xiao, so she had 5 of them. This was a colossal contrast compared to the pitiful mermaid princess, who had lost practically 90% of her army during the war against the Zombie Beast Alliance. But the most amazing thing of all was that she had managed to get such powerful subordinates in such a short time. This fact was very eye-opening, and it greatly alerted Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin, as in a certain sense, these beasts were proof and representation of how dangerous the seas were. Xian Meier responded with a cheerful smile to the words Bai Zemin said as the excitement was noticeable in her voice. "Oh, you mean these?" It was not difficult to recruit new troops. As I previously mentioned to you and Shangyuan Bingzu, the situation in the seas is too complicated right now, which is why food rules to some extent. I am not the only one who does not wish to see my breed devouring each other, therefore. After a bit of searching, I managed to recruit over 10 new troops, among which are these 3 second-order existences. Xian Meier had invested practically 60% of all the zombie corpses and about 40% of soul stones she obtained as spoils of war back then, all for the sake of recruiting these sea troops. The biggest investment was naturally made to gain the loyalty of the giant jellyfish, the defensive turtle, and the fire attack swordfish. But the seventh princess had realized one thing in the war over the bridge. At that time, even though the humans were only 2, they were so powerful that they alone could represent an entire race to form an alliance. Therefore, numbers did not always mean everything despite their clear importance. Precisely for this reason, the approach of the seventh princess of the East Sea, whom everyone called stupid for dreaming about an impossible, changed slightly. "I see." Bai Zemin nodded as his gaze inspected with apparent laziness over the soldiers of the seventh princess of the East Sea. Then he turned to look at her and said with a smile, "You really are trustworthy, unlike many humans. You said you would come and here you are." Xian Meier adjusted a strand of hair behind her ear as she said slowly, "Bai Zemin, remember that even though we can communicate and chat with each other, this is all thanks to the treasure embedded in my forehead. At the end of the day, you and I are living beings belonging to completely opposite races. While you live on Earth, I live in the depths of the waters. Therefore, it is only natural that our train of thought differs." For humans, failing to keep their promises or reneging on their words was the most normal thing in the world. From minor matters to matters of life and death, there was no shortage of humans who could not be trusted at all, as their words were as insignificant as anything else that existed in the world. However, to the intelligent creatures of the sea, the word of a warrior represented everything. From the honor to the trust a warrior would have for the rest of their lives, everything depended not only on the strength, but also on the courage a warrior gave themselves through the fulfillment of their promises. This applied especially for members of the royalty, and while Xian Meier was aware that she did not need to keep her word to a human, she had her principles just in the same way that Bai Zemin had his. "I guess you're right," he said with a slight nod. "Zio Zio, come with me." Xian Meier stretched both arms forward with a warm smile. However, little Zio did not fly out to her right away, as she normally would. The little pink dolphin looked at Bai Zemin with teary eyes and seemed quite reluctant, something that made the heart of the human many people called cruel and selfish feel a bit bitter. "Pooh." Zio made a low sound as if to express her pain, but finally obeyed the mermaid princess, and with a mighty jump using the body of Bai Zemin as momentum she soared into the sky. "You child." Xian Meier caught the little pink dolphin and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Bai Zemin and said, "Looks like Zio really likes you." The little pink dolphin looked down at the bridge with teary eyes, and from the way her little body was trembling, it seemed like she was trying hard not to cry. Bai Zemin held up both hands and decided not to comment on the matter. Instead, he decided to start with the matter that was really his business, since this could also help the little Zio dolphin's sadness and pain to be relieved. "Xian Meier, you said before that you were not interested in the throne that would make you queen of the entire East Sea, didn't you?" Subconsciously, the body of Shangyuan Bingzu tensed slightly when she heard Bai Zemin's question. They had been conversing throughout the travel here, so she was clear about what he intended to do next, and a lot of things were dependent on it. In fact, to say that the future of what would happen on land and in the depths of the seas was tied strongly to the conversation that was about to take place with a human, and a mermaid as the main focus was not exaggerated at all. Xian Meier was about to urge Bai Zemin to instruct his people to start crossing the bridge in order to get this all over with at once, since she was currently very busy. But his sudden and unusual question left her confused, so she couldn't answer right away. After several seconds, the mermaid princess blinked and nodded, still feeling confused. "Yeah, actually, I have no interest in fighting for the throne. As I told you the other day, my goal is another one." If I'm not mistaken, your goal is to prevent within the margin of possibility your people from devouring each other, isn't it? Bai Zemin asked, to which Xian Mayer nodded. Then, he continued, correct me if I'm wrong, but what would happen if someone from your realm starts devouring creatures from other realms? Wouldn't that be a war? That is, Xian Mayer frowned tightly. The question asked by Bai Zemin had hit a really hard spot in the heart of the seventh princess. This question might seem insignificant, but it was actually very crucial, and that same question had been asked far before by her father. If you want to prevent your people from devouring each other, then you will have to attack other races. There is no other option. This, however, will lead to a war between races, so it doesn't matter if it is a war between sea kingdoms or not, since a war is a war and death is bound to happen. Bai Zemin remarked in a serious voice, his eyes focused on the expression of the mermaid princess to observe her changes at all times. At the end of the day, the dream of Xian Mayer was nothing more than that, a dream. While dreams could come true, usually dreams simply stayed as dreams. Not for nothing were there the phrases daydreaming or stop dreaming in the real world. What do you want to achieve by asking all this? Xian Mayer looked at Bai Zemin a little grumpily. Although she knew that the human in front of her was right, her heart and principles were not so weak as to give up her ideal just because of mere words. She would fight to the death to achieve her goal, even if she failed in the attempt. Hearing the seventh princess's question, a faint smile grew at the corner of Bai Zemin's lips. Now, each piece had fallen where he wanted it to be. The execution would be what would decide everything now. Xian Mayer, how about forming an alliance with me? I'm not talking about a temporal alliance like the one we are currently in. I mean a total alliance where you will support me completely, and I will support you with all my power. Bai Zemin looked severely at the mermaid princess and proposed, not with the human race you can't trust, but with me, the one who will lead them. While Bai Zemin was human, Xian Mayer had already witnessed that at least for the most part she could trust him. While she still had certain reservations against him, this was because Bai Zemin was just too strong, so it was natural to be somewhat fearful of someone like that. However, the seventh princess of the East Sea and the king of Yanking had worked together before. During that brief but important collaboration, the king of Yanking could have hidden the beast leader's corpse, and the seventh princess of the East Sea would never have known about it due to the existence of a legend-grade treasure such as the spatial storage ring. But he did not, and instead not only kept his word to surrender thousands of beast corpses and over 20 million zombies, but also gave Xian Mayer a head which contained a priceless third-order soul stone inside. Xian Mayer was silent for a long time before raising her head to look at Bai Zemin. I'm hearing you. Xian Mayer did not say yes, nor did she say no. However, the smile on Bai Zemin's face finally settled completely as he realized that the deal was sealed in stone now. That's good. //////////////// End of Volume 3. Volume name, Sea and Land Alliance. This volume was over 250 chapters long, and I hope you enjoyed it. See you later in the first chapter of Volume 4. Remember to visit my other story, Samsara Online, if you like my writing style. Many more interesting and exciting things to come. Chapter 582, Champing District and First Growth of Earth's Mass, Part 1. Chapter 582, Champing District and First Growth of Earth's Mass, Part 1. As I said before, war is inevitable. If for the sake of feeding your people you attack another sea kingdom, not only will you be the trigger for the death of even more of your people, but your own father and family will surely not let you go easily. On the other hand, the power of you sea lives fall greatly when you step on land. So, no matter how powerful you are, you will definitely experience many casualties. The words that Bai Zemin said once again hit critical points that made the mermaid princess's heart clench tightly. She, despite being taken for a fool, had naturally thought about the points Bai Zemin had just made and therefore knew that as cruel as the reality may be, that was the truth she had to live in and therefore accept. Attack other sea kingdoms. Surely Xian Mayer would obtain many corpses of other creatures to feed her people, but in return, she would unleash a war that would kill millions. Attack zombies or humans on land. Xian Mayer would surely get some bodies to feed her people, but with the drastic decline in power of the sea creatures as they left the waters, the casualties her people would suffer would be catastrophic. Hadn't she experienced it a week ago in the War of the Four Races on the bridge? In fact, there were even many sea creatures that did not have the ability to leave the seas. Therefore, her hands were tied in this situation. After all, just like Bai Zemin, The seventh princess of the Eastern Sea was not a supreme existence at all as to do as she pleased. Do you have something in mind? Xian Mayer looked at Bai Zemin with narrowed eyes. She didn't believe that someone like Bai Zemin could have become so strong just coincidentally. To be strong, an existence also needed intelligence or tremendously powerful instinct to take them to the top. Of course I do. Bai Zemin smiled faintly and his eyes flashed curiously as he slowly said, You, as the seventh princess of the East Sea, cannot attack other sea realms to avoid a war. But I am different. After all, I am human. Xian Mayer wanted to say something, but Bai Zemin raised a hand to indicate her to be silent for a moment. Then, he continued. Besides, just like in the seas, on land there are many races other than my human race. But in contrast to your sea lives, land creatures like us do not form firm kingdoms yet, so we are all fighting fierce wars constantly. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness as he said, Then, if you help me, you will be able to obtain hundreds of thousands and even millions of corpses of all kinds of species to feed your people. The eyes of Xian Mayer shined brightly, as if a million stars that had been sleeping inside awakened at the same time when Bai Zemin's words clicked in her brain. Just as Bai Zemin had just said, everything that was trouble to Xian Mayer was nothing to him. What to her meant war to him was just a natural act to do. However, even though everything seemed perfect, the mermaid princess was no simpleton. She noticed several weak points in the statements of Bai Zemin, so she didn't hesitate to point them out next. So, you're telling me that if we team up, we'll both get what we want without harming the other? Xian Mayer asked with a frown. Seeing Bai Zemin nod, she asked in confusion, But I don't understand, why would you choose me? In the seas, the intelligence of many creatures was no different from the intelligence of a human being, especially royalty members like Xian Mayer. Therefore, if Bai Zemin wanted to form an alliance, with his power he could easily seek his ways to contact some other prince or princess who was in a better position than her, and surely none would refuse. After all, who would turn down such a powerful ally when the battle for the throne of Lost City was becoming increasingly dangerous and heated? Even if Bai Zemin was a being of the earth, there were many treasures in the seas capable of helping him close that gap for a certain period of time. More than enough time for him to cause chaos among the other sides with his monstrous strength. Naturally, I have my reasons. Bai Zemin raised a hand with his clenched fist and extended a finger upward. First of all, you are trustworthy. You have proven yourself before, and I am sure that considering your pride and kindness to your people, you will not break your own principles. While it is true that the other princesses or the other princes of the East Sea might be as trustworthy as you, I have no time to waste looking for them, and I don't want to risk meeting a treacherous dog either. Although Xian Mayer did not understand the slang treacherous dog very well, she understood 99.9% of what Bai Zemin wanted to explain with his words. Moreover, it was clear from how he openly narrated about his urgency that he was being sincere about this. Second point. Bai Zemin extended another finger upwards and continued calmly. Unlike the other princes and princesses who are willing to kill themselves just for the sake of sitting on some golden or diamond throne, you, Xian Mayer, you scramble your head thinking of ways to help your people without harming your family, even though they would not hesitate to kill you for a single second if it is for their benefit. I think this is another proof of your dignity and pride, therefore, one more point to trust you for. Xian Mayer looked at Bai Zemin with weird eyes and could not help but remark, Even though they are my siblings, we only share blood on our Lord Father's side. In fact, considering that my mother is only a low-ranking mermaid, it is already a miracle that I am considered part of the royal family. However, Bai Zemin shook his head and said in a firm voice, Family is family. There is no need for us to debate this point here, Princess. You and I were raised differently, and thus our views towards our family probably differ greatly as well. Therefore, it is better not to waste time on this matter. Although Xian Mayer was still confused, since to her the other princes and princesses were not family at all, she nodded without saying anything else. After all, as Bai Zemin had just pointed out, the two of them had lived 1000% opposite lives until now. Moreover, she was also surprised at how heavy his voice was, as this was probably the first time she had heard the human in front of her be so unwavering about something. But in fact, from the point of view of Bai Zemin, the words of Xian Mayer were no different from pure nonsense. He had lived his whole life with a girl he didn't even share half a drop of blood with. They were raised together as siblings and were close as if they really were. Just because he didn't share any DNA with her, Bai Zemin shouldn't consider Meng Qi as his sister. Pure bullshit. To him, the family was the family, and the family should be there to help and support each other, not to kill each other for some gold coins. Simple as that. Putting aside the mermaid princess's question, Bai Zemin raised a third finger and said in a serious voice, "Third and final point. Our goals somehow align with each other in such a way that we will do little or no harm to each other's interests." Xian Mayer lowered her head to think for a moment before raising it again and asking, "You still haven't told me what you want." She frowned and pursued, "Bai Zemin, what is your goal and what do you have in mind to achieve it? I cannot give you an answer until I know this." Bai Zemin lowered his hand again and said without missing a beat, "My goal is simple. First of all, I want to rule China, and I must achieve it before 11 months pass from this point." "I see." Xian Mayer was not too surprised by the goal of wanting to rule China. What surprised her was the clearly tight time limit. However, she didn't know much about surface affairs, so she didn't get too much into it either. "In exchange for your help in making me the king of China, I will help you become queen of the East Sea," he said, taking the mermaid princess by surprise. "Queen of the East Sea, the lost queen." Xian Mayer raised her voice and practically shrieked as if she had become hysterical. "Are you crazy? To do that I would need a huge army. Not only that, I will also have to fight all the princes and princesses of the East Sea, but even then I will have to face Lord Father at the end to prove that I am worthy of the throne." Although Xian Mayer understood the reason why Bai Zemin proposed such a thing, she could not help but look at him as if he was a lunatic. After all, she knew how powerful the other factions of her realm were, and in her eyes wanting to become the queen to gain total control over her realm in order to avoid continuous mass murder was nothing more than an impossible fantasy to achieve. The voice of Xian Mayer was very loud so those who were in the first few hundred meters near the bridge could hear her clearly. However, none of them understood much of what the conversation was about. Still, the words army and fighting, as well as princes and princesses, were enough for even the dumbest of them to realize that something really big was being planned ahead. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at Bai Zemin with a serious expression, wanting to see what kind of answer he would give next. Bai Zemin's reply was very simple. His expression was as indifferent as his voice as he said, "And." Xian Mayer looked at him with wide eyes as she muttered under her breath. She expected any reply but one as simple and plain as that one, so she didn't know how to react or what to say next. But in fact, Shangyuan Bingzhu chuckled and shook her head as she closed her eyes. Even though she was somehow expecting it, Bai Zemin's response was even funnier than she thought it would be. "As expected of him, I guess," she muttered quietly enough such that only she could hear her. Bai Zemin looked at the seventh princess and said indifferently, "No matter how many princes or princesses there are, and no matter how many troops they have, in the face of absolute power they will all become paper castles. Xian Mayer, have you forgotten what happened in the war a week ago? Let me tell you that before you arrived, I was single-handedly fighting against the Zombie Beast Alliance. On my own, I managed to obliterate over 10 million enemies, even though my soul was wounded due to carelessness on my part. You were fighting alone against all of them." The pupils of Xian Mayer trembled when she heard Bai Zemin's words, and indeed she did not doubt him because a person whose pride came from the bones would never use such low lies to make himself noticed, and she could feel that the human in front of her was tremendously proud. Bai Zemin ignored the question of Xian Mayer, which was mostly directed at herself, as if she wanted to assure something, and instead continued, "In my eyes, armies mean nothing. As long as a fourth-order existence does not appear, even a high-level third-order existence is not worthy of making me fear at present." Although Xian Mayer could sense the confidence in Bai Zemin's voice, and associating this to what she had seen with her own eyes days ago, she knew he had his reasons to be so confident. She still sighed and shook her head. "Bai Zemin, I don't know too much about the surface, but likewise you don't know how terrifying the seas are either. My total army currently stands at around 30,000 warriors, among which there are 1,000 first-order and 4 second-order existences, if we don't include Zio. However, compared to the troops in the hands of the other princesses and princes, I am no more than an insignificant pawn. It is also because of this that I have so far been ignored." While it was true that in the face of absolute power the armies would collapse sooner or later, the problem was that Xian Mayer could sense that Bai Zemin was still a first-order existence. Sure, he was strong and she did not doubt it. However, could he fight against thousands of second-order creatures? Could he really take on dozens of third-order? Xian Mayer wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death on the spot. Bai Zemin realized that they would get nowhere at this rate, therefore, he proposed another idea, one which would serve to fulfill his own goal, buy him time, avoid trouble, and also for Xian Mayer to understand more about how strong he was and how much stronger he could be in the future. Then how about this? Bai Zemin looked at the mermaid princess and proposed, "You and I will enter into an alliance in which you will help me conquer the entire periphery of China when I request it. In return, I will give you 100% of zombie corpses, 20% of beast corpses, and also 40% of soul stones obtained during those joint attacks. What do you say?" Lilith, who was invisible to the eye, felt Bai Zemin suffer when he said those words, but she chuckled and whispered in his ear, "Little brother, don't worry tilde believe me when I tell you that you will get something really tilde good when you help this little mermaid get the throne." Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 583, Champing District and First Growth of Earth's Mass, Part 2. Chapter 583, Champing District and First Growth of Earth's Mass, Part 2. Before Bai Zemin arrived at the bridge, Lilith had talked to him, and she had recommended that he should form an alliance as strong as possible with the mermaid princess now that he and she had some kind of relationship. In fact, it was during the previous night when Lilith had disappeared after he had told her in more detail about the war on the bridge that took place a week ago, and when she came back that she started to insist on it constantly. Although Lilith gave no reasons and simply smiled every time he asked her about it, Bai Zemin was no fool and knew that since she was so insistent on the matter, there should be something really good in the seas that in the future would be of use to him. In any case, it wasn't as if Bai Zemin hadn't thought about it since he was planning to form an alliance with the 7th princess of the East Sea anyway. However, he definitely wouldn't have offered so much just for some manpower. Zombie corpses were a thing, but the bodies of mutant beasts were of great use to humans. There was basically no part of them that could be considered total trash. As for the 40% of soul stones, this might seem like a small percentage when you compared it to the 60% that Bai Zemin would keep, but considering the amount of beings that walked the earth, that number would definitely not be something to scoff at. Indeed, when Xian Mayer heard the proposal from Bai Zemin, her heartbeat sped up. She fixed her eyes on him and asked in a serious voice, "Are you being serious?" Bai Zemin secretly gritted his teeth, but his outward expression did not waver as he nodded. "Of course, I mean what I say. You will help me to remove all the obstacles from all the perispheric districts and subdistricts of China, and in return, I will give you resources so that you can feed your people and foster an even larger and more powerful army. Additionally, during the course of all of this, you will be able to see what I and my army of soul evolvers are capable of doing. We can talk later regarding whether or not you becoming the future queen of the East Sea is possible. We have a deal then." Xian Mayer didn't even pause to think about it and nodded hurriedly as if she was afraid that Bai Zemin would decide to back out. What Xian Mayer needed the most was time to grow. She not only needed to grow her own strength in order to be respected more or for her word to carry more weight, but she also needed to raise the strength of her current troops and recruit or build up a larger and more powerful army. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at Xian Mayer, and even though she did not understand the sea situation, she could not help but pointed out, "Xian Mayer, remember that for there to be peace, war will always be inevitable. For many to live in peace, many more need to die." Mankind's history was proof that blood washings were the only ones that truly had the ability to clean up problems, and even then it was only a partial cleansing, not a complete and total one. However, it was true that without fighting and leaving everything as it was, or naively thinking that the future would be brighter just because, nothing would really change. Xian Mayer looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu for a moment before sighing and shaking her head. "I somehow understand what you mean, Shangyuan Bingzhu. That's why I need to become stronger, and also for that reason I try to recruit and raise my own army." While the history of the marine race was not as varied as Macan history, since intelligent beings were extremely rare and scarce before the arrival of the soul record on Earth, Xian Mayer had seen with her own eyes bloody battles for the control of a few nautical miles. Therefore, she understood well that to be heard she needed to have sufficient power. Those in power only listened to the strong, while the weak would be ignored if they were lucky or killed if they were too much of a nuisance. That was how the real world worked, regardless of whether it was on the surface or in the deep seas. Since that's the case, I'll leave Zio with you. Xian Mayer glanced at Bai Zemin before lowering her head to face the little pink dolphin who suddenly began to stir in her arms as if she was fidgeting about something. The mermaid princess raised an eyebrow as she said in a growling voice, "Child, do you really like that human that much?" Before you didn't even want to detach from me, and when I told you that you were going to accompany a human you seemed so reluctant, but look at you now, just abandoning me just like that. Pooh. Zio let out a soft, low sound as she lowered her little head since she didn't dare to look at the mermaid princess as if she had done something wrong. Even her little pink eyes were filled with tears that threatened to fall at any moment as if she really felt bad about it. The corner of the mouth of Xian Mayer twitched a couple of times, but before she could say anything the voice of Bai Zemin came to where she was at. Hey, mermaid princess, stop bullying my dolphin partner and hand her over to me at once. Your dolphin partner, Xian Mayer looked at him and said a bit dumbfounded. Zio is my subordinate. It was me who found her, raised her, and took care of her. How can you be so shameless? Bai Zemin raised a hand with his index finger extended towards the sky and shook it from side to side constantly, as he did with his head while saying as if it was obvious. Parents raise, but eventually the children leave the nest to build their lives. Besides, of course, I'm shameless. I am a human after all. Hey, don't put me together with you. Besides, apologize to all honest humans. Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth beside him and looked at him as if she wanted to bite him. HMPH. Xian Mayer snorted and gave Zio one last look as she said with a hint of resentment, go to him at once then. Zio raised her head to look at the mermaid princess, and hesitation flashed in her eyes. Xian Mayer looked at Zio again and said this time in a softer voice, it's okay, Zio. You really need to go since you are the only means of communication we can use to coordinate the attacks. The hesitation in the eyes of Zio dropped drastically, but still did not disappear as she still felt a little guilty. However, when the little pink dolphin turned her face slightly to the side and looked to the bridge only to see Bai Zemin extending both arms upwards as if waiting for her, that hint of hesitation finally vanished without a trace. Like a little bird excited to return to its nest after a long day's work, Zio jumped out of the arms of the mermaid princess, and her pink body shined under the sun's glare, making a beautiful arc and landing perfectly in Bai Zemin's embrace. The eyes of the little animal immediately lit up powerfully, and she began rubbing her head again and again against Bai Zemin's armor, as if she wanted to dig a hole and crawl in there so she could feel the warmth of his body more plainly. The mermaid princess's right eye contracted as she said in a flat voice, really, what's going on here? The same thing I wonder. Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but nod in agreement. Bai Zemin chuckled and caressed the dolphin's small body in his embrace as he said with satisfaction, welcome back. Pooh. The fleet of vehicles began to move again, but the shocks were not yet over. As the buses and other vehicles moved across the bridge, most of them had their outer vision completely covered, as the glass had been removed and replaced by steel plates covered with beast skins, capable of withstanding the claws of a level 20 creature without problems. Only the driver and those closest to the front were able to see what was happening in the outside world, but they were too stupefied to do more than watch with their eyes wide open. On the other hand, the soldiers who had almost total sight and the stronger soul evolvers walking around the fleet looked at their surroundings with eyes brimming with surprise. The shock was so great that none of them dared to say a single word, so the only sound that could be heard was the sound of engines and constant footsteps advancing southward. Several thousand sea beasts surrounded the bridge and followed the fleet closely. Under the orders of the 7th Princess of the Eastern Sea, any sea creature that did not belong to her side and came too close to the bridge after detecting the enormous amount of soul power was slaughtered and devoured before it could even plan an attack. The most spectacular sights were naturally the 3 giant beasts that while walking or moving raised huge waves or splashed water everywhere. Even though they were more than 1,000 meters away from the bridge, all the soul evolvers and soldiers felt fear in their hearts at the sight of those 3 creatures that seemed to be capable of ending the world. Size really does matter after all, Nangongyi said with a loud voice as he trotted in the front to keep up with everyone. Jade gave him a sidelong glance and remarked, too bad for you then. Hehasa. Many laughed out loud not only because the silent Jade had just made a joke, but also to release some of the pressure they felt on their bodies when the aura of more than 1 second-order creature and several first-order creatures advanced next to them from such a close distance. With the skills of Xian Mayer, the bridge that was about to collapse managed to withstand the weight of the vehicles without any problems. Therefore, about 2 hours later, and just as the sun was beginning to set along with the drop in temperatures, they had all made it across to the other side. We're finally here. It seems like it's been forever since I visited Champing District, even though it was only a little over 2 months. A lot of things happened after all. The soul evolvers began chatting among themselves while looking around the surroundings at the same time as they collaborated with the armed army to create a safe perimeter. Because, although the zombies nearby had been slaughtered and eaten by the sea creatures that jumped onto land occasionally, in this world nothing was safe, and the training they received daily was definitely showing an effect on everyone's orderly behavior. Even those who were previously nothing more than farmers or white-collar businessmen were beginning to behave more like adept soldiers. Bai Zemin took several steps forward and raised his head to the sky. He couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath of the fresh, sea-scented air. Although the air felt the same outside, to him it was completely different from the air he breathed on the other side of the bridge. Because that huge sea behind him was what kept him away from his loved ones for so long because of the zombies. Finally, I'm finally here, Champing District. He clenched his fists so tightly that bursts of air attracted the attention of those closest to him. But no one interrupted him. Bai Zemin's back, despite looking as powerful and imposing as ever, also looked a bit lonely when viewed from afar. Those who knew him best naturally understood his reasons and motives, so they gave him time alone. But he was not the only one who felt this way. There were many more who felt the same way, and some even began to cry silently at the thought of their families. At the same time, the gratitude and veneration they felt toward Bai Zemin and his leadership only shot skyward. It was thanks to that young man standing in the distance that most of them had made it this far. It was also thanks to the miracles he created with his own hands that those who had not yet managed to reach the places where their loved ones could live now had a chance before them. From his monstrous strength to his ability to strike up a close relationship with the marine race, from his cruelty, but at the same time righteousness that constantly created safer places for everyone. Bai Zemin might not be the best leader in the world, but he was the leader they got, and most of them didn't complain about it at all. Bai Zemin, I am leaving here since my part is done. The voice of Xian Mayer sounded from the sea, but Bai Zemin did not turn around as he was too busy calming himself. Remember to communicate with me through Zio when you decide to start. Okay, good luck, he said aloud. Xian Mayer did not delay, and with a shrill cry took all her troops with her, disappearing into the deep sea, leaving nothing but large ripples as proof of her presence, ripples which disappeared not long after. Shangyu and Bingzu walked towards Bai Zemin with the intention of asking him what they would do next, but she seemed to sense something, so she hurriedly stopped and looked at the ground beneath her feet with a frown. Her face changed slightly as she watched the small rocks begin to bounce, each time shaking more and more. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. It was such a gentle rumble that it could easily be ignored. However, the soul evolvers noticed the shaking as it quickly began to get stronger and stronger. Just as Bai Zemin looked around in search of a large-sized beast, Lilith's urgent voice rang in his head. Bai Zemin, your world is about to expand in size. Get away from the sea quickly or you might be swallowed. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 584, Earth Evolving. Annihilating armies with a single slash. Chapter 584, Earth Evolving. Annihilating armies with a single slash. Bai Zemin did not stop to think about Lilith's words even for an instant. He had no time for it. Instead, what he wisely did was to let his body move before his mind sent the command. All of you, move to the outside of the nearest town in a southerly direction. Now. Bai Zemin turned around and roared at the top of his lungs. His voice was like a sonic boom, but instead of leaving everyone stunned, it was like a snap that hit them in the back of the head to wake them up from the dreamlike state they were in. Seeing how the always calm Bai Zemin suddenly became anxious, everyone's expressions changed for the worse, and they didn't even ask when they got down to business. In cases like this where the situation was urgent, there was no time for order. The drivers started the engines of the vehicles and pushed the pedal to the end, raising curtains of smoke and rushing off into the distance in an instant. Some vehicles crashed into each other, but fortunately, they were all modified so there were not too many problems except for a few survivors who hit their heads inside the vehicles due to the fierce impact. However, the drivers seemed to understand each other as they did not even hesitate to continue driving south once they regained control of their vehicles. The ground rumbling became more and more ferocious, as if an army of mythological beasts were approaching the meeting point at full speed. Fortunately, what Bai Zemin feared the most did not happen, since if cracks had opened up in the earth, considering the world was about to expand, they would surely be cracks of colossal size, and if a vehicle fell in there, it would be the end. Bingzu. Bai Zemin turned around to look for Shangyu and Bingzu, but when he looked at her, he was so surprised that his eyes widened. This was because, just moments ago, she was only a few steps away from where Bai Zemin was, but now Shangyu and Bingzu was more than 50 meters away, even though he could tell that she hadn't even moved from her spot. Shangyu and Bingzu was also incredibly shocked and was speechless. Bai Zemin noticed how her eyes were trembling slightly as proof of shock and fear at what was happening, as well as seeing Bai Zemin showing such a frightened attitude. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth at the sight of her, dazed, and shouted again, this time louder than before. Bingzu. The second shout finally snapped her out of her daze, and clarity returned to her eyes. She looked at Bai Zemin, and oddly enough, just by looking into his eyes, she knew what he needed her to do. Leave it to me. She shouted towards him before charging in a southerly direction at lightning speed and disappearing in an instant. Bai Zemin was relieved that he didn't need to waste time and instead pulled out his military radio. He pressed a button and roared over the intercom. To all units, pay attention. All head for Kuikun town, which is in a southeasterly direction. Do not split up and take care to keep the normal vehicles within protective range, but do not deviate if one of them gets separated. Everyone is allowed to open fire at will. After shouting several orders over the intercom, orders which the different leaders in charge of the different teams began to take charge of, Bai Zemin looked at the few who were still there and ordered in a deep voice, all of you head south as well, straight to Kuikun town. Wu Yian, you stay with me. They all nodded, and after looking at each other for a moment, they activated their lightning movement skills and turned into several flashes of blue light that disappeared in a few seconds from Bai Zemin's sight. However, it was clear that this time it was not as easy as it should have been, since they were all fighting against the enlargement of the world, and therefore they had to run a lot more, and were no longer like ghosts that closed great distances in a short time. Wu Yijin approached Bai Zemin, and even though she was also nervous, when she was close enough to him, she actually calmed down enough for her clouded mind to clear. Is the earth evolving again? Wu Yijin asked as she looked into his eyes. Bai Zemin frowned slightly but shook his head gently and pointed out, no. Well, it's probably starting to evolve, but it won't be completed yet. Do you remember what happened a little over a week ago, when the sky went completely dark and then the mana in the world became denser than normal, affecting everyone? Seeing Wu Yijin nod, Bai Zemin pointed towards the sky and said in a deep voice, try to sense the surrounding mana now. Wu Yijin nodded again, and with blind trust in him, closed her eyes to focus entirely on the mana of the world around her. Doing this, in an unknown place full of dangers, and when such great changes were occurring, was no different from asking to be killed. But Wu Yijin had absolute confidence that the man beside her would protect her regardless of the danger. Moreover, Wu Yijin herself was not weak at all. Bang! Bai Zemin looked in a northerly direction, and his eyes widened slightly as he saw how the sea that was so close a matter of minutes ago had now moved so far away. Of course, it wasn't that the sea had moved away, but that the land had expanded. However, the dangers Lilith had warned him about finally showed themselves. Giant waves of between about 300 meters and 900 meters in height began to crash against each other, generating even higher waves that uncontrollably advanced towards the mainland as a consequence of the fierce trembling of the world. But the most terrifying thing, apart from the colossal size of the waves, whose power was more than enough to bring down the strongest buildings in the world, were the exorbitant amounts of sea creatures that were being swept onto land as a result. Bai Zemin stepped forward just in time to see the bridge with over 50 years of history collapse in its entirety as a result of the expansion, and after being hit by so many waves at the same time. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. Had they arrived a day later, no, an hour later, and the consequences would have been disastrous. All the efforts that Bai Zemin had put in over the past few months to reach the south would have been completely wasted. A thread of bright blood shot out from Bai Zemin's pants. The blood thread was so bright that it seemed to be a thread of light instead, and under his control that bloody thread wrapped around the huge hilt of his weapon, unsheathing it and thrusting it forcefully into the ground in front of him. Bai Zemin extended his right hand forward and closed his fist tightly over the hilt of his greatsword. Then, with a strong upward pull, he pulled the weapon out of the ground before bringing it behind his body. There was a reason why Bai Zemin had not yet left, and it was precisely this. At least 10,000 sea creatures came to the surface, and about 500 of them could only writhe there as they had no ability to move on land. However, the rest began to charge forward when they noticed the presence of the two humans whose soul power was so tempting to them. According to Bai Zemin's rough estimate, he could detect around 31st-order existences, while the rest were all unclassified creatures. There were no second-order sea beasts present. Even so, the number of enemies was increasing with every wave that came closer and closer to the mainland, so at this rate, everything within several kilometers of the sea would probably be swallowed up by the waters. Bai Zemin leaned his body forward, bending his knees with his right foot in front and his left foot behind. He brought his left hand back, now clinging with both hands to the hilt of his Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words. The weird shrieks and roars of the sea creatures were really high-pitched and extremely unpleasant to the ear. Besides, their terrifying appearances didn't help either, as some of them were disgusting enough to resemble not an animal from the past, but a monster out of some low-budget horror movie. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and held all the air inside his lungs as he swung his weapon forward with all his might. The muscles of his arms under the leather armor swelled up, showing the power they concealed, and in an instant the 6-ton greatsword completed a full swing. Boom! A huge air cannon as big as a building formed in front of Bai Zemin, as a result of the pressure and speed with which he had swung his weapon. The huge air cannon shot forward like a thunderbolt, and in an instant hit the ground 1,500 meters away. Boom! A fierce earthquake shook the ground even harder, and the giant air cannon that seemed to be a world of its own exploded as it impacted in the midst of the horde of sea creatures. Those beasts that were within 2,000 meters of the center of the explosion automatically turned into a mist of blood, with white bone fragments flying everywhere. On the other hand, the more lucky ones were cut into thousands of small pieces of minced meat, as the resulting wind blades after the explosion of the giant wind cannon whipped their bodies over and over again. By the time the disaster settled down, a huge crater over 700 meters in diameter appeared where once there was soft earth, and nearby trees were blown to pieces. But nothing was over because, although Bai Zemin had managed to eliminate more than 10,000 enemies with a single attack, there were more charging from a distance. Only a few seconds had passed since Wu Yijin closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she exclaimed in surprise. The world's mana became much thinner now. She turned and saw Bai Zemin standing with his greatsword resting on his shoulder as he clenched the hilt with his right hand. Then, she saw him extend his left hand forward, and noticed how the blood mist in the distance immediately began to move under his will. Right, the world is using the excess of mana to evolve. Bai Zemin stated at the same time as roars of terror and pain echoed, along with explosions coming from the sea, as a result of the impact of the waves capable of bringing Armageddon to any part of the world. As Wu Yijin watched in awe as the bodies of the sea beasts were sucked dry, and the blood from their bodies was extracted by the blood mist that had seeped into their pores, Bai Zemin continued indifferently. There will surely be some events like the one that happened a week ago. The world will absorb that mana and use it to evolve. I don't know how long it will take, but it surely won't be long before Earth officially enters its second stage. Roar! 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 Suddenly, from the surrounding woods, several roars were heard, and the ground began to rumble even harder. Except that this time small cracks began to appear as proof that the addition of strength to the power of the earthquake was not due to evolution. Wu Yijin quickly looked to her right, only to see thousands of mutant beasts and evolved plants running amok. Some were fighting each other, while others were just trying to move away as they were scared and didn't know what was happening. "I'll take care of these," she said loudly, and promptly put her back next to Bai Zemin's back. "I'll entrust it to you." Bai Zemin nodded and focused on the sea creatures. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 585. Wu Yijin and Bai Zemin fighting shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 585. Wu Yijin and Bai Zemin fighting shoulder to shoulder. With a constant rumbling that not only shook the earth, but also echoed loudly in the atmosphere to the point where the skies began to tremble, the number of beasts that left the depths of the forests they inhabited was not small. While most of them were unclassified creatures whose levels ranged from 12 to 25 maximum, the number of creatures that had already set foot in the First Order was not small at all. Not to mention the fact that there were all sorts of beasts with different varieties of attacks. There were also at least 2 or 3,000 mutant plants that crawled on the ground or jumped while cutting through the wind and smashing enemies blocking the way. Wu Yijin was strong. There was no doubt that as a first-order level 37 soul evolver her power was among the top in the entire Transcendent faction. However, facing no less than a few hundred first-order existences was not something that was within her capability. At the end of the day, she was not a monster at Shangyuan Bingzu's level, let alone Bai Zemin's level. However, Wu Yijin was a really smart woman. She knew that if Bai Zemin had asked her to stay by his side, even though with his strength, he might be able to slaughter all enemies, it was not because he needed her support to fight to the death. What he needed from her right now was another characteristic of her skills that except for Shangyuan Bingzu's ice-creating ability, no one in the entire faction could surpass or match. BOOM. Another terrifying explosion shook the earth, and Wu Yijin had to grit her teeth to stay steady on her feet. She looked over her shoulder only to see that Bai Zemin was repositioning his sword on his shoulder with an indifferent look, in front of him, over 1,000 meters away. The blood mist became thicker, and the sea creatures that were previously nearby had disappeared without a trace. Wu Yijin's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she subconsciously clenched both fists tightly. She really adored Bai Zemin. It was his strength that won her over in the beginning and the reason why she was interested in him, and thus, part of why she would eventually fall in love after getting to know his personality and principles. Although the current Wu Yijin did not care about Bai Zemin's power or status as the highest leader of the entire Transcendent faction, since she loved him for who he was at his core, and not for something as simple as power, she could not deny that seeing the man she wanted to spend her whole life with overwhelm enemies so calmly caused her heartbeat to increase even in the middle of the battlefield. After all, it was in every woman's genetics to seek out a man worthy of them. The more outstanding the woman, the more outstanding the man must be. Although it was to a lesser degree, and with more limits, human females were in a sense equal to the females of any herd and males were no different from the males of the herd. The lioness would only be willing to mate with the one who showed to be stronger and with better genes to give birth to a more powerful next generation. Wu Yijin's eyes flashed with resolution. I cannot let him feel disappointed of me. I have to show him that other than Bingzu, I can also support him on the battlefield. Since he was trusting her and was giving her this rare opportunity to fight by his side, then the least Wu Yijin could do was to make the most of every second and prove her worth. Wu Yijin pulled out 2 handfuls of small seeds that had a peculiar bright red color from inside the leather bag tied to her waist and threw them with all her might forward and to her sides. The red seeds flew over 1,000 meters with the help of the strong winds blowing south and separated in the air, before falling to the ground in a disorderly manner, scattering and covering a 180-degree area in front and to the sides of Wu Yijin. However, even though the mutant beasts and plants passed that range, Wu Yijin did not activate the seeds she had just cast and instead waved her magic staff while vocalizing loudly, paralyzing spores. A small magic circle appeared in front of her, and when the wave of mana hit it, it exploded, releasing a huge emerald-green cloud that shimmered under the sun's glare. The cloud was carried away by the wind and spread across the battlefield in just seconds. First-order mutant snake reached the range of 500 meters from where Wu Yijin was standing right after taking the life of a giant white mouse that crossed its path. The reptilian eyes of the mutant snake flashed with rage as it saw the 2 humans in front of it blocking the way, so it opened its jaws wide, preparing to spit out a large ball of corrosive acid which upon hitting the ground generated hissing sounds and punctured the earth with ease, showing just how lethal it was. However, as the attack of the mutant snake was about to be completed, the eyes of the creature suddenly froze and its mouth abruptly closed. The 300-plus meter long body that was sliding across the ground at a speed comparable to that of a race car suddenly seemed to lose control and fell rolling over the ground, kicking up large clouds of dust and crushing some other smaller-sized beasts in the process. What happened to the first-order mutant snake was like the beginning of chaos, as in an instant thousands of beasts that were charging forward fell to the ground, causing explosions and kicking up heavy clouds of dust in the process. Moreover, the number of beasts that were crushed to death was not low. The first-order beasts were only paralyzed after breathing in the magic spores released by Wu Yijin for 2 or 3 seconds at most, before getting up again to charge forward even more furiously than before or to fight each other fiercely. However, at least 20,000 unclassified creatures stayed on the ground even after several seconds. Stop, Wu Yijin had no time to rejoice or to feel proud, as she immediately noticed that her skill-paralyzing spores had no effect on the mutant plants. Her voice, however, seemed to have some effect, as when the mutant plants heard the word, "Stop," they actually hesitated as to whether they should continue moving forward or not. This was all due to Wu Yijin's job, which not only increased her affinity with the plants, but also allowed her voice to more easily reach the consciousness of those beings. Wu Yijin took that opportunity to wave her magic staff again and called out loudly, "Water chains." Activating her skill hydrokinesis, Wu Yijin made use of the large amount of water that flew from the sea and landed on the mainland to form hundreds of huge, long chains which, with another swing of her magic staff, began to coil around the creatures of the First Order. Although the water chains began to break, they served to buy time. That was all Wu Yijin needed to do. Buy time. Time enough until Bai Zemin finished off the sea creatures that were being driven out of the sea due to the waves that formed as a result of the shaking of the world. Wu Yijin heard constant explosions behind her, and did not need to turn around to know that Bai Zemin was crushing the sea creatures and beasts that were coming out of the northern sides of the forests. The reason why this was such a troublesome task was because, if they let the creatures go berserk now, then it was unlikely that the Transcendent faction would be able to find a safe place to stay later. Blood bullets. Wu Yijin heard the voice of Bai Zemin and noticed that below her and across the ground, countless small-sized shadows appeared. Then, the wind howled sharply, and a moment later small, but powerful blasts began to resound one after another. Wu Yijin gritted her teeth as she saw several beasts trying to flee in the opposite direction. This was what she feared the most, since in that direction were the survivors. Fire Hydra! Wu Yijin shouted and activated the second activation of her skill's second order plan, empowerment level 3. All the bright red seeds that had fallen disorderly all over the ground suddenly released a strong crimson glow as Wu Yijin's mana was absorbed by them, and a moment later they all blasted out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. From within the seeds, thick flexible branches similar to vines grew and spread everywhere before wrapping around the bodies of those mutant beasts and plants trying to run in a southward direction. Roar! The beasts let out roars of pain and fury as the plants writhed. When their bodies were surrounded and enveloped by the bright red vines, the fire-like energy that was hidden within them was released and began to burn their bodies extremely fast, piercing the outer skin of the weaker beasts with ease and setting the plants on fire even more easily. A first-order goat whose body was enveloped by black spines and whose silver horns were over 2 meters long let out a furious roar as one of its legs began to be burned by a vine of fire that would not let it go. Suddenly, its horns released a powerful silver radiance, and the light enveloped its body for a second. Bang! The first-order goat's eyes flashed with joy as it broke free from the annoying vine, but as it was about to continue fleeing south in search of a safe place for survival, it felt that this time not only one of its legs was trapped, but 2 of its legs were trapped. The first-order goat was furious, and its horns once again released that bright silver radiance that covered its body in an instant. Although it was only for a brief second, the effect was phenomenal as the fiery vines broke out again. But to the first-order goat's horror, not only did the same 2 fire vines from before reappear, but an extra one also appeared and caught its third leg, and with a strong tug threw its body to the ground. Wu Yijin gritted her teeth as she tried to use all her skills to the best of her ability. While the consumption of mana was not high, she was only using her skills to restrain the enemies rather than to create powerful attacks capable of taking their lives. In the long run, it would be too much for her to keep up this pace. Probably 1 HR would be her limit if this continued like this, but even then she had to focus at 200%, or else she would let the beasts break through her defense encirclement. Fortunately, she was not alone there. Boom! Wu Yijin noticed a shadow rising above her, and as she looked up she saw Bai Zemin high in the sky. She caught a glimpse just in time as he slashed his greatsword downward in a mighty swing that shook the heavens. Boom! No matter if it was First Order or unclassified beast, no matter if it was First Order or unclassified mutant plant, they were all torn into countless pieces as the huge air cannon formed from the terrifying atmospheric pressure of the ferocious swing of an object whose weight exceeded 6,000 kilograms. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 586, Wu Yijun, Charming Little Succubus. Chapter 586, Wu Yijun, Charming Little Succubus. The pieces of broken bodies that were not crushed and disintegrated to the point of turning every fiber into a mist of blood flew uncontrollably everywhere, as the shockwave that hit the ground with great power generated another shockwave which crushed everything around it. Pieces of flesh, broken limbs, bone fragments, brain matter, and internal organs flew through the skies as blood rained down on the surroundings. The iron smell coming from the blood was so thick that even with the winds blowing so hard it remained permeated in the area for a long time. With gravity manipulation activated in reverse to keep his height a little longer in the sky, Bai Zemin was pulled back to Earth with a slightly but noticeably higher force than before. Earth's gravity is increasing as well. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he realized that not only did the gravity of attraction increase the speed of his descent, but it had also been more challenging to jump before. Fortunately, Bai Zemin had been in Oblong world about a week ago, and considering that the world of the Usra race was a clearly more evolved world than Earth, its laws were also much higher. Therefore, the current gravity of Earth was no challenge for him. Looks like I'll have to stop all major movement for a few days until the troops get used to this new gravity. Bai Zemin whispered as his feet returned to solid ground, creating a 50-plus meter crater with him as the center. The weight of Crimson Thunder, Dragon's last words, wasn't there just for show after all. Observing the surroundings, Bai Zemin realized that practically all the creatures were focused on him and Wu Yijun. As for those that tried to flee in another direction, they were immediately caught by the bright red vines that continued to grow larger and larger each time one was destroyed. At this point it seemed as if a red forest had been born out of nowhere, as beyond the vines, the view was almost completely blocked. That's how big and amazing the view was now, even though a few moments ago they were nothing more than small harmless seeds. Wu Yijun, you're doing a great job. Bai Zemin looked back and praised her from the heart as he watched her eyes move all over the battlefield, activating skill after skill and accurately, and intelligently preventing the creatures from breaking away. She was single-handedly holding off at least a few tens of thousands of beasts. Even if it was only temporary and thanks to the fire energy vines, the fact that a first-order existence could contain such a large army among which there were more than a few existences within the same order of power was undoubtedly praiseworthy anywhere in the universe. Although Wu Yijun felt extremely delighted and her heart was jumping like crazy with happiness, she did not dare to lose her focus, so she did not even have time to look at Bai Zemin to show him the beautiful smile that adorned her face at this moment as a result of his words. Now that she had managed to show her worth, the last thing she wanted was to fail near the end. One single slip-up, and all the perfect balance Wu Yijun had managed to forge with her skills and ingenuity would be destroyed. This was something she could not afford no matter what. A faint smile grew at the corner of the mouth of Bai Zemin, and he couldn't help but nod at the sight of her so focused. Even though her hair was a mess and stuck to her face due to the sweat covering her body, in his eyes, this was possibly the second time Wu Yijun looked so beautiful and charming, with the first being that time during the battle against the spider army. In the eyes of Bai Zemin, a strong and independent woman was way more valuable than a beauty. In this world, beauty could be achieved by anyone, and even a woman with a disfigured face could achieve perfection by evolving. But a woman with the courage to face such a large army on her own, and able to adapt to pressing situations like this, was praiseworthy and a qualified partner. Sis Yijun is a good woman, don't you think? Lilith's voice sounded in Bai Zemin's head, and his expression froze for a second before he realized that she didn't sound upset. Bai Zemin didn't answer right away and instead stomped the ground with all his might, lunging forward like a torpedo and closing the distance between him and the beasts. The ground cracked and pulverized rocks flew everywhere. The mutant beasts and plants didn't even have time to comprehend the situation under the agility of a monster like him. Bai Zemin raised his greatsword high above his head as a thunderous roar came from his mouth. War cry. Roar. A roar that resembled that of an unknown beast came out of his wide-open mouth, and the sound wave hit all the living creatures in front of him. All of them, regardless of whether it was a mutant plant or first-order evolver beast, fell to the ground with their eyes rolling and foam coming out of their mouths. Die! Bai Zemin roared as he swung his greatsword ferociously downwards at the same time, as a bright crimson flame began to dance on the weapon. Crimson flame. Rumble. The earth shook and the heavens rumbled. The earth shattered, and cracks stretched as far as the eye could not see. The heavens seemed to weep as the few clouds in the near-night sky dispersed, as they were hit by the shockwave spread in all directions. Wu Yijin was forced to put both arms in front of her in the form of a cross to cover her face, as even though the shockwave did not extend to the back, the surroundings were covered by dirt. In fact, she was unable to stand her ground and fell to the ground, sitting on her backside due to the fierce earthquake that was incomparable to the ones before. The dust cloud that rose into the sky was approximately 10 km in diameter, so it was extremely challenging to see what was happening in the core. However, except for the rumbling of the surroundings, Wu Yijin could no longer hear roars of beasts or signs of battle. Standing on an earthen stage that measured approximately 10 meters in diameter, Bai Zemin slowly placed his weapon on top of his shoulder and with narrowed eyes scanned the surroundings as the critical hit. Messages flashed in his retina constantly. Other than dirt and blood, there was nothing else there. In fact, Bai Zemin realized that he was standing on the surface of what appeared to be a giant crater at the moment, and only a conservative estimate told him that the crater should be at least about 1,000 meters deep. With the sound of rumbling still faintly persisting, Bai Zemin finally answered the question that Lilith asked before. Indeed, she is a splendid woman. Unfortunately, where heart rules, brains don't, or otherwise, she would definitely be my first choice in choosing a partner to spend the rest of my life with. Oh, you're quite sincere, aren't you? Lilith didn't seem angry even though not long ago they both practically laid bare their feelings for each other. But this was also normal considering she wasn't a naive young girl. Lilith was a woman who had seen and heard too much to feel more than a little jealousy over mere words. I think honesty is necessary when it comes to feelings, Bai Zemin shrugged. Wu Yijin had been the first woman who had truly loved him and shown it without fear. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Bai Zemin not to feel that she had at least an important place in his heart. In fact, she was the only woman who had openly told him how much she loved him so far if he put aside his mother and younger sister. Lilith, seeing how the corner of Bai Zemin's mouth was constantly twitching, couldn't help but laugh and point out, "You're remembering dark things about your past, aren't you?" "Shut up. Halasa. HMPH. Bai Zemin snorted and casually slammed his fist forward. Boom! A giant bubble of air and pressure burst as a result, and the entire dirt quickly began to shake off. However, it wasn't enough with just one punch, so he had to strike more than 10 times to remove all the dirt from the surrounding area and disperse it enough to see everything with clarity. At some point, the world had stopped trembling and the earth had stopped expanding. In addition, perhaps frightened by the terrifying explosions from moments before, the mutant beasts and plants stopped coming out of the forests, while the sea creatures no longer came up onto solid ground once the giant waves had completely subsided. Looks like the expansion is over. The voice of Wu Yijin sounded from behind Bai Zem, and as he turned around he realized that her body was completely drenched in water. Considering that she was wearing a magic robe, every part of the robe hugged her wet body tightly and highlighted to the point of the highest seduction her beautiful curves. The eyes of Bai Zemin warmed for a second before he looked away and asked in an attempt for her not to notice the way he had looked at her, "What happened to your clothes?" Wu Yijin's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, but she didn't say anything about it to prevent him from feeling uncomfortable. After all, knowing that her charm was not indifferent to Bai Zemin was more than enough for her to be able to go to bed with a big smile on her face. "Oh, about this," she blushed and began to explain. Bai Zemin felt a little embarrassed when she told him that her body had been covered by dirt and due to sweat had turned into mud. Therefore, Wu Yijin had no choice but to use hydrokinesis to wash her body, but still, she couldn't wait to get to a safe place and take a shower. "Sorry about that," he said after coughing. While utilizing the overwhelming physical attack power and formidable weight that Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words bestowed upon Bai Zemin, whenever he wielded it was the fastest way to wipe out large numbers of enemies. It was definitely far from the most optimal way. After all, the power of the greatsword was 100% destructive power that Bai Zemin had no way of controlling. While he could have used blood bullets or any other blood weapon by making use of blood manipulation, it would take more time and consume mana that he did not need to consume. Why put so much stupid effort into it when a swing of his weapon was enough to end all the pressing problems? If the situation wasn't so pressing, he might have been able to do it. But since the situation was urgent, there was no time to waste. "Don't worry, it's nothing." Wu Yijin smiled sweetly toward him, and her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape. In her heart she thought, If I can make you look at me like this, I'm willing to go through this 1,000 times. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times at the sight of the innocent smile on her baby face. That innocent and pure smile, coupled with that seductive devil-like body, really was any man's undoing. He had to admit that if Shangyuan Bingzu was like an immortal fairy because of her beauty that simply transcended all senses, then Wu Yijin really was like a little succubus, even though she herself was not aware of this fact. Bai Zemin naturally did not know what she was thinking, but he simply shook his head and looked off into the distance. Help me to get the soul stones. We need to catch up with the rest as soon as possible. Changping District was also a suburb-like district located in the north of China, so the forests were dense in the area. The beasts that Bai Zemin together with Wu Yijin had just killed were only part of the forests closer to Yanqing District, but these forests were only one of many, so it was practically a given that his faction would be fighting more mutant creatures right now. Besides, with the earth growing in size, Bai Zemin had yet to understand how far away was the point he had ordered his troops to go. Previously, a simple vehicle ride of about 30 minutes at 60 km/h was more than enough to get to the right place. However, considering that now Bai Zemin could not even see the sea, it was a good idea to question how much the continents and the seas had actually grown. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 587 Earth's Expansion. At least triple its previous dimensions. Chapter 587 Earth's Expansion. At least triple its previous dimensions. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin began to run on the road, a road which had now been almost completely destroyed as the world grew up. In fact, it was no longer correct to call it a road at all, and at this point the pavement was no different than several pieces of concrete scattered haphazardly all over the place. Even so, it was good enough that thanks to it the two of them managed to find their way roughly to Kuikun town. However, to Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin's complete disbelief and shock, even after the two of them had been running at over 100 km/h for 30 minutes, they still didn't even get close enough to see Kuikun town. It looks like planet Earth grew at least 3 times compared to its previous one, Bai Zemin said in a slightly dark voice. Now not only did the roads have to be rebuilt, but even the maps of the past had become completely useless as far as scale was concerned. The only good thing was that so far it seemed that the world had grown equally in all directions, so every point should be located in the same space, only that the distance between 2 different points was a lot greater than before. Bai Zemin suddenly stopped his steps, so Wu Yijin also stopped and looked back in confusion. Wu Yijin, ride on my back, he said out of nowhere. Excuse me, Wu Yijin blinked dumbfounded as this was all too sudden. Get on my back, hurry. Bai Zemin frowned and turned around to crouch down. He pointed behind him and repeated, get on, we have no time to waste. The urgent voice was the engine that propelled Wu Yijin's steps toward him even though her mind was still blank. Although she understood that this was because her agility was too slow, she never expected that her closest contact with him to date would come in this way. However, she definitely wouldn't pass up a golden opportunity like this. Who knew when she would again have such bliss to feel the warmth of his body at close range? Therefore, she did not hesitate to obey him, and more than a command to Wu Yijin's ears was a reward. She leaned her upper body and then wrapped her arms around his neck. In fact, Wu Yijin was brave and bold enough to wrap her long legs around his waist to lock her position more firmly. Is it okay like this? Bai Zemin felt Wu Yijin's breath behind the back of his neck, and when her sweet voice reached his ears for an instant he felt as if every bone in his body weakened. But the worst of it all were those 2 great treasures that despite not being able to feel their softness, due to the leather armor he was wearing, Bai Zemin could definitely feel their firmness and weight pressing against the material that clung to his back tightly. It's fine like this. Bai Zemin nodded gratefully, as indeed the posture she had taken was perfect for him to move with ease. Hold on tight and don't open your mouth, Bai Zemin warned as he stood up and put strength into his right leg slightly ahead of his left leg. Boom. Wu Yijin couldn't even finish her words as everything around her became a blur. Her hair flew wildly behind her, and her face turned white as a sheet when she couldn't even see her surroundings. The pressure on her body increased so much that had it not been for the fact that Bai Zemin was supporting everything, by going to the front her bones might have been crushed at this point. Only now did she understand the reason why he asked her not to open her mouth. But what crazy speed was this? Wu Yijin felt as if her heart was going to jump out of her chest in fear, but she also felt a surge of powerlessness hitting her. So this is the world he fights in. So this is the world he sees. Wu Yijin realized that this speed that for her was just exorbitant, for Bai Zemin was just normal. At the same time, she finally understood how dangerous the enemies he faced every time he got hurt were. His agility stat alone was enough to overwhelm and destroy her bones, so what about the rest of his stats? Wu Yijin could not even comprehend the level that Bai Zemin was at. While Wu Yijin's heart was staggering, Bai Zemin simply focused on running at high speed forward. Moreover, unlike her, he could see all his surroundings clearly as all his stats were high, and not only his agility was unbalanced. Bang 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 bang. The earth split with every stomp he made, and shockwaves of dust rose up everywhere, leaving a straight line as a trail, even though, when that straight line of dust rose up, he had already become a distant dot running towards the horizon. Along the way, there were numerous creatures that attacked the duo. However, Wu Yijin simply felt the wind around them howl for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. All the enemies were torn apart by Bai Zemin the first instant they decided to show up to create trouble. The only drawback was that he couldn't stop to search for soul stones or collect the useful materials, but considering the current situation, there was no time for that. Even running at over 1000 km/h, Bai Zemin took about 5 minutes longer from when he started his run, with Wu Yijin resting her head on his back to catch a glimpse of Kuikun town. However, at this point there was no trace of Kuikun town. It was a place with around 30,000 residents in the past, and where nature-loving tourists often visited to stay the nights, before continuing their travels, had practically disappeared to become something unrecognizable that a foreigner would most likely consider as some sort of ancient ruins. In fact, the only reason Bai Zemin was sure this was the right place was not only due to his own knowledge of the terrain, but also thanks to the 2,000-meter-high ice tower that stood in the middle of nowhere. Upon arriving in the vicinity, Bai Zemin immediately noticed huge amounts of corpses spread everywhere, craters of different sizes, patches of scorched ground, frozen areas, ammunition shells scattered on the ground, and large pools where huge amounts of blood had accumulated. It was clear that a big war had taken place there, but that it had apparently been ended very soon. Moreover, judging by how the frozen areas were the predominant ones, Bai Zemin naturally understood that if it was all over so soon, it was due to Shangyuan Bingzu's overwhelmingly supreme power. Leader, leader, good thing he's all right. The leader is here. Second vice leader Wu Yijin is also fine. When Bai Zemin stopped his steps in front of the first line of defense composed of 2 battle tanks, 5 IFVs, a dozen gun-mounted vehicles, and about 1,000 soldiers, everyone who was tense with their weapons raised immediately relaxed and began to shout their excitement out loud. Although she felt a little reluctant, Wu Yijin had no choice but to get off Bai Zemin's back when he touched her left thigh gently, as if he was telling her that they had arrived at the place so she should get off. She went down and turned around to fix her hair, as she didn't want the man she was trying to charm to see her disheveled. As for Bai Zemin, he approached a soldier and ordered him to take them to the command center. The soldier was just a normal man, so when the person with the highest powerhouse in the entire faction appeared before him, requesting something, he became so nervous that he almost froze. Fortunately, he quickly came out of the surprise, and with excitement bubbling in his blood, he led Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin to the center of the destroyed city. The survivors had not yet gotten out of the vehicles. It was clear that they had been ordered to remain in their seats in an orderly fashion and without causing trouble. Moreover, Bai Zemin saw that apart from a war tank and several dozen military vehicles surrounding the area to keep the survivors in order, the rest were nowhere to be seen. But judging from what the soldier told him, it appeared that Shangyuan Bingzu had mobilized the armed troops and soul evolvers to patrol the entire 5,000 meters around in sizable groups. She had ordered to slaughter any beast, mutant plant, or any other non-human creature that appeared within the indicated boundaries. In addition, Shangyuan Bingzu had also ordered all troops to immediately stop any humans that appeared in the vicinity, and the soldiers had been allowed to fire when they felt it was necessary to fire. Bai Zemin nodded and was extremely satisfied with Shangyuan Bingzu's leadership in the military aspect. He had not only sent her to follow the entire faction because of her overwhelmingly higher strength compared to any other first-order existence, but also because he trusted that Shangyuan Bingzu could keep her mind cool and clear when it came to making decisions. In this kind of circumstances where the world was going through a second crucial change, it was necessary to be cruel with the orders given. Even if some innocents died, that was how things worked, and if some innocents had to die to save many more, then there was no choice but to do it no matter how cruel it was. At the end of the day, there were no gods here and everyone was human regardless of how strong they seemed to be. Everything had limits. The so-called command center was actually nothing more than a clean clearing where several chairs and tables had been set up, as so far Bai Zemin had not managed to see even a single building still standing. Seeing Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin arrive safely, everyone there was visibly relieved, as with things as they were it was hard to tell what would happen. Even if Bai Zemin was powerful, no one knew what might come out of the forests or the seas. After escorting Bai Zemin there, the soldier bowed respectfully and retreated to his position again, as he didn't have the qualifications to be there. Good job keeping everyone safe. Bai Zemin immediately praised Shang Yuan Bingzu in a serious voice. If it wasn't for you, the entire faction would have fragmented and countless would have died in the fauces and under the clutches of some out-of-control mutant creature. Everyone nodded in agreement at his words, and it was clear from the way they looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu that the Ice Princess had truly won everyone's admiration. Even the ever-cold Evangeline looked at her with more friendly eyes this time. If not for Shang Yuan Bingzu's crowd control skills and Chen He's ability to take out multiple enemies at the same time, as well as Kang Lan's poison, I'm afraid we really would have been in trouble this time, Nangong Lingxin said with lingering fear. Bai Zemin noticed a white claw mark on her leather armor and a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was clear that Nangong Lingxin had taken a heavy blow from a powerful beast that had shaken her internal organs, and if not for the armor her life might have been lost. Seeing him looking at her with a frown, Nangong Lingxin smiled slightly and shook her head. Don't worry, Wen Jian has already treated me with his skill. Except for a little pain, my condition is perfect. Nangong Lingxin was one of the soul evolvers that Bai Zemin valued the most out of his entire faction. In fact, her value hardly lost to Kang Lan's, due to the fact that the skill energy barrier that Nangong Lingxin had, as well as her skill reflect, were such rare skills that only she possessed in the entire faction. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 588 City Building Plan. Chapter 588 City Building Plan. Bai Zemin noticed that Shangyuan Bingzu's face was slightly pale and quickly judged that the battle, despite having gone on for less than 1 hour, had been fierce and exhausting enough that she had to consume large amounts of mana in a short time to prevent the problems from escalating. However, he didn't have much time to study her as she shook her head and calmly responded to what he had just said. What I did is no big deal. Unlike you and Yijin, who fought alone against large armies of beasts to prevent chaos from spreading around, I was being supported and assisted by a large armed army and thousands of soul evolvers. The words of Shangyuan Bingzu were naturally intended to highlight that the reason why the battle had ended so quickly had also been in no small part thanks to the fact that Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin had practically single-handedly contained tens of thousands of creatures from the forests located in the north. This woke everyone up and made them realize that the reason Bai Zemin was not fighting at the front lines alongside them was because he had stayed behind to face tens of thousands of beasts to buy time. Enough time for the entire faction to escape and gather in the midst of the chaos. Again, everyone's gazes on Bai Zemin were filled with admiration. However, he did not care about anyone's admiration, and the only reason he did what he did was because, apart from the fact that among those present were people he considered valuable subordinates or friends, Bai Zemin did not want all his efforts to be destroyed in an instant. Not to mention the fact that the more survivors he saved, the greater his power would be in the long run. Let's put aside who did more or who did less. Kai Jingyi interjected with a relieved smile on her face. The important point is that we managed to survive this great change despite the hardships. Right? Zhang De nodded with a serious voice, and with his plate armor slightly dipped inward in the chest area. He held his mace tightly and said with a hint of pride, if this kind of situation had happened before, surely 90% of us would have died. But this time, we not only managed to survive, but we barely lost less than 100 soldiers in this war against other mutant creatures. They all looked at each other, and in the eyes of those next to them, they managed to see pride and joy in their gazes. They were no longer those people who feared at the first sign of trouble and fled with their tails between their legs. They were now brave warriors and powerful enough to take on entire armies when they joined together. Bai Zemin sighed as he looked at the people in front of him and could not help but admit that he also felt some pride in his heart. At the end of the day, he was the leader of this powerful group of soul evolvers. Each of them had gathered in this very place regardless of their past identities, thanks to him linking them together after a lot of different circumstances occurring at the same time. So what do we do now? Wu Yijin interjected the moment and frowned as she pointed at the surroundings. Kuikun town collapsed completely. There's not even a healthy building here. With the earth expanding, while there were no cracks or damage to the world itself, the structures that had been built on top of the earth were not spared. After all, the shaking of the world had been strong enough for any foundation, regardless of its quality, to collapse. They all looked at Bai Zemin waiting for his decision. At the end of the day, they all needed a place to rest and safe ground on which to set up a base. It wasn't as if they could move in vehicles forever in any case. Just as Bai Zemin was considering what to do, the voice of a person who had been silent all this time rang out. How about we build a whole new city? Bai Zemin raised his head and saw that, at some point and unnoticed by anyone, Lilith had replaced her clone and was now perfectly taking Lily's place. Everyone looked at Lilith with curious eyes since, although she should not be present considering she was only a maid, no one really treated her as such. It was no secret that this woman whose face was nothing out of this world but whose body made men drool had a rather close relationship with Bai Zemin. Besides, she often gave good ideas and advice. While she seemed crazy to say something like that out of the blue, no one pointed it out. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu frowned and her mood immediately soured. For some reason, she really didn't feel at ease with Lilith regardless of the fact that she had been sexually assaulted by her and teased over and over again. She just didn't like her too much and that was it. Can you explain? Bai Zemin took a chair and sat down. Seeing Bai Zemin's sparkling eyes, Lilith laughed in her heart. This little scoundrel may be very mature sometimes, but when it comes to crazy ideas, he immediately becomes like a child who can't wait to try it out. Most were looking at her as if she was crazy, however. When Bai Zemin heard build a city, he immediately became interested in it. Today's world is no longer the world of 2.5 months ago. Not only have the rules fallen, but the animals have become mutant beasts whose power is more than enough to demolish a building with ease. Lilith slowly pointed out something that everyone knew, but it was necessary for them to understand her point. Not to mention that apart from the mutant beasts, there are other races as well. Besides, wars between the human sides will happen often until a single power can unify these lands. So, wouldn't it be somewhat foolish to rely on buildings of the past, which would collapse after a single blow? Everyone present immediately frowned upon hearing her words. In fact, what Lilith had just pointed out was a fact that everyone had thought of before. A level 15 unclassified soul evolver already possessed the power to knock down a house, so it was difficult to rely on buildings like before. If for some reason a soul evolver went berserk and attacked the city, most of the deaths would probably be the result of destroying large buildings, and not because of its power. Do you have something in mind? Evangeline couldn't help but ask when something suddenly flashed in her mind. Lilith smiled weakly and quietly proposed, since this is how things are, why don't we take the collapse of all the buildings like Earth helping us in the demolition process, so that we can construct buildings worthy of a chaotic world like this? Mutant beast materials, Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly said. Lilith clapped her hands and said happily, that's right, as expected from the second one. Shangyuan Bingzu was the second in command, and when Bai Zemin was not present, she was the one in charge of everything. Therefore, when Lilith said the second, everyone assumed that she meant her as second in command. However, Shangyuan Bingzu's expression sank slightly, and her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she looked at Lilith. She naturally understood that Lilith's words were meant to mock her in another sense, and it was not as simple as everyone thought. Of course, Lilith ignored her and continued. We can use the bones of mutant beasts, mutant tree trunks, rocks, or any other natural product that possesses mana inside to forge buildings. With mana as a support, depending on the amount of mana the material possesses, the building could become strong enough to withstand the attacks of a first-order existence. That idea is great. Nangongyi jumped out of his seat and shouted excitedly. We were so busy thinking about how to get stronger that we forgot that increasing defense is also a means of making us stronger. Lilith looked at Bai Zemin and said with a smile, besides, it is possible to use other materials to reinforce the buildings. We could even try to find a way to use soul stones to boost that defense even more. Bai Zemin did not delay and immediately looked at Lu Xiaoyao, who, despite having the right to be present at this kind of meeting, did not have the qualifications to intervene because her rank was not yet high enough. Lu Xiaoyao, do we have architects? Lu Xiaoyao already expected him to ask that question ever since the conversation started, so she was not too surprised. However, she shook her head and calmly answered, "We have builders in large numbers, but I don't think we have bothered to invest in architects yet." Builders were not only needed to reinforce walls or erect watchtowers, but were also the perfect heavy workers as they had a high ability to adapt. They were perfect even for digging large pits that could be used as a preventive measure in case a large horde of enemies appeared. However, architects were an unnecessary resource in the first stage of the apocalypse. After all, who could be bothered with beautiful buildings or perfect dimensions when not even the next day's survival was certain? But now that the Earth was about to move into its second evolutionary stage, and with probably all the buildings collapsed, Bai Zemin felt it was time to completely change the history of mankind. The world had changed, the beings that inhabited it had changed. It was time for the buildings to change as well. Bai Zemin fixed his eyes on Lu Xiaoyao and ordered in a deep voice, "I want you to find as many architects as possible. Not only architects, designers, tailors, interior experts, all kinds of capable people who will help in this project can leave their previous jobs if they so wish to devote themselves to what they really know to do." Since they were going to build an entire city, Bai Zemin would not allow that place to be a city full of hideous buildings. After all, that would be the place where they would be living. Therefore, apart from the defense of the buildings, it was also necessary to think about the decorations and arrangements designed to cover up the fact that they were living among bones and leather. Bai Zemin did not even wait for an answer from Lu Xiaoyao and immediately looked at Wu Yijun. "I need you to form a group with the 1st Brigade of the Blood Spear Legion and head to the nearest forests. Focus on hunting down as many mutant beasts as possible, but I also need you to cut down some trees. I know this will take some time, but don't worry about it and try to do it right. Can you do that?" "Of course, leave it to me." Wu Yijun immediately nodded before looking at Kai Jingyi. "We're counting on you." Kai Jingyi smiled politely and nodded. Kai Jingyi was the leader of the 1st Brigade of the Blood Spear Legion, so she would have to collaborate with Wu Yijun to carry out the task that Bai Zemin requested. While the two women did not have too much contact with each other as they usually worked in different departments, the relationship between the two was not bad considering they had fought together in the past several times. With Wu Yijun's skills and special class, fighting mutant beasts or any other creature in the forests would become many times simpler. Besides, she was really perfect for the job that Bai Zemin pointed out. Therefore, Kai Jingyi had no problem handing over the control of her unit to someone capable. As the meeting continued, as there were many things to plan as building a city was no small task, Lu Xiaoyao excused herself as she needed to prepare multiple teams to prepare dinner. Given what was happening and considering that the sun had basically already fallen, the survivors would not be allowed to leave the vehicles. Therefore, they would have to eat and sleep in there for their own safety. Bai Zemin looked at everyone present and said in a serious voice, "This will probably be the biggest change that mankind will experience other than the appearance of soul evolvers and evolvers of other races. However, it will definitely not be the last. This is just the beginning of something much, much bigger. We will start building the first city destined for this new evolved Earth, but we will definitely build and conquer many more." Nangong Lingxin rested both elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands. She looked at Bai Zemin with a smile and said quietly, "In 2 months, you managed to conquer the entire Yanking district. Champing district is sure to fall a lot faster this time. I wonder if at that time they will also start calling you King of Champing or something else." Everyone looked at Bai Zemin and chuckled. Despite what had just happened, regardless of what was going on, and no matter what will happen, none of them thought that anyone could really stand up against the young man in front of them. In the eyes of all of them, conquering the whole of China was only a matter of time. By then, each and every one of them would be etched in the history books as top heroes who participated in the countless wars meant to save mankind, and who shed their blood to reunify the country under a single standard, when China was under attack by all sorts of mutant and evolved creatures. With such a bright future ahead of them, the danger was the least of their concerns. Besides, they had what everyone thought was the incarnation of the invincible god of war fighting alongside them. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 589, The Beginning of a Huge Plan. Chapter 589, The Beginning of a Huge Plan. Although the expansion of the earth had ended, Lilith had told Bai Zemin that there was a possibility that, when a second phenomenon occurred in which the sky would darken as a result of the great charge of mana that would be injected into the earth, the world would expand further again. In addition, the surroundings were not at all safe at the moment, and therefore Bai Zemin ordered that the survivors were strictly forbidden to get out of the vehicles they were in. He also ordered to completely quell any attempts to cause disturbances, but to treat those who acted appropriately with respect and politeness. Although there were many survivors frightened by what was happening, fortunately, no major mishaps occurred, and since they were virtually cut off from the outside world, they did not know the exact situation of the rest. This added to the fact that there were hundreds of soldiers constantly patrolling the area where the vehicles had been parked, was enough to prevent the fear from becoming a reason to cause chaos. On the other hand, there was another factor that had helped a lot to calm the waters, and it was that this time the survivors were able to taste a delicacy that most of them had not tasted for over 2 months: fish. Fish was a common food before, as with the East Sea crossing the northern part of the country, the outer districts of Beijing enjoyed a lot of fishing. However, fish was also a food that, unlike red meat, would get rancid very quickly even if it was frozen, so it was not a type of food that could be left for several days without being eaten. So, with the mutation of the world and the creatures that inhabited it, eating fish became a luxury that even Bai Zemin had hardly enjoyed until now. Fortunately, during the previous hunt, he had managed to recover around 200 relatively intact fish corpses. To help calm the troubled waters that were lashing the hearts of the survivors, Bai Zemin pulled out a few low-level mutant fish and handed them over to the cooking teams to prepare soup with. Thus, although they had no smiles on their faces, the survivors were able to go to sleep without a frown and with full and warm stomachs in the middle of the cold night. Backslash backslash backslash. The next day, the sun had not yet risen, but the now destroyed Kuikun town was extremely lively. "Hey, move that over this way." Lu Xiao, who was wearing comfortable but warm clothes as well as a yellow safety helmet on her head, shouted as she pointed to a group of people struggling to move a large concrete block. The group that was working hard to move the concrete block that was easily the size of an entire wall were not soul evolvers, but with more than 10 of them working together, and thanks to the fact that their stats had risen considerably as a result of good nutrition with food rich in soul power, it was possible to accomplish such a feat. Bang! The group managed to reach the place Lu Xiao pointed out, and without a care in the world, they roared in unison as they threw the large concrete block the size of a wall towards the place where there was a huge pile of concrete. Apart from that group, there were many others who constantly came and threw the concrete blocks belonging to the buildings that collapsed after the quake that shook the entire world during the Earth's growth, wherever Lu Xiao indicated. After many had accumulated, she raised her right hand with which she held a strange, futuristic-looking gun and pulled the trigger in the direction of the huge pile. Swoosh! Under the startled eyes of the workers, a large beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the futuristic-looking gun. The beam of light widened, and under the movement of the gun in Lu Xiao's hand, it completely covered the colossal pile of rubble. By the time the beam of light disappeared, the survivors who had not yet witnessed Infinite Reduction's power gasped in disbelief and amazement. While there were all kinds of skills, seeing a huge concrete mountain turn into a pile of normal rocks had a strong impact on everyone's heart. Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction and brought the intercom she held in her left hand to the level of her lips. "You can take these away now." Then she turned around and, seeing everyone standing there staring at her dumbfounded, Lu Xiao frowned and shouted loudly, "Move! We have a lot of rubble to remove in order to build our home here." The survivors snapped out of the daydream they had fallen into and quickly got down to work for fear of losing this job. While no one would starve, eating rice with some meat every day was definitely better than eating soup forever. Not to mention that by working hard they could stabilize their lives at a level not too different from before the world changed. 1 or 2 minutes later, 2 huge trucks appeared with wagons of ice behind them under the leadership of a crane truck slightly smaller than the other 2. The crane truck driver followed the orders of those near Lu Xiao and carefully lifted the huge ice platform using the power of the crane. Then, The driver unloaded all the debris whose weight had now been reduced by 50% onto the two trucks. Lu Xiao waved her hand, and the trucks were driven away from everyone's sight, taking the debris somewhere. Under the teamwork of more than 2,000 survivors, the debris began to disappear without a trace. Fu Zufeng, in charge of protecting the northern part of the site where the first official city of the Transcendent faction would be built, had also been put in charge of leading a team of about 1,000 survivors. 1,000 troops armed to the teeth, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, 20 modified motorcycles, 1 battle tank, 2 IFVs, 100 soul evolvers. This was the lineup that had been positioned in the north 10 km away from Cuicun town, with the objective of stopping any advance of any kind of life either by hook or by crook. In the meantime, the 1,000 survivors were using all kinds of tools to dig large holes in the ground. Because their bodies had been tremendously improved due to the good food, investment, and good vision of Bai Zemin, they all worked at least 3 times as effectively, so that this group of 1,000 easily equaled 3,000 people digging at the same time. The earth was being removed at surprisingly fast speeds, and in a matter of minutes a straight line began to appear in the north. This straight line was a giant trench that gradually extended further and further in an easterly and westerly direction. I wonder how long it will take them to dig 100 km long and 15 meters deep. Fu Zufeng muttered before yawning in boredom with some tears on his eyes. A soul evolver standing next to him chuckled and said confidently, "Vice Brigade Leader Fu, when the survivors working inside finish their stuff they will join here so it will be faster than it looks." Well, there are also the 3 trenches being dug right now in the east, west, and south of the collapse zone as the center. Fu Zufeng shook his head and whispered, "Big Brother really has crazy ideas sometimes. Oh well, a little fry like me could never understand his big mind." Apart from the north, in the south, east, and west, there had also been stationed troops whose numbers were quite similar to the troops under Fu Zufeng's command, with the south being specially protected with more than double the total power. Because the area being protected was so vast, it was extremely improbable that even with soul evolvers present it would be possible to prevent a lightning-fast existence from sneaking in. Therefore, about 10 soul evolvers with the active skill detector probe were positioned at different strategic points along the 4 directions, so that every 120 seconds a spirit wave with a range of about 1,000 meters was launched forward with the intention of increasing security in those less protected areas, and thus warning the main teams if necessary. While not a perfect measure, the area to be covered was simply too large, and Bai Zemin lacked sufficient manpower. Therefore, this was the best temporary solution. Several kilometers distant, inside one of the forests located northeast of Cuicun town, a team composed of 1,000 soul evolvers dressed in leather armor, plate armor, leather tunics, swords, bows, spears, maces, war hammers, etc., faced the 2 women standing in front of them with respectful expressions. The admiration in their eyes was simply too great and obvious to go unnoticed, especially the eyes of those female soul evolvers who saw the 2 women in front of them as examples to follow. Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijin wore leather armor and leather magic tunic respectively. One held 2 small daggers in each hand, and the other held a bone staff with a small soul stone embedded in the surface over 1 meter high. The 2 women looked at the army of 1,000 men in front of them, and could not help but sigh in their hearts as they remembered the past. A month ago, all the Transcendent faction had on hand were about 700 soul evolvers. But now, with the steady growth of applications to join the Blood Spear Legion, each brigade had 1,000 soul evolvers at their disposal. Moreover, the average level among them was level 8, while those at the highest level had already broken the first order or were about to break through the barrier that held them back. After about a minute of total silence, Kai Jingyi smiled slightly and asked calmly, "Everyone, you know what you have to do, right?" "Yes." The shouts of 1,000 soul evolvers joined together to form a roar similar to that of a dragon about to enter combat mode, as they all confirmed at their brigade leader's question. Kai Jingyi kept that same faint smile on her face and nodded as she calmly said, "Go." There were no words or nods, only action that showed enough to make that silence meaningful. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Like an unstoppable wave, the 1,000 soul evolvers rushed forward at practically the same time. With melee fighters in the front, archers in the middle, and mages in the back, the typical formation that could be seen in any kind of fantasy MMORPG raid moved past Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun before disappearing into the shadows of the huge trees. But the silence of the forest did not last long as explosions began to come from within. Moments after each explosion, at least a dozen trees that were at least 200 meters high fell to the ground after receiving one or more powerful blows that knocked them down without any problem. The corner of Wu Yijin's mouth twitched a couple of times when she saw the giant trees flying over her head and falling 300 meters ahead with a powerful explosion and raising clouds of dust. She looked at Kai Jingyi and realized that she was stroking her dagger while humming some unknown song with the same smile as before. It was as if what was happening now was the most normal thing in the world to this small-bodied but charming young woman. "Are everyone in the 1st Brigade that crazy?" Wu Yijin subconsciously blurted out her doubt aloud. Kai Jingyi gave her a sidelong glance and said with an angelic smile, "What are you talking about?" "It's nothing." Wu Yijin looked away without continuing the matter. She now finally understood the reason why Kai Jingyi had earned the nickname Joker among the soul evolvers. One never knew whether the smile on her face meant kindness or death. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 590, In Search of His Family. Chapter 590, In Search of His Family. Tens of thousands of trees were cut down in a matter of an hour, and within that same time, the soul evolvers that made up the 1st Brigade of the Blood Spear Legion also removed all those trees from the forest whose size had been reduced by an insignificant notch compared to their true size. Of course, during the whole process of tree felling, not a few evolved beasts and mutant plants came out of their caves when they realized that the place where they lived was being indiscriminately attacked. As a result, a great 3-way battle among soul evolvers of 3 different races raged fiercely with blood flying everywhere and corpses littering the ground continuously. While there were a few soul evolvers who died in the process, the number was less than 20 while, after fighting for a whole morning, they managed to hunt down several thousand mutant beasts. The only reason this masterful feat was possible was due to 3 simple but critical factors. The first crucial factor was the purity of soul power. The soul evolvers of the Blood Spear Legion, under the strict orders of Bai Zemin, mainly hunted higher-level enemies to level up. This led to the consequence that the stats of each soul evolver were at least slightly higher compared to those enemies of the same level. The second crucial factor was teamwork. After having received strict daily training where they were taught to cooperate perfectly with their teammates, a party composed of 2 melee fighters, 1 archer, and 1 mage or 2 archers if there was no mage free, they became capable of fighting at least 1 creature that exceeded them by 5-10 levels. While victory and defeat depended on the execution of the techniques learned during training, this was where the third and final crucial factor that led the soul evolvers of mankind to victory once again came in. Attack and defense equipment and treasures. With the vast amount of armor and weapons that Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu managed to obtain after facing the Usra race, the power of each soul evolver, as well as the defense, was raised 1 or 2 levels in the worst-case scenario. Moreover, with a character such as Wu Yijin present, the terror of the forests was no longer so great. With her as the main focus, the beasts and especially mutant plants fell one after another thanks to the fact that within the forest Wu Yijin was no different from the Supreme. In this way, time flew by, and soon morning turned to afternoon. Wu Yijin took it upon herself to coordinate with several cargo trucks which trailed giant ice wagons behind, and with infinite reduction, all the felled trees were loaded, as were the corpses of evolved beasts or mutant plants. Nothing was left behind. Of course, this was a process that took many hours, and it was only at almost midnight when everyone finally returned to Kuikun town to rest. There was still a lot of debris to be removed. However, it was definitely a task that could be finished within the next 24 hours if all the workers continued at the same pace. After all, Kuikun town had been home to around 40,000 inhabitants, so even though in the past there had been many buildings for businesses and homes, with over 1,000 workers whose physical stats were around 3 times that of 1,000 workers in the past, as well as the support of magical treasures, the task of clearing everything would be infinitely easier and faster. Thousands of tents had been set up around the heavily enclosed grounds by the army and the war machines. Although most of these tents were only a few bones of mutant beasts along with the pelts of giant beasts, in reality, they were more than enough to protect the survivors from the cold. In addition, at this point there were practically no leeches in the Transcendent faction as everyone had found some sort of job. Therefore, each survivor had their own salary and therefore their own food. While most of the survivors were temporarily unemployed due to the construction process of the new city, each family had their own food reserves which would be enough for each of those families to get through half a month without any problems. But even then, with the government supporting this whole big movement from behind, no one would go hungry no matter what. In a military tent, Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun had just arrived from the forest located more than 100 kilometers to the northeast, with Kuikun town as the central point. The two women finished handing Lu Xiaoao and the rest of the logistics team the documents detailing everything they had accomplished during the day, and then headed to the military tent located in the center of the camp. The tent was just a normal tent, but the inside had been reinforced with the pelt of a creature called Giant Brown Bear, whose level reached 29 while it was alive. Therefore, the inside was very warm and the winds from outside were basically unable to penetrate beyond the pelt. In addition, the interior was divided into several parts so that several people could sleep there without any problem. This military tent was not unlike a small house by itself. Upon entering the tent, the first thing Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun saw were the maids in charge of arranging Bai Zemin's comforts working to prepare dinner, while the inside of the place was illuminated by a solar-powered generator, a luxury that only 3 or 4 people in the entire Transcendent faction could enjoy. Qin Ming noticed the arrival of the two women and quickly stopped what she was doing. She smiled politely and addressed them both. "Miss Wu, Miss Kai, good job." "And Qin, good job to you too." Kai Jingyi smiled sweetly in response. Both she and Wu Yijun, as well as all those who could be considered close to Bai Zemin, were familiar with Qin Ming and also respected her a lot after learning about all the bad things she went through before she was saved. Moreover, Qin Ming was a woman who was really hard-working and worthy of respect apart from her own natural mature charm, which had won the admiration of several men, among whom there were soul evolvers, but who were eventually rejected without even receiving another glance from her. However, Wu Yijun seemed busy looking around as if she was searching for someone, so she did not even hear Qin Ming's words. Kai Jingyi and Qin Ming exchanged glances, and both saw amusement sparkle in each other's eyes. How could the two women not understand who Wu Yijun was looking for, and who had the capacity to make her this absent-minded? This, Aunt Qin. Wu Yijun finally gave up when she didn't find the figure of the person she hadn't seen since the night before and asked quietly, "May I know where Bai Zemin is?" Kai Jingyi and Qin Ming again exchanged glances as if silently saying to each other, of course, this was the case. However, Qin Ming had no choice but to shake her head and sigh. "Miss Wu, I am sorry to inform you that the Lord is not around at the moment." No, Wu Yijun immediately deflated just like a balloon. Wu Yijun had been looking forward to returning to inform Bai Zemin of the progress of the mission he tasked her to do, and take the opportunity to feast her eyes on his figure, so now that it became impossible to do, she naturally felt discouraged. "Aunt Qin," Kai Jingyi interrupted and asked with a slight frown, "could you tell us where he is right now? It must be something really important for someone responsible as Bai Zemin to be willing to leave his territory when such big changes are happening." Qin Ming sighed, and instead of answering, immediately invited the two young women to sit down. She then poured a cup of honey tea for each and slowly explained the situation. It turned out that around 5 a.m. today, about 30 minutes before everyone woke up for work, Bai Zemin woke up first and put on his armor. Because Qin Ming usually woke up around that time to prepare all the necessary things for the day, she naturally met him in the central part of the tent. Bai Zemin informed Qin Ming that he would be leaving for the rest of the day to see with his own eyes the situation Yangfang Town was currently in, his birthplace, and where he lived most of his life with his family. Hearing this much, Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun looked at each other. They both saw understanding in each other's eyes and now finally understood why Bai Zemin would disappear at such a crucial point as this. Suddenly, and as if remembering something important, Qin Ming looked at Wu Yijun and said, "Oh, right, I almost forgot all about it. Miss Wu, the Lord left a message for you." "A message for me?" Wu Yijun pointed to herself with surprise on her face. "That's right." Qin Ming nodded and said with a smile, "because the Lord did not know whether he would return exactly today or tomorrow. He told me to tell you that temporarily you would be left in charge of the total power and control of our Transcendent faction. He also said that you are the only person with sufficient ability among his trusted confidants necessary for such a task. She was the only one with sufficient ability within his trusted close ones. Wu Yijin was very surprised. Did he trust her more than Shangyu and Bingzu? Wu Yijin felt that something was not right when she thought about it, so she hurriedly asked, "This, Aunt Qin, what about Bingzu?" Qin Ming looked a little awkward at this question, but seeing the small frown on the young lady's face in front of her, she finally sighed in her heart and spoke the truth. It seems that Miss Shangyuan understood perfectly what kind of person the Lord is and also managed to guess his plans, Therefore, when he was about to leave, she stopped him and requested to go together with him. Qin Ming noticed a glint of bitterness in Wu Yijin's eyes, so, in an attempt to lift the young lady's spirits, she added, "The Lord refused several times at first, but as we all know, Miss Shangyuan is a woman of strong and determined character. Moreover, her arguments seemed to be logical, so, after more than 10 minutes, the Lord finally gave in and let her do whatever she wanted." Of course, Wu Yijin raised both hands and shook her head as she sighed. Being honest with herself, Wu Yijin had already realized that her best friend might be interested in Bai Zemin. Still, she hid it and acted as if she knew nothing. That was why she was surprised when Lily brought up this fact, as if she knew that the innocent Wu Yijin was actually more cunning than everyone thought. But Wu Yijin was neither angry nor jealous, because her best friend was interested in the man she loved. In Wu Yijin's eyes, Bai Zemin was the best man in the world in every aspect of the word man, so it was only natural that any woman with good eyes would be attracted in some way or another toward him. What Wu Yijin felt was bitterness at the fact that regardless of whether it was strength, skill, bravery, talent, even beauty, she was behind her good sister in practically everything. Another thing that made her feel bitter was that Shangyuan Bingzu not only surpassed her in the aforementioned aspects, but also understood Bai Zemin's train of thoughts and personality much more in depth than Wu Yijin did. Wu Yijin was sure that Shangyuan Bingzu was not competing against her, but Wu Yijin was competing against Shangyuan Bingzu. She wanted to surpass her, as only then would she feel worthy to stand beside him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 591 Broken Memories, Yangfeng Town, Hometown. Chapter 591 Broken Memories, Yangfeng Town, Hometown. Several hours earlier, while the various teams of survivors worked in different areas specially selected and divided to optimize every second of work. As the sun had not yet risen high in the sky, and there was barely a trace of its presence in the form of a glimmer of orange light that was slowly growing and occupying the place that the night blanket had occupied during the previous hours, the temperature was considerably low, and the winds blowing from the forests, now more than 3 times wider and ampler than in the past, were especially strong. A level 12 zombie was eating the corpse of a recently born mutant weasel. Its emotionless face was stained with patches of blood in different shades of red as proof that they did not belong to the same victim. Its fingernails were as long as claws, and its entire body was swollen to the point that it looked more like a bear than a zombie. Suddenly, the zombie seemed to realize something, so it automatically stopped its meal, and instead raised its head suddenly to look to its right. Boom! The level 12 zombie didn't even have time to see whatever was approaching, as its head took a blow that crushed every bone in its skull, and pulverized its brain before the entire head exploded into a bloody pile of pulp that flew everywhere. The lifeless zombie's body fell on its side with a thud, and dark blood slowly began to ooze out of its neck, until it formed a pool of thick liquid, joining the corpse of the newborn weasel baby. 2 silhouettes running at monstrous speeds raised clouds of dust that were soon swept away by the strong pressure generated by the wind that the 2 silhouettes raised as they moved at such high speeds. Their bodies were like shadows in the middle of the night, and it did not matter whether it was mutant beast or zombie that crossed their paths, as not only did they fail to stop the charge of these 2 silhouettes, but they were all torn apart and slaughtered so easily that the encounter between the 2 parties could not be called a battle. Following the path of the now shattered road as a result of the expansion of the world, the 2 silhouettes soon left the giant shadows that rose into the sky, as if they wanted to touch the clouds, and their appearances were revealed as the light of the stars growing dimmer and dimmer under the impending presence of the sun fell upon them. The man was handsome enough to make women blush. The woman was beautiful enough to take any man's breath away with a single glance. Of course, these 2 were Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu, who were aiming for Yangfeng Town, the place where Bai Zemin was born and grew up with his loved ones. To reach Yangfeng Town from Qikun Town, it was necessary to travel about 2–3 hours in a car depending on many factors. However, this was only in the past, when the Earth had not yet expanded in size. Therefore, it was not crazy to assume that if one wanted to reach Yangfeng Town from Qikun Town via vehicle at this moment, it would probably take about half a day's time. Fortunately, both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were soul evolvers whose stats could not be represented by their levels. Furthermore, while Bai Zemin's soul power was purer than Shangyuan Bingzu's, she had been adding at least half of her stat points in agility since day one when the apocalypse broke out, and she leveled up for the first time, unlike Bai Zemin, who used his stat points depending on his needs in times of crisis. At speeds ranging from 500 to 600 kilometers per hour, the two would soon reach the destination they aspired to, no matter how much the Earth may have expanded. The first minute was pristine silence, and with Bai Zemin leading the way, Shangyuan Bingzu just watched his movements in silence. Anything that appeared in his path was crushed regardless of race, level, order, features, etc. Every step he took forward was heavy despite his firmness, exposing how fluctuating his heart was. Of course, Shangyuan Bingzu understood. After all, she would surely be the same once they conquered Champing District and reached Hadian District located to the south, where her mother lived. However, she was also worried about him, especially his mental health. After another minute of silence, Shangyuan Bingzu finally could not bear it, and in the middle of the night where the winds were howling loudly, her beautiful voice traveled forward. "I just want to be sure you know, but you are aware that Yangfeng Town shouldn't be much different from Qikun Town in terms of situation, right?" The voice of Shangyuan Bingzu was quite careful and gentle, considering that usually her tone of voice was mainly devoid of emotions. After all, this was a rather delicate matter, and she was really worried about how he would react to the inevitable reality. "Don't worry, Bingzu." Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder at her with a slight smile and nodded as he continued to charge forward. "I know better than anyone that Yangfeng Town was definitely destroyed when the Earth began to expand. I'm not going there to find my loved ones. I just want to make sure of a few matters. That's all." "I see." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and a glint of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she said nothing and simply followed him silently. Shangyuan Bingzu's confusion stemmed from the fact that if Bai Zemin just wanted to make sure of a few matters, then why on earth did he tell his housekeeper Qin Ming that at the very least he would be gone all day? After all, Yangfeng Town was not a place too far away for people such as them who could get there in a matter of minutes. But she believed that her doubts would be cleared up by accompanying him, so she didn't ask. At the end of the day, the main reason why Shangyuan Bingzu decided to follow Bai Zemin was due to the fact that she was worried about him getting out of control or becoming heartbroken when he found something uncomfortable. "I hope they are all right," she sighed in her heart and prayed silently. Shangyuan Bingzu knew perfectly well that death was like the bread and butter in this world. Therefore, she could only pray that Bai Zemin's family would be all right, as the last thing she wanted was to see was him broken. Not long after, as the two remained silent, and with the wind accompanied by the occasional roars of some creatures that resided deep in the woods, Yangfeng Town appeared in Bai Zemin's and Shangyuan Bingzu's range of vision. No, this place could no longer be called Yangfeng Town. It would perhaps be more correct to call this place as the place where Yangfeng Town had once existed. Bai Zemin's charge gradually stopped as he forcefully planted both feet on the ground, and Shangyuan Bingzu imitated his movements with agility, practically stopping both of them at the same time. Bai Zemin silently observed the place that was still about 200–300 meters ahead before he began to slowly walk over there. Shangyuan Bingzu stared at the large blocks of rubble and the cracked foundations of what had once been buildings before her eyes shifted to focus on Bai Zemin's back as he slowly walked away step by step. Then, with a determined expression on her face, she took a step forward, followed by another, and then another, and then another. Following him silently from far enough away to give him his space, but close enough for him not to feel alone. Slowly, the distance was closed, and before Bai Zemin knew it, he was walking on what were once perfectly paved streets, but were now destroyed beyond salvation. Occasionally, a large concrete block would appear in his path, so he had no choice but to move or jump over it to continue on his way. Nor were there rare moments when the sound of glass crunching after being stepped on would break the natural silence of the area. Like the areas where cement was being prepared to begin construction, The smell of dust with a tinge of cement scent had become the favorite fragrance of the area. The invisible cloud of gloom was so heavy that it even seemed to be too much for the beasts of the nearest forest, as there were no living creatures in sight. Except, of course, for the two souls that walked like spirits aimlessly through the streets, one in front and the other following step by step from behind. About 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin's footsteps stopped. He stood staring to his right with a blank stare, as if his spirit had traveled back in time to try to relive memories that may not have been important then, but were important now. Unfortunately, the place where those memories were created was no longer standing to be able to relive them. Shangyuan Bingzhu, curious, walked without making any noise and stopped a couple of steps away from what seemed to have been a large entrance. She looked up and noticed that there was a large clearing of at least 3 or 4 blocks. In the center of the site was once a large building, possibly 2 or 3 stories high, but now it was nothing more than a pile of collapsed rubble scattered haphazardly on the ground. Yangfeng Spring, Bai Zemin said out of nowhere. Although his voice was low, it sounded too loud amidst the total silence that reigned in the area. This is where I studied when I was just a kid. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at him when she heard his voice, but she realized that while Bai Zemin was looking up at the collapsed building, his eyes seemed to see a completely different view. It was as if in his eyes he could still glimpse children playing, having fun, while the teachers watched from the high windows with joyful smiles. After a moment, Bai Zemin looked ahead and continued to advance step by step. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at the fallen building again and noticed that under the rubble there were some crushed limbs along with a lot of dried blood. The dried blood was probably the result of a battle that may have broken out at the beginning of the apocalypse or perhaps later. As for the limbs, most were too small to belong to an adult. A glint of sadness flashed briefly in the eyes of the woman known as Ice Princess for her indifference, before she began to follow in the footsteps of the young man, who even in the midst of all this destruction seemed to know every intersection like the back of his hand. What happened before was repeated on several more occasions. Sometimes, Bai Zemin would stop and stand silently staring at a particular spot for several minutes, as if trying to remember, or as if trying to relive the former appearance of what was nothing more than rubble. Then, he would comment briefly and concisely on the experiences he once had with that building in some way or another before shaking his head and moving on. Ice cream store where he used to go with his elementary school classmates during the hot summer days. Convenience store run by an old woman who always gave him candy and bragged about her past beauty for the amusement of the children. Playroom where he went with his friends on several occasions to have fun or clear his mind after an exhausting day of tests. One by one, Bai Zemin told Shangyuan Bingzhu parts of his past that, small or not, were part of who he was today. Unfortunately, those places that carried so many small but important parts of his past were now completely broken. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 592, Emotions on the Verge of Collapse. Chapter 592, Emotions on the Verge of Collapse. Memories were present, but the places where those memories took birth were no longer what they once were. Even if someone wished to rebuild Yangfeng Town and succeeded in making it a replica of its past, nothing would ever be the same again. The passage of time and destruction were probably the two most terrifying laws that existed, as no one could really escape them. Time slowly corroded us, making us suffer step by step, as if countless thorns pricked our feet with every step we took. On the other hand, destruction simply swept over everything mercilessly, and somehow or other always hurt us even if we managed to escape from it. Shangyuan Bingzhu did not know how Bai Zemin felt because, although his steps were steady and uniform as always, his back at this moment looked a little lonelier than usual. Those wide shoulders that seemed to be able to hold up the heavens on their own had even shrunk a little, as if they were tired from taking so many relentless strikes. But even though she could not understand how he felt, what Shangyuan Bingzhu knew for certain was that it was definitely not a nice feeling to see the place where you was born, grew up, and lived most of your life, leveled to the point where there was nothing left of its former glory. Even though this was the place where he was born and raised, even though it was the place where countless smiles and tears were shed, the main protagonists who formed the story above the stage known as Yangfeng Town were gone, and the stage had been flattened. Even Bai Zemin himself did not know how he felt as he stared with lost and dull eyes at the scene in front of him. Of course, he knew that he would find his hometown destroyed. Even so, being aware of something was often not enough preparation for when we were faced with the reality we knew we would have to face. If Bai Zemin had to describe how he was feeling right now, then it would probably be as follows: lonely, exhausted, beaten down, and maybe, just maybe, a little sad. Time passed, and before Bai Zemin realized it, several hours had flown by since he had been walking aimlessly. Shangyuan Bingzu, who had been following him silently but steadily a few steps behind, sighed as she finally realized the reason why he had been continually turning at different intersections. She took several steps forward, quickening the pace of her walk and catching up with Bai Zemin in a matter of seconds. Then, she grabbed his hand and forced him to stop dead in his tracks. Bingzu, Bai Zemin looked at her in surprise due to her sudden action. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him with kind eyes and gently squeezed his hand as she said in a soft voice, "I know you are afraid to face reality. I also understand your fear because I feel that same fear now, and it will surely be many times worse when we reach my home. But we have to move forward. Staying stuck in a single point is no solution to anything." Even though both he and she were wearing combat gloves, Bai Zemin could feel Shangyuan Bingzu's emotions being transmitted to the palm of his hand. Hearing her words, he was first surprised before smiling bitterly as he shook his head. "I am so evident," said Bai Zemin as he tousled his hair with his other hand. With the same gentle smile on her beautiful face, a smile capable of charming even ghosts, and a smile that Bai Zemin had never seen on her face before, Shangyuan Bingzu kept her blue eyes fixed on his black eyes as she said softly, "It's not that you're obvious. It's that your thoughts and feelings are the thoughts and feelings that anyone would feel in this kind of situation." Shangyuan Bingzu realized that, although Bai Zemin was continuously walking around the now destroyed Yangfeng town, there was always an area in which he avoided moving. Considering what this place meant and represented to him, it was not genius to realize that Bai Zemin feared going to the place where he once lived. He dreaded seeing his home turn to ruins, and even more dreaded finding his loved ones lifeless nearby. There was no shortage of murdered zombie corpses that were found as they walked, and there was no shortage of human bodies mutilated by some beast. It was clear that in this place, as in any other part of the world, had been fought one or more fierce battles for survival, and what Bai Zemin feared most was to find the corpse of a member of his family. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and held his breath for several seconds before letting the air escape from his lungs. A flash of resolve shone in his midnight black eyes, and he said slowly, "Thank you for that. I'm fine now." Shangyuan Bingzu forced a smile and nodded, letting go of his hand slowly. She didn't say anything since even though Bai Zemin said he was fine now, she knew it was impossible to be really fine. She didn't want to disrespect the resolution he had managed to find after so much effort and even less worry him more. Therefore, she again took slow steps backward while looking at him as if she was afraid he would disappear or do something crazy the next moment. "Am I a crystal vase now?" Bai Zemin forced a smile into his heart and shook his head before turning around and turning to head now with faster steps towards that direction he had been avoiding all this time. Shangyuan Bingzu looked around as if she was looking for someone, but that person was nowhere in sight. What struck her as strange was that she, the first woman who managed to successfully win her rivalry with such strength, should definitely be here considering how important this was to Bai Zemin. Then a serious voice resounded in her head. "Of course I'm here. How could I not accompany the man who would accompany me to the end of time at a crucial moment for him like this? I'm simply giving you a head start, so that when I crush you later you will have no complaints and accept your destined defeat willingly." The corner of Shangyuan Bingzu's mouth turned into a sneer, but she said nothing. Lilith's words went in through her right ear and out through her left ear, as it was more important for her to focus on Bai Zemin than on words that from a certain point of view were meaningless. Soon, the two existences visible to the naked eye arrived at a slightly secluded area. Here, the number of collapsed buildings was fewer while the gardens were larger. Shangyuan Bingzu quickly followed in Bai Zemin's footsteps, turning around several corners and jumping over some destroyed houses until she finally stopped dead in her tracks a moment after he stopped. In front of her, a house, or rather what had once been a house, was completely flattened until not even a single wall was left standing. Just judging by the amount of rubble, it was clear that the house was not too big, only one story. Shangyuan Bingzu judged that this place was probably once occupied by a six-part structure: 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 living room. In addition, for some reason one of the rooms had been built later than the rest. Just as Shangyuan Bingzu wondered the reason, Bai Zemin spoke without looking back. "This is my home here. Well, it once was," he said. His voice sounded quite calm, so it was hard to tell what kind of expression he was making or what his deepest feelings were like. At first, there were only 3 of us, so 2 rooms were all that was necessary. Later, when my younger sister joined the family, she and I shared a room for a few years until it became a little inappropriate for a man and a teenage woman to share a room. At the end of the day, women need their space and privacy more than us men in certain aspects. Bai Zemin knelt down on his right knee and slowly began to remove debris as he calmly said, "So, my father and I built another room next to mine in order for her to have her own space. Well, since our family wasn't rich or anything, it was a little difficult to build the whole room right away, so it took a few months as my parents saved up the money for it." The sound of metal gloves hitting debris, or the clinking of metal chains linking the defensive cloak to the shoulder pads, accompanied every movement by Zemin, made followed by a slight explosion caused every time a piece of debris was removed. I must say that, although it was a relief to have Meng-Chi leave my room since adolescence is a complicated stage, it was also somewhat disappointing. After so many years of sharing a room, the 2 of us had become like buddies who would accompany each other before going to sleep. As Bai Zemin talked about his life with his family, Shangyuan Bingzu finally understood the reason why he was doing this. It was to avoid thinking too much about the now. He was forcing himself to remember the past to try to get away from the present but still living in it as his hands kept removing debris. Shangyuan Bingzu slowly closed her eyes and stood for a few seconds. Finally, her eyes gently opened again, and without saying a word she walked to the opposite side of where Bai Zemin was standing before she started moving debris. Even though it would be easy for her to sweep this whole place in a second considering her strength, Shangyuan Bingzu was not an unfeeling woman as she seemed or as everyone thought. In fact, she was so observant and understanding that she even noticed that Bai Zemin was being careful not to break even one rock even though he was picking them up and tossing them aside with apparent indifference. Sensing noise behind him, Bai Zemin stopped his movements for a moment, and looking over his shoulder, a faint smile appeared on his face. He shook his head before continuing to move debris, being careful but squeezing hard to keep his hands from trembling in the same way his heart was trembling. To him, each piece of rubble he removed was no different than opening a different Pandora's box, since he didn't know what would be found underneath. A zombie, a mutant beast, goblin, or maybe. In this kind of situation, Bai Zemin felt that finding nothing was better than finding something. After all, finding would give him answers but would also mean bad news, but not finding, while it might be cruel, would at least keep the hope of they are okay, alive. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu could remove the rubble of a building several dozen stories high in a matter of seconds. However, even after 30 minutes, the sound of rocks being moved could still be heard from far away. Approximately 40 minutes later, Bai Zemin finally stopped and stood up. He had just cleaned the entire right side of the place that was once his home. He found many broken things such as TV, flower vases, tables, armchairs, stove, refrigerator, and so on. However, there was nothing more than that. Bai Zemin sighed in relief and smiled bitterly as he whispered in a low voice that only he could hear, "To think that I would feel so joyful for not being able to find a trace of my family. How ironic." Just at that moment, Shangyuan Bingzu's somewhat trembling voice sounded from behind him. "Hey, Bai Zemin, you need to see this." Bai Zemin's face turned pale as a sheet, and his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He had been praying in his heart that Shangyuan Bingzu would not call him at all. However, it seemed that the gods really did not want him, as once again, those prayers went unheard, let alone reciprocated. It was then when Bai Zemin remembered that, at the end of the day, there were no gods to help mankind, that he and all the others were alone in this. Bai Zemin turned around stiffly and with trembling eyes. This was undoubtedly the first time he showed such a weak and broken expression, an attitude in front of another living being other than Lilith, as even at his worst he stood his ground. Emotions were dangerous, a double-edged sword that could make us stronger in a second, but could also topple the strongest from its throne in an instant. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 593, Mengqi. Chapter 593, Mengqi. Shangyuan Bingzhu had her head slightly tilted down, and her body was sideways. This, coupled with her surprise, made her unable to notice the kind of expression Bai Zemin had on his face at that precise moment, nor did it let her realize the effect her careless words, as a result of her shock, had on him. What is it? Bai Zemin asked in a trembling voice. He, who was not afraid to face creatures the size of buildings, did not dare to turn around completely for fear of what he would find there. That Bai Zemin, who fought bravely even when his enemies were more powerful than him, and finally achieving victory, thanks to countless carefully developed strategies in the course of the battle, was now like a mindless fool who could neither see nor think things through clearly. Or otherwise, he would definitely have realized that if what Shang Yuan Bingzu had found was someone's corpse, she would definitely not have chosen to use such careless words out of respect for him, and the possibility that the said corpse belonged to one of his loved ones. Be that as it may, the trembling voice, as well as the fear contained in Bai Zemin's question, awakened Shang Yuan Bingzu from her state of shock. She raised her face and turned her head to look in his direction, finding Bai Zemin standing stiffly and motionless as he gritted his teeth hard in an attempt to stand firm. The blue eyes of Shang Yuan Bingzu flashed with a hint of guilt as she realized her mistake, and not wanting him to suffer any more, she quickly turned and raised her right hand in the air before saying loudly, "Look, I found a note in this room." Bai Zemin froze in place, and the slight uncontrollable trembling that struck his body stopped as he heard Shang Yuan Bingzu's words. He blinked in confusion as he stared forward in puzzlement as a consequence of experiencing traveling to hell only to be held tightly and pulled to the heaven by a large hand before his body fell into the pit of eternal fire. A note. When these words finally clicked in Bai Zemin's brain, his body moved on its own, and in an instant he appeared before Shang Yuan Bingzu as if he was a ghost, scaring her a bit. Bai Zemin looked at her left hand and saw that indeed, being grasped by her hand, was a small white paper torn and stained with pink, probably a consequence of the dried paint chips belonging to the collapsed wall but peeled off during the collapse. He reached forward tremblingly and slowly as he stared at the dirty paper, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. In fact, Bai Zemin did not dare to snatch it from Shang Yuan Bingzu for fear that his carelessness would destroy that little white paper despite the rush of his heart urging him to do it once and for all. Shang Yuan Bingzu, understanding how he felt, extended her hand forward while holding the tip of the paper between her fingers to allow Bai Zemin to take it with ease as she carefully explained. Judging from the pale pink color of the walls, as well as the surrounding high school books, I took the freedom to assume that this room formerly belonged to your younger sister. Once Bai Zemin grabbed the paper with trembling hands, he shook it very carefully in a meaningless attempt to get the dirt off of it. That piece of paper was flattened by a big rock next to the desk. Shang Yuan Bingzu finished explaining everything before falling silent to let Bai Zemin read the note, however briefly. Before reading the contents written on the piece of paper, Bai Zemin looked at it in detail, and for the first time, he realized the reason why Shang Yuan Bingzu often managed to notice things that most overlooked. Meng Qi was a very careful and detail-oriented young woman. Everything she did was always flawless, as one of her life mottos was, "Do it right or don't do it at all." From cooking dinner to helping her mother clean the house, when Meng Qi engaged in a task, the result was destined to be brilliant. That was the kind of woman she was and aspired to be. Of course, when it came to school, the amount of effort she put in was always 200% of her usual. After all, she was fully aware of the sacrifice Bai Zemin was making for her, and what Meng Qi least wanted was to waste the kindness he showed her. Bai Zemin could still remember the beautiful calligraphy of Meng Qi, and even clearly recalled the numerous amount of praise she received for it. Many even joked that perhaps she could become a great master in this field. So one could imagine the rush a person with this kind of character had to be in to tear off a piece of paper carelessly, and to write as haphazardly as Meng Qi had done on the paper Bai Zemin was holding right now. Despite the colossal difference, Bai Zemin could not possibly mistake the fineness of each trace. It had definitely been Meng Qi. "South Army," Bai Zemin muttered and suddenly felt his legs tremble. The face of Shang Yuan Bingzu changed slightly and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. In fact, Bai Zemin was so weak at this point that he could not even control his body. Had it not been for Shang Yuan Bingzu, he would definitely have fallen to his knees at this stage. Shang Yuan Bingzu did not say anything. To begin with, she was a woman who usually didn't talk much, and even less in this kind of circumstance. What she did was to help Bai Zemin sit on a large piece of rubble, and after making sure he was okay, she sat down next to him. The tense nerves of Bai Zemin finally released completely, but this also caused all the strength in his body to leave him. Even he, who was capable of fighting for days and nights against an army of millions, lost more than a few hundred stamina points as a result of the tension that shook his soul to its core. The eyes of Shangyuan Bingzu flashed with a hint of pain as she saw his sweat-soaked face. She knew he loved his family tremendously, but she hadn't expected him to be enduring so much. She had no way of understanding the effect the skill Stone Heart had on Bai Zemin despite knowing how the skill worked. For 2.5 months now, every step Bai Zemin took felt tremendously heavy. His heart was never at ease, and even during the night, he found it difficult to fall asleep wondering if his loved ones had gone to bed with an empty stomach, or if they were cold in the freezing temperatures that embraced the world during the night. There were more than a few times when his mind almost went into disarray after merely imagining the possibility of them not surviving. No one but Bai Zemin himself knew how much stress he had been living under all this time. Therefore, now that he finally got a clear clue and positive signs, all that tension hit him without warning, almost knocking him out on the spot. If any other person who knew him saw the current Bai Zemin, they would probably doubt that the brave and always steadfast warrior had anything to do with the current him. Many would definitely see him as pathetic and weak for falling into such a miserable condition, even though he had not fought a real battle. However, in the eyes of Shangyuan Bingzu, the battle that Bai Zemin had just fought was far more dangerous than any other. It had been a battle that could have brought him down forever, and worst of all, in that battle he was a mere spectator. Moreover, to Shangyuan Bingzu, the fact that Bai Zemin allowed himself to fall like this in front of her also meant that he trusted her enough to show weakness. Otherwise, she was 100% sure that a proud and cautious man as him would definitely not allow himself to fall down like that in front of anyone. Seconds passed, and those seconds turned into minutes as they clustered amongst themselves. About 10 minutes later, Shangyuan Bingzu noticed that Bai Zemin's breathing had stabilized, for which she asked faintly, "Are you okay?" Bai Zemin did not respond immediately, and instead took several deep breaths before finally nodding. He nodded a second time and said in a louder tone than necessary, "I'm fine, I'm fine." The second "I'm fine" represented the real "I'm fine." The first was clearly him trying to convince himself. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled slightly and said in a more cheerful tone of voice, "Congratulations. You are now closer to meet your loved ones as you have always wanted." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He looked at her with a big smile on his face and nodded vigorously, "M." This was the first time since the apocalypse began that Bai Zemin smiled not only from the bottom of his heart, but also with complete freedom from worry. At the same time, it was the first time Shangyuan Bingzu was stunned by a man's smile, the first time she experienced in person what many men experienced when they saw her for the first time. Having no idea what Shangyuan Bingzu was feeling, Bai Zemin jumped to his feet and stretched both arms skyward with clenched fists, still clutching that small paper note as if it were his most valuable treasure. The bones in his body thundered noisily, and his shoulders became firmer than ever as if a great weight had been lifted from them, easing the burdens he carried at all times on his back. Although he did not know how long had this note written by Ming Qi, the only thing that mattered was that at least the hopes that they were all well were higher now. At the very least, there was no bad news, and now Bai Zemin even had a clearer target than ever in his head. "By the way, your younger sister sure is impressive." Shangyuan Bingzu stood up and approached him. Once she got his attention, she said with impossible to hide astonishment, "To think that in the midst of all the chaos she still managed to leave you a short but clear message. Even more amazing though is her faith that you would definitely be fine and get here." One had to know that Bai Zemin was an entire district away from Ming Qi and his parents, not to mention the fact that to get here as quickly as possible, he would have to find a way to clear out countless zombies that would surely occupy the large cities and villages located to the south and north of the Eastern Sea. But even then, Meng Qi risked losing several seconds that could have cost her a lot just to leave a note as if she was sure her big brother would see it. This was something that not only shocked Shangyuan Bingzu, but also filled her with admiration and curiosity for this young girl, as Shangyuan Bingzu herself wondered if she would ever be able to do such a thing. Bai Zemin chuckled and seemed very satisfied with Shangyuan Bingzu's praise for his younger sister. If Shangyuan Bingzu praised someone else, then he would be surprised, as she was a very proud woman, and practically no one was worthy of her praise. However, when she praised Meng Qi, he took it as a natural thing to do. Even so, he did not comment on it and instead looked up at the now clear blue sky with a happy smile. It would be difficult for Shangyuan Bingzu to understand the kind of person Meng Qi was unless she met her in person. Therefore, he simply said the following. Bingzu, I bet you will get along well with my younger sister when you meet her. She will definitely be able to occupy an important position in the noble government along with you, Wu Yijun, and the rest. Bai Zemin's smile was like that of a child free of impurities and evil thoughts. No one could ever associate this Bai Zemin with the Bai Zemin, who had slaughtered nearly 1 billion Usras directly or indirectly, among whom there was no lack of children and the elderly. At the same time, in his eyes, the sky had never been as beautiful as it was at this moment. I look forward to it then. Shangyuan Bingzu chuckled and felt really happy for him. Bai Zemin really deserved this brief moment of freedom and joy, as he had been by far the hardest working of them all. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 594, Unnatural. Chapter 594, Unnatural. Standing approximately 30 kilometers away from where Yangfeng Town was once standing, two slender but curvaceous silhouettes stood side by side at the top of a tree over 800 meters high. One of them wore leather armor that clung tightly to every curve of her lovely body, giving her transcendental beauty the charm of a demon, while the other wore a black dress as soft as silk, that with the strong winds blowing strongly especially from the south, caused the back of her body to stand out so that her raised and firm bottom was clearly marked. One of them had beautiful long hair that reached to her lower back, whose color swayed between white and silver. The other was the complete opposite. Her hair was as black as midnight devoid of stars, but was slightly longer than that of the other girl. Of course, these two were Shangyuan Bingzu and Lilith. Although the two women were silent, if there was a third party present, they could definitely notice the tension in the atmosphere surrounding that silence. After what seemed like an eternity of tension, Shangyuan Bingzu broke the silence in a cold voice. "Won't you stop him?" Lilith glanced sideways at her for a second before looking forward and lazily saying, "Why don't you try to stop him for yourself? Or do you just admit that he'll listen to me but not you?" HMPH, Shangyuan Bingzu snorted, and decided to stay in silence as a flare of anger threatened to ignite inside her chest. Boo-um. Suddenly, the two women's attention was drawn by the sound of a loud explosion coming from the distance. A fierce shockwave spread in an arc in all directions, and the ground split apart, revealing huge cracks as the earth rumbled as if an earthquake had struck the area. In the distance, Shangyuan Bingzu and Lilith saw a huge cloud of dust rising into the sky, slowly being tossed back and forth by the forest winds. A few seconds later, a silhouette appeared in the horizon, and in a matter of moments appeared just below the tree where the two women were standing. They, as if by prior arrangement, jumped up to meet the newcomer. Bai Zemin watched in wonder, and his eyes flashed with a hint of admiration as his dark pupils reflected the images of the two women who seemed to float in the sky, descending to solid ground as if they were two beautiful butterflies fluttering in the wind. "Done?" Lilith asked with a smile. Bai Zemin nodded in response with a relieved smile on his face. Seeing him smile like that, even though Shangyuan Bingzu knew what the answer she would receive would be, she couldn't help but ask in confusion, "No regrets? You just completely erased any trace that may have ever existed of your hometown?" Bai Zemin closed his eyes and shook his head before opening them again and saying in a relieved voice, "I have no regrets, Bingzu. Yangfeng Town was no longer Yangfeng Town from the moment its inhabitants and those people close to me stopped living there. All that was left of what was once my home was a destroyed and miserable image that I would rather not see again. That's why I did what I did." The decision of completely destroying whatever traces were left behind of what was once Yangfeng Town was a decision that Bai Zemin made more easily than he thought. Once he knew that his loved ones were probably alive, much of the pent-up tension and pent-up nerves were completely released, and with that, it was much simpler for him to take certain actions that in the past might have been dragging him down. Of course, before turning Yangfeng Town into nothing more than a huge empty crater several kilometers in diameter, after attacking with Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words, Bai Zemin made sure to save any portraits or objects that his loved ones might consider important but had no choice but to leave behind due to the circumstances of the moment. Although 99% of the things were broken due to the collapse during the expansion of the world, things like photos, stuffed animals, even clothes could be saved. Bai Zemin kept all of that in his ring and hoped to be able to return them to their respective owners soon. I see. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded slowly but firmly at the end as if she finally managed to understand something of his feelings. Then she raised her head to look him in the eyes and asked, "What do we do now? It's just after 10 in the morning. Shall we go back to the base now or?" Shang Yuan Bingzu did not finish her words because she believed that Bai Zemin could understand the meaning of what she was trying to express. In fact, Bai Zemin did not disappoint her when he shook his head and said in a firm voice, "No, I will head south and look for traces of any human camp." Of course, Shang Yuan Bingzu was not surprised at all by Bai Zemin's choice and instead would have been surprised if he took another path. "Then I will go with you," she said as firmly and resolutely as the words he spoke a moment ago. Bai Zemin forced a smile into his heart and couldn't help but shook his head. Controlling Shang Yuan Bingzu was really difficult because, while she was technically his subordinate, she was also a very dear friend to him. Therefore, there was no way he could force her to do something she didn't want to do unless there was really no other choice. Besides, he admitted in his heart that Shang Yuan Bingzu's presence was somehow calming to him. If Bai Zemin was like a flame that could burst out at any moment and cause disasters, then Shang Yuan Bingzu was the frost raining down from the sky and striving to prevent the flame from bursting out completely. In a way, she and Lilith were very much alike, no matter how much the two women fought with each other or disliked each other. /////. Although both Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu could run at lightning speeds and travel great distances in a short time, China was one of the largest countries in the world. Moreover, the expansion of the Earth by more than 3 times its previous size had simply amplified that already colossal size to a degree that no human being would probably be able to comprehend. Several hours passed, and during that time the two traveled through many areas of Changping district such as Yanshu Town, whose population once numbered over 30,000, Xingshu Town with previously over 40,000 inhabitants, Shisenling Town with just over 20,000, Liukun Village with just over 15,000, Machiku Town whose population once exceeded 70,000, and many other areas. Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu even launched an attack on a big city such as Beikijia City, whose population numbered over 300,000 in the past. However, there was no trace of human survival at all, and the inhabitants of that area were zombies which after a quick work between the two were slaughtered to the point of leaving none alive. Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu made a point in their minds to order the troops to visit Beikijia City as soon as possible, since there they found a large steel factory, and an even larger factory with many tools and machines needed to process cloth and wool that would definitely be useful. In a single evening, Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu completely swept through the entire Hoying subdistrict. Without the help of a third party, the two of them single-handedly crushed every obstacle that dared to cross their paths. Although neither of them said anything, their eyes expressed more than any words could ever convey. Both he and she were certain that this was the first time they had ever felt so free and carefree while fighting. This was by far the first time Shang Yuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin realized that if they really wanted to together, they could conquer China in such a short time that it would surely leave anyone trembling in fear. No delays and no worrying about a growing kingdom, just fighting and crushing with overwhelming and absolute power. However, there was something that left both of them dumbfounded, and when they looked at each other it was reflected in their disbelieving eyes. By the time the sun finally descended completely, having traveled through one entire sub-district and half of another, Shang Yuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin had yet to see even one human encampment. All they found were areas ruined by collapses, but the unusual thing was that there was no one who had been crushed to death by debris, as even after inspecting the surrounding corpses, they realized that all of them had all died too long ago when compared to the expanse of the earth. What they did find, however, were many traces of battle in several of the main areas they inspected. Bullet casings of different calibers, metal pieces belonging to missiles near devastated areas, crushed cannonballs, corpses of beasts, humans and zombies that were slaughtered by gunfire, etc. It was clear that a rather ambitious, but also intelligent person took advantage of every second to take control of many areas. "This must be Uncle Wu's doing," Shang Yuan Bingzu said as she ran alongside Bai Zemin, a bit panting. She was not a monster with practically inexhaustible stamina like him, so after several hours of practically running at full speed and constant fighting, naturally began to take its toll on her stamina stat. "Uncle Wu." Bai Zemin's ears twitched as if they were little antennae that finally picked up something interesting, and he looked at the girl beside him as he said in a deep voice, You mean Wu Yijin's father? M. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and calmly revealed, Uncle Wu is a very intelligent man. Many might think that the reason he managed to become Changping District's total mayor is due to his relationship with the Wu family, but in reality, few know that he got that position without using family connections at all. If you ask me what kind of person he is, I would say he is the kind of man who, while he can be kind, also knows when to be cruel and to take the slightest opportunity at the most opportune time. As the two continued to move along one of the main roads leading to one of the biggest cities in Longzayuan subdistrict, Shangyuan Bingzu continued. So far, we have encountered what were once definitely human bases, but they were all attacked by advanced infantry. While it could be the work of the army separately, and Uncle Wu might have little or nothing to do with all this, I refuse to believe that different armies and bases would use the same method to attack so many areas in such a short time. Shangyuan Bingzu's words made a lot of sense from Bai Zemin's point of view for many reasons. But chief among them was that, just as she said, it was hard to believe that so many attacks and conquests would be carried out in such a short time, unless it was all planned by one person with an end goal. Bai Zemin frowned slightly with a somewhat heavy heart. If Wu Keqian was really an ambitious man, just as Shangyuan Bingzu had just said, but had saved his family whether in passing or not, then Bai Zemin might find himself in a dilemma about what to do next. Around midnight, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu finally stopped their steps as they looked off into the distance with astonished expressions after stumbling upon what was undoubtedly a post-apocalyptic building, and the largest they had ever seen to date. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 595, Colossal Size Base. Chapter 595, Colossal Size Base. Since the apocalypse broke out until the present day, members of the Transcendent faction found many human camps. Some of them were nothing more than minor villages occupied by some low-ranking bandits who, after gaining some power and having lost their senses in the face of the arrival of the end of the world, began to do atrocities of all kinds and to indulge in their desires. On the other hand, there were also human camps duly led by a person with at least some capacity. These people, while not saints in the same way that Bai Zemin himself was not, at least maintained a base level of their humanity without being damaged. Among these camps, there were some large ones with several thousand survivors, and there were also small ones with no more than a few dozen at most. The worst ones did not even have wooden fences around them as a basic defense. As for the best ones, such as the Bakwin camp and the North camp, these types of camps were the largest that Bai Zemin had seen so far. Like his faction, the leaders of these two bases had managed to take advantage of the terrain and constructions of the past to erect wooden walls at least about 5 meters high, with which they could keep the zombies at bay in case any tried to sneak in, and they could also buy at least a few seconds of time for the smaller and weaker, but still dangerous mutant beasts for normal survivors. Bai Zemin was honestly proud of what he had accomplished as a leader so far. He went from being an ordinary college student without any prior training or backing to becoming the leader of a human base with over 30,000 survivors under his command and thousands of subordinates waiting for a single command from him to mobilize and sweep in the direction he pointed. Today, however, Bai Zemin realized for the first time that he was far behind when compared to someone who had a smoother and easier start or beginning stage than someone like him had. For the love of God, Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the huge structure several kilometers away with wide eyes. In the distance, a huge wall could be seen which had been built using mutant trees over 300 meters tall. From the position where they both stood, a long line could be seen stretching several kilometers across, and in the eyes of Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, that line was not unlike a world divider, as neither of them could see what was on the other side. As if that were not enough, more than 20 towers could be seen rising for at least another 100 meters high above the walls, making it a lot easier to take out the enemies for the troops stationed there, as well as providing the entire base in general with great security in the form of vision and terrain analysis. But the walls and the huge watchtowers were not all. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu noticed line after line of pits dug in the ground about 4 km from the base, while 3 km from the base, there were all sorts of obstacles that would definitely be useless against intelligent beings, but would certainly serve a wonderful function against slow zombies with no ability to think or reason. Even without turning around, the two knew in their hearts that the line they saw was but one of probably four large lines that made up a huge box or rectangle to protect the inside from the outside. This was without a doubt the firmest and sturdiest human base that Bai Zemin or any other member of his faction had ever seen. "What do you think?" Shang Yuan Bingzu took a deep breath before looking at Bai Zemin for his opinion. He smiled bitterly and said with some self-conscious embarrassment, "I was feeling proud of our base and the idea of building a city, but it looks like someone beat me to it by at least a month away." Shang Yuan Bingzu frowned as she noticed Bai Zemin's slightly low mood and said in a slightly disappointed voice, "Bai Zemin, since how long have you become a man whose shoulders fall for something so simple?" "Ah, that's not it." Bai Zemin shook his head and clarified, "I admit it's a bit depressing, but that's all. At the end of the day, I'm sure that the person ruling this base definitely possessed great power since before the apocalypse, which allowed him or her to prepare for everything better." Shang Yuan Bingzu's expression eased a bit after hearing this. She nodded and while looking straight ahead said calmly, Unlike the ruler or rulers of this base, we had to strive to pull together each and every little grain of sand to get here. From mere college students, we made it this far without help from anyone but ourselves. We should be proud of that." Of course, Bai Zemin nodded as if it was natural. Suddenly, Shang Yuan Bingzu thought of something funny and chuckled as she said, "Besides, what's the use of having high walls when a single blow can bring everything down in a heartbeat? Do you want me to go and try it?" A shiver ran down Bai Zemin's spine as he heard Shang Yuan Bingzu's words and unconsciously said in an altered voice, "Don't do it." To begin with, they were not enemies of this base. Besides, Bai Zemin was 90% sure that if his family was really alive, then they should be somewhere beyond those giant walls. Shang Yuan Bingzu stopped chuckling and looked at him indifferently as she said in a clear voice, "Of course, I am joking." The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously thought of something but wisely decided to keep it in his heart instead of saying it out loud. Unfortunately, even if he didn't speak his mind, there was someone else who definitely wouldn't hold anything back, much less when it came to annoying Shang Yuan Bingzu. "Little bitch, you better practice your jokes a bit because they're so bad it makes you feel like crying." Who else besides Lilith could enjoy seeing Shang Yuan Bingzu angry so much? Indeed, Shang Yuan Bingzu clenched her teeth and fists as she whispered through her pearly teeth, "This vixen." Surprisingly, she did not erupt as Bai Zemin and Lilith expected. Instead, Shang Yuan Bingzu took a deep breath and filled her lungs with air before slowly exhaling while gradually releasing her clenched fists. "Oh ho!" The sound of Lilith's surprised voice, even though she was invisible, was clearly heard by both of them. "I won't lower myself. You can argue all you want and act like you've won something even though I don't know what you're playing at. I don't care." Shang Yuan Bingzu spoke into the air, but her words definitely reached those for whom they were intended. She didn't wait for a reply and looked at Bai Zemin calmly. "Bai Zemin, what do we do now?" "Right." Bai Zemin frowned slightly and looked at the huge base in the distance as he carefully thought about the next move. At this moment, night was reigning over the sky of Changping district. Earlier, Bai Zemin had asked Lilith if the explosive growth of the Earth would also affect its orbit, and thus its nature, such as the distance between the period of day and night. However, to his relief, Lilith told him that he did not need to worry about that matter. When the soul record reached the Earth, it actually reached the entire solar system as well. Therefore, all the planets in the solar system and certainly the entire galaxy were growing and evolving. In fact, the reason scientists were previously unable to explain the constant expansion of the universe was because it was caused by the soul record and mana constantly expanding the size of everything in its path and extending farther and farther. With the Earth growing more than 3 times as large, the solar system, not the other planets, also grew the same size to accommodate the change, and thus the orbit of the world was not affected in the same way as day and night continued working the same way. "Let's return to camp," Bai Zemin said after suspecting several factors. He tried to keep his head cold at the moment despite wanting to charge forward and force everyone to find their loved ones. After all, he was pretty sure that the leader of this base was Wu Yijin's father, and surely her mother would be there too. Bai Zemin was in debt to Wu Yijin, and he promised to do his best to try to reach a peaceful settlement with her family. Therefore, he would keep his word as a man instead of charging like an immature child to the front. Before Shang Yuan Bingzu could say anything else, Bai Zemin suddenly vanished and disappeared from her sight, taking her by surprise. "I'll be right back, wait here." She heard his voice before faintly feeling a whirlwind of wind rush past her before the place regained calm. Unfortunately, this base has several heat sensors installed on the walls and troops with advanced technology hidden everywhere. Lilith appeared beside Shangyuan Bingzu and said in a lazy voice, "Invisibility is only a first-order skill that allows the user to become invisible by modifying the surrounding light or taking advantage of shadows, but it cannot hide the heat released by the human body." Shangyuan Bingzu's expression changed slightly before she regained her calm. She looked at Lilith coldly and asked in an indifferent voice, "Why didn't you warn him if you know?" Lilith looked at her with a bitter smile and shrugged. "I'm afraid that's not how it works, Princess. I have my own limits too, and I'm honestly not sure that giving out that kind of information doesn't break the rules. Better safe than sorry. Besides, do you really think a few small heat sensors could present danger to someone like him?" Shangyuan Bingzu stared at her for several seconds before turning her attention to the base in the distance. Although she could warn Bai Zemin using the military radio, Lilith was right. It would be truly ridiculous to think that heat sensors would represent problems for someone with the talent and ability that man had. In a state of invisibility, Bai Zemin hovered and in an instant closed the distance between him and the great wall of the base. Just as he was preparing to jump to the top of the wall, a shadow jumped out of one of the trenches and in an instant pounced on him. Although this soul evolver was fast, in Bai Zemin's eyes it was a turtle movement. Still, he was a bit surprised when he saw the strange goggles over the woman's eyes and two words flashed in his mind: infrared goggles. Bai Zemin didn't bother too much, and his enemy couldn't even do anything about it when she was knocked unconscious after receiving a heavy blow to the back of her head. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of bullets fell around Bai Zemin's position, among which there was no shortage of skill-enhanced bullets. However, he didn't even bother too much and simply moved away, easily ignoring the bullets that hit his armor without even causing his skin to itch. "These guys sure don't mess around." Bai Zemin chuckled and threw the woman's body over his shoulder as he disappeared from everyone's sight. By the time the soul evolvers who were on the wall standing guard came down, Bai Zemin had already disappeared without a trace and left them perplexed as to what to do next other than to report to the higher-ups what had just happened. His goal was to sneak through the wall and capture a soldier to ask just one or two questions before letting them go free, but things didn't always work out the way you wanted them to. Even then, Bai Zemin was satisfied that his objective had been accomplished in one way or another. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 596, Even MILFs Aren't Out of Daddy's Reach. Chapter 596, Even MILFs Aren't Out of Daddy's Reach. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu ran off at full speed in a northerly direction. Although there were some soul evolvers who tried to chase after them, by the time they thought they had caught up in reality, the two had disappeared too long ago to be caught up. Unlike before when the two were scouring the lands of China without a fixed course in mind, this time Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were aiming straight for the city under construction where the Transcendent faction was located. Therefore, it was a lot simpler and quicker to get there. Even so, the two of them took more than 3 hours in total. After all, nighttime was especially dangerous since that was when the mutant beasts were out hunting, and thus the two encountered several obstacles that, although only minor, still caused the duo's movement speed to drop slightly. Immediately after arriving, the first thing Bai Zemin did was to look for Evangeline. Evangeline was the commander in charge of leading the troops and protecting the southern area. The south meant unknown territory as opposed to the north, where they came from. Therefore, apart from Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin himself, he believed Evangeline was the most qualified for such a task. "Is something wrong?" she asked once Bai Zemin stepped into her tent. Contrary to most, Evangeline and her troops slept separately from the main camp, since at least until the walls were finished, they would have to stand guard at all times. She was currently getting ready for bed, so she wore a simple turquoise silk robe, and her slightly tousled hair added a different charm compared to that chilling beauty that Bai Zemin and the rest were used to seeing. "Evangeline, I need you to help me with something." Bai Zemin's eyes only looked at her long white legs for a second before staring into her eyes deeply. "I guess it has something to do with that thing you're carrying there." Evangeline motioned with her head as she looked at the fainted person Bai Zemin was dragging. "That's right. Bai Zemin nodded and turned around to lay the female soul evolver's body on the ground. Then he looked at Evangeline again and explained, I need you to ask her a few questions. I want to know who is the leader of the base this woman belongs to, the number of survivors, and if possible, the division of power. If that's not possible, then threaten her a bit but don't go overboard. Evangeline raised an eyebrow and folded her arms, inadvertently causing her breasts to rise. She didn't realize that her little movement had actually exposed that she wasn't wearing a bra. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was not interested in her despite her beauty. Therefore, he didn't even flinch and simply listened to her. That's weird, she said curiously. The Bai Zemin I know would definitely get the information he wants to know out of this woman, even if he has to throw her to the strays. Bai Zemin blushed slightly and felt a little embarrassed as he recalled events of the past. Back then, he had coldly threatened Evangeline by telling her that if she didn't cooperate after trying to murder him, he would throw her to the vagabonds of the North Camp with both legs and arms broken, so that they would play with her to death. Circumstances are different. He cleared his throat and justified. This woman is a soul evolver belonging to a base far away from here. Besides, the problem is that I'm pretty sure the leader of that base is the father of Wu Yijun. The eyes of Evangeline finally flashed with understanding as she realized that the point was the father of Wu Yijun. No, the real important matter was Wu Yijun herself. I see. She nodded indifferently and while looking at the fainted woman said calmly, leave it to me. I'll give you the information you want first thing tomorrow morning. Is that okay with you? Perfect. Bai Zemin nodded and did not linger long at Evangeline's place. After saying goodbye, he headed straight to his tent. It was past 0 at night, even so. When Bai Zemin set foot inside his tent, he saw that Qin Ming was still awake. Qin Ming, why aren't you resting? Bai Zemin asked in confusion as he took off the top of his armor. Qin Ming was currently sitting on a wooden chair reading a book with a relaxed expression on her kind face. Hearing Bai Zemin's voice, she closed the book and stood up with a smile. Lord, I thought you might be hungry, so I was waiting for you. Would you like me to warm up your dinner? Qin Ming had studied Bai Zemin's face for a second, and seeing him relaxed, she sighed a sigh of relief in her heart. Looks like things went well for the Lord, or else he might not be so calm. She was worried as Bai Zemin had disappeared for almost the whole day to look for his family. Therefore, she had been silently praying that he would not meet disappointments and bad news that would make him suffer. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin was her benefactor in every sense of the word, and thus she wanted nothing but the best for him. I'd like to take a bath first. Bai Zemin chuckled and pointed to himself. I've been running nonstop all day, so I'm a little sweaty right now. The eyes of Qin Ming flashed with a weird light as they roamed over the now naked torso of the young man in front of her. Lord, may I say something perhaps a little out of place? Bai Zemin gave her a puzzled look as he stowed the chest plate of his armor in his storage ring before nodding. Go ahead. I'd like to ask you to be a little more careful when you decide to undress. Qin Ming smiled shyly, and her face flushed slightly as she said in a low voice, you are clearly unaware of your current charm. Even a woman who has already seen the world like me can't help but be attracted, not to mention a younger, inexperienced woman. Bai Zemin was a bit tongue-tied. The corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times as he nodded stiffly. I'll keep that in mind. Qin Ming chuckled and bowed before excusing herself. She went to prepare a tub of hot water to allow Bai Zemin to take a bath. Bai Zemin shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he muttered to himself. Damn, even a hot, mature woman isn't out of this daddy's reach. Swoosh. Lilith appeared without warning like a ghost, causing Bai Zemin to subconsciously take a step back. She looked him up and down before folding her arms and saying with a hint of jealousy, if you're looking for a mature woman, then don't you have me. I'll be your MILF if you so want me. Bai Zemin stared at Lilith and couldn't help but say dumbfounded, but you look like someone my age. Didn't I tell you before? Did you forget? Lilith suddenly stopped as she was about to say something. She cleared her throat and said calmly, no, it's nothing. Bai Zemin made a strange face as he looked at her as if she was an idiot. I said it's nothing, Lilith snorted before disappearing. Lilith was going to say again that she was almost 1 century old but soon regretted it. At the end of the day, even if Lilith was no different from a child in the eyes of most living beings in the universe, in the eyes of people like Bai Zemin, she was indeed an old woman in terms of age, more so when he still hadn't shaken off the repressed thought of mankind from the past. About 20 minutes later, Qin Ming informed Bai Zemin that the hot water was ready, so he practically flew into the temporary bath. As he immersed his body in the hot water, Bai Zemin let out a deep growl like that of a satisfied cat as he felt the exhaustion slowly leave his body. He lay there, silent, with nothing but the gentle sound of the water oscillating with his every little movement. There were many things he had to think about and many more to plan, so everything had to be perfect. At this moment, Bai Zemin was powerful, but his faction was still growing in many ways. A single mistake could mean the total collapse and death of countless followers who respected him, admired him, revered him, and trusted him practically blindfolded. Slowly, Bai Zemin was adjusting to the position of an important leader and apt ruler. He understood that the least he could do to reciprocate to those who followed him was to live up to expectations. Let's hope everything goes well. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and placed a damp towel on his eyelids before relaxing completely and sighing. Otherwise, it will be a bit of a problem. Bai Zemin stayed in the bath until the water finally began to lose its warmth. By the time he reached the living room inside his tent, Qin Ming was standing in a corner while a bowl of soup with meat and noodles steamed on the wooden table. Bai Zemin rubbed his hands together and thanked her for the care before he sat down at the table and began to taste his dinner. He was really hungry, even if he didn't say it out loud. "Right, my lord, I almost forgot to report something to you." Qin Ming was smiling slightly at the sight of Bai Zemin eating like an excited child before suddenly something flashed in her memory. Getting his attention, she explained. "About an hour at most before you returned, Miss Wu Yijun and Miss Kai Jingyi were here to update you about the progress of the first day." Oh, Bai Zemin frowned slightly upon hearing this. The matter of building the city would probably be delayed a bit longer than expected if he wanted to carry out his plan as soon as possible. Not that I have much choice either. Qin Ming naturally had no idea what he was thinking. After a moment's silence, she said somewhat hesitantly, "My lord." Miss Wu Yijun seemed really disappointed before she left. She seemed really eager to see you. Bai Zemin's movements froze for a second, and the spoon filled with soup stopped inches from his mouth. A few seconds later, he nodded and said quietly, "Thank you for informing me." "You're welcome," Qin Ming bowed before staying in silence. About 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin wiped his mouth and drank the glass of natural juice Qin Ming had personally prepared before standing up. "Qin Ming, I'll go see if Wu Yijun is still awake. I need to talk some important matters with her," he said before walking towards the exit. A smile formed on Qin Ming's lips as she looked at his back, and her imagination couldn't help but go wild as she mischievously thought, "Looks like the Lord might have some fun tonight. Miss Wu Yijun is really lucky if that happens. Though on second thought, she really deserves it." "Qin Ming." "Why, yes." She jumped at the sound of Bai Zemin's voice, and when she met his serious gaze, she thought her thoughts had been discovered. To her surprise, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and said in a softer voice, "Go and rest." Then he walked out, not before adding, "That's an order." Qin Ming released the breath she was holding and patted her chest several times before laughing under her breath to avoid waking the rest. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.